All right, we're gonna go live. See if let everything reboot. See if we can find some sound. Give me a commercial. Do tell. I was just talking to Dr. J. So, and after I finish greeting people, if people, hopefully, people, this is for people that have disagreements because because all you truthers say that I don't give you a chance to talk. And normally, uh, in an open panel, I got 10 people, people trying to get in. We'll talk about something else, and I don't have time for you guys to give me like a 50-minute dissertation. You know, I need you to start with the point that you're trying to make and then defend your point. Not that I'm getting to it. I always get this, you start giving me this narrative like a female. You want to give me the narrative. You want to give me the emotion. You want to give me the backstory. I need you to get to the point. Give me the point, and then defend your point with your evidence. And please, for God's sake, already have read your material. Please have looked over your material at least once. It's embarrassing to bring up somebody's material and then they hit a snag like within 2 minutes. If you bring up a study, please have read the study. If you got numbers, please give me the number. If I ask you for numbers, don't say I don't know what they are, because guess what? That means you know what to me that tells me you don't know what you're talking about instantly. If you don't have a ballpark figure, that means your argument to me is moot, because I come from a STEM background, and STEM works on numbers. If you don't have numbers, man, it's like, why are you even up here? Okay, if you're going to say most doesn't mean anything. Got to have, it's got to be grounded in something, because most, if 10 people show up to the emergency room and 7 people are vaccinated but they're sick, okay, 7 is most, but 7 is insignificant compared to the whole. That's like I ask for numbers. You got to give me something, and then you got to show me where you got it from, and most people can't, which is what makes me upset. So, and that's what really pisses me off. It really, man, I can't tell you how it pisses me off for somebody to show the evidence that they haven't read. I can't tell you how mad that makes me, because that means you wasted our time by presenting evidence that you haven't even looked over. Somebody told you or gave you a link that you didn't look over. Another thing I want to talk about before we get started and start welcoming everybody in the comment section. YouTube does not allow links in the comment section unless one either you're the owner, you know, either you're the content creator or you're a mod. And sometimes it depends on what the link is when you're a mod. Okay, hashtags, uh, links automatically get caught. Okay, and the only way I allow links in any chat or any comment is if it directly goes to, one, what the subject is, or you're rebutting somebody, and I I checked it out and clear it, because I'm responsible for any links that goes on in my comment section. That's how come they do that. So if it's irrelevant or some BS that's not proven, I don't allow it. If you want to argue with somebody in a comment section with links, hey, get their email and send them there directly. Okay, I'm getting tired of, because when I see links in the comment and see they're caught up held for review. Okay, if I haven't cleared them or it's not something that's really relevant, I'm going to delete it. I'm just tell you, if you put a link in and it hasn't been cleared by me, you might as well say it's deleted, because I get a lots of these links and people put in, a whole bunch of links. So if you put a link in your comment, I haven't cleared it, it's probably going to get deleted. Okay, that's how come they don't show up. YouTube catches them. I got to look at them for review. Sometimes I have time to review it and see if it makes sense to go ahead and check it off and clear that comment. But a lot of times I don't. Okay. So I'm just telling you up front. If you don't, if you put a link in and your comment doesn't show up, that's why. And sometimes it takes me a day or so to go back and dig that shit out. So a lot of times YouTube will catch that stuff. I try to clear as many as I can because especially if it's controversial, I clear as many as I can. But with links, especially the videos that will take me where I have to look through the video to make sure it's cool enough to be put on my channel. If it's a video, I probably will not allow it. If it's a newspaper article or something like that that's verified, I might allow. I probably will allow it. But other than that, okay, if you're putting in a link in a comment, you're probably wasting your time. I'm just saying that up front. Okay. Now I'm gonna start welcoming people. Okay. All right. Buddy Young, what's up? Lavaris. Where a bank run happened. There's a couple of them. The one with the first one was it wasn't a bank. It was actually a collapse of a of a fund. That was Jesus Christ. I'll come up with it in a second. Um, Tampa Supreme, you should have a wrench. Brotherly Love, what's up? Saying God, what's up? Dar, what's up? Art of Itmore, yeah, I forget, yeah, but the time was actually later than I actually thought. So when went back and looked at it, I started it up and said, "Oh shit, I got another hour." So sorry about that, Art. Jeff R, what's up? Ninja Person, what's up? Well, you've been around enough. 24 Tribe. I only give normally only give wrenches when I actually need mods. Normally, I only give wrenches when I need mods. Shit. Let me go ahead and switch. YouTube is tripping. YouTube is tripping. All right. Normally, only give wrenches when I need mods. But you've been around, so I'll give you a wrench. And please do not abuse the wrench privileges, folks. Okay. Well, I don't. Normally, I haven't taken unless you change your account. I haven't taken people's. I very seldom take people's wrenches. I very the uh I very seldom. I haven't taken a person's wrench in like 2 years. Okay, so if you've been a mod, unless you've done something like change your if you've been a mod, unless you've done something like change your account, then you should still have your wrench. Because I haven't cleared it. I haven't cleared my mods. So I haven't even touched my mod list in shit in 2 years. So if you had one, unless you change your account or something like that, it doesn't show up. That's the only reason you don't have a wrench. Anyway, where were we? Oh, Dr. Johnson, what's up? Craig, what's up? Charles, what's up? Cleveland, what's up? All right, I think we just about have anybody. I can't. YouTube works in mysterious ways. Cannon Wiles, what's up? Yeah, yeah. YouTube does a lot of strange stuff, man. Because especially if you're on the blacklist. So, without further ado, this is you guys always, especially the people that have opposing views. You guys always say that you don't get a chance to talk, and normally when like Rodney, Super Triz, Dr. Dunbar, or somebody that's an expert is up, I let them talk because that's what people want to hear. So having a dissenting view when they're up there, you can make your case, you can get to your point, but I'm not going to allow you to go on a dissertation because they ain't here to hear you, Otis. Okay, when Rodney or one of these experts come up, it's because they were requested to come up, and people want to hear them, and they don't want to hear you go back and forth, especially if you ain't got your shit together. But this show is for you. So if you have your info together, um, if you got your info together, please, 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 please. Um, I don't like, I really don't like embarrassing people, you know, but it irritates me if you waste my time. If you're gonna argue, if you have an opinion, that's one thing. Okay, say it's an opinion. But if you're gonna give facts and I question you can't answer them, even if you're gonna give me a ballpark guess, give me a ballpark guess. Don't come arguing a point. Said I'm gonna prove my point, and I ask for proof and you don't have it. That kind of irritates me. But I'm gonna drop the link, and you guys can come up, and this is your time to actually um, uh, uh, actually said, I plan on getting the vaccine. What do you think about COVID mutating within vaccinated people? If it's clinically proven that this vaccine is leaky, how do you think the government will respond? Okay, number one is the vaccine is what? Experimental. Okay, it's experimental. There's an emergency situation. Was the only reason that they're allowing all these people to be vaccinated. Okay, and just like any other vaccine, viruses mutate, which is why there's different strains of, even though there's influenza A and influenza B, which is basically offshoots of H1N1 and the H5N1, I do believe they're variations of it. They have to alter those vaccines every year because because of the way viruses work. When they mutate, they give them the wrong marker, the wrong indicator for your immune system. It's not going to make you immune against that particular strain. And we know very little about COVID-19 because it's novel. It's a newly released virus, and this particular bugger was built to avoid these kind of countermeasures. So we have no clue about what any of these strains will do until they're actually tested. You can't test a variant until with a vaccine until it shows up. So it shows up, you see what it's going to do. Hopefully, you have enough resistance to actually fight off. So far, it hasn't been killing people. So people that have been vaccinated are getting less sick, and they're definitely not dying at the same rate. So we'll have to see if that holds. But nobody knows because viruses, like people, are unpredictable. But I'm gonna drop the link, and we're gonna get right to it. I said, do you think that the demographics of America will shift in any significant way? Because yeah, it's already shifting. It's already shifting. So in other words, white folks are already going to be a minority, but it's going to accelerate even faster because of COVID. Because more people at the top, older white folks are actually dying faster. And then when you deaths of despair and stuff like that, with them committing suicide because of the lockdowns and stuff like that, it's gonna have an impact on demographics. It already has. It's just making it shift faster. And plus, there's no more place to get white folks. White folks are in short supply nowadays. All right. Yeah. This is odd time, so hey, get my likes up. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very short show. So there's the. I'll answer questions until somebody comes up. Well, Charles is up there, but we're looking for dissenters. Astrology depends on how you use it. Astrology is a tool, and just like any other tools, they can be used or misused. So, blacks and Latinos are on the rise because they have more kids, and number two, they're importing more Latinos. So that Latinos are actually on the rise. But white folks are actually disappearing. They're having less babies, so their numbers are going down. They have they uh, they have 500,000 less people under 18 every year, 3 to 400,000 less every year. That's how come they're trying to get rid of abortion. What's up, Officer Charles?
What's up? I got a complaint. This COVID ain't shit and it ain't real.
says
I
the
think,
says the
uh,
man damn near died because of that shit.
hmm like I don't think people should get vaccinated either. I think we should just get this herd immunity. Like it's gonna kick in. Like every 5 people, here comes herd immunity coming in here like Captain America shield.
Yeah.
Deflecting.
Do you think people should align with? Okay, this is not their show, man. Okay, this is not their show. I'll answer the question, but this is not their show. That's what Biden said. You should align yourself with Latinos because there are going to be more of them than you. So
Yeah,
they
because
so that's what Biden said.
yeah,
Uh,
because y'all
but
don't believe in babies.
yeah,
Black people don't believe in babies. Oh
that's
my
it.
goodness. I
That's it.
tell you what, BGS.
Mm,
Every time I talk to women in the open, is you say like about wrong wills, being out in the field.
hmm
They always prove you right.
Yeah.
It's amazing how not only how women deal with COVID, but also how people in general just don't understand why you need to get vaccinated. Yes, it's experimental, but you need something to actually boost your immune system
Well,
against
that's
this.
true, okay, the one that they made sure that it will at least help, right? What first thing? Okay, there's one first thing that they did with the vaccines when COVID was actually released, and they know how
Hmm.
dangerous it's actually going to be, and once they locked down the economy, right? First thing they want to
Hmm.
make sure they didn't kill people. They made very sure that the number of deaths or number of complications was minimal as possible. That's number one.
Hmm.
First thing they did, regardless of whether it worked or not, how effective it was. That was secondary. First thing, does it
Hmm.
kill people? Okay.
Yeah.
So your first two trials to see if it actually killed people. There was a trial where it did kill a lot of elderly, right? They went back in and they rejiggered that formula. Okay.
Hmm. And
I think it was Sweden or something like that. Norway. I
it
think
did
it
so
killed like 23
quickly.
people. Yeah.
It did
Yeah.
so quickly.
Yeah, so they went back and it went back in and actually we did this formula, right? Um, and the main reason why you have a vaccine, right, especially with something like this, is you cannot keep your economy locked down in suspended animation for very long, right? You got to get it
No.
up and running. And so how do you certify people to go back to work and go back to school, right? You can't take their word for it. That's what the vaccine is your ticket to go back to work, go back
Yeah,
to a
it's
normal
supposed to be your
life.
ticket. It's
Yeah,
supposed to be your ticket back at home.
yeah, yeah,
And a lot of these people out here don't understand that. Look at vaccines like a bulletproof vest. It may
yeah,
not always save your life, but it gives you a fighting chance.
yeah. Okay. Do we have a dissenter? Cashing Lancer? Okay, he's muted. Okay, I guess he'll talk when he's ready.
So I know they have these variants, but actually it's funny because when you actually are vaccinated,
Hmm.
it actually gets your body in such a point where it actually gives you a boost against even the variants as well.
It's supposed to. Well, it depends on your body. It
Hmm.
depends on how the variant affects. There's a whole lot of variables that they can't account for because it's so new. Normally,
So,
it takes anywhere from at least 3 years to 5 years to actually come out with a vaccine with any about anything, unless it's based on something you already use. And these vaccines, especially the messenger RNA, are very very new.
and
Messenger RNA was actually used for cancer treatment before they uh, tuned it to actually fight against COVID. But thing is, there's before now, there's never been a coronavirus vaccine in 50
mhm.
years, and they've been trying. So
and
this is go ahead. So
here's
this
the
is experimental.
here's the craziness about it is that You're telling me, BGS, black people actually have to take care of their bodies now? They actually have to be healthy?
Yeah.
Wow. So they can't blame the white man enough for that, can they?
Hmm. No. Well, well, the white man is dying, so now they can't blame the white man because they're killing themselves. If they're killing
Kill
themselves,
themselves too.
yeah,
I'm just looking at this whole scenario. Like, if you have detractors, even to this day, remember when it first came out? Oh, COVID's fake.
it's fake. Yeah. It was fake. They're trying to scare people, and then well maybe it's real, but the numbers are exaggerated, and the COVID is no better. No, the COVID is just the flu. They just transposing flu numbers to COVID numbers. Then okay, the COVID is real, but they're trying to release this stuff to sell vaccines. Okay, and I keep hearing that, and no country is going to spend trillions of dollars so that pharmaceutical company can make billions. They're not going to do that.
They're not
They're
gonna
not going
put
to do
their
that.
they're not gonna
No.
put their population at risk just to make some money.
Well,
I'm
you
gonna
you
make
you
more money. I'm gonna make more money taxing you than making a goddamn vaccine.
uh, yeah. Yeah, they're going to actually. Well, actually, they're not even taxing you. What they're doing is using the charge card and running the charge card up.
Mm-hmm.
And trust and believe they're not gonna they're not gonna spend all that money just so they can put something in your arm. Okay, they're not.
No,
They're not.
no.
They'd rather see you drop. But the thing is, they can't. There was, in fact, during the campaign. What's the vice president's name? He actually
Uh,
said that the original numbers they got was first year was 3 to 5 million dead. That's the numbers that was given by the
Jesus.
military to Trump and trying to remember the vice president. He
Pence.
actually Pence.
Pence.
Pence actually used used the same number in a debate uh, uh, with what's her name with the in the vice presidential debate. He actually used
Even though I think he was a better debater than her, but
yeah, well, yeah, well, that's not hard, but
yeah, yeah. I'm just looking at it like, number one, you're lucky it's not weaponized.
yeah,
If it was weaponized, a whole lot of bodies would hit the floor.
yeah,
So
and that's what I'm hearing. Yeah.
now you can
I,
tell because it doesn't have a payload.
that's what Nicole said. Doesn't have a payload, but and that's just the carrier that's causing all this problem.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
the carrier could always mutate and pick up a payload. We
Oh
don't know. That's the
yes,
problem.
yes.
Uh,
I mean, think about it. Imagine if this shit had the potency of mustard gas.
Cashier Lancer, you gonna speak, man, or you just up here? All right. Anybody else? This is your time. You guys always complain. You never get to talk. You never get to present your evidence. You never get to say anything. But the thing is, all I'm saying is, if you got something to say, defend what you're saying and make it make sense. I'm gonna try not to ask you questions in the middle of your dissertation, right? Because if I try to not do it, but thing is, you say something glaring, it's kind of hard for me not to. But I'm gonna try not to. Since it's your time, I try not to uh, question your evidence before you get whatever it is out. But the thing is, what I want to ask, don't give me like 15, like 50 points. Make it clear, concise. Give me your point. Why you give me your disagreement and give me your points, and then defend your points. Because if I go back over and say point number one, which I know which I have done in the past, and you can't remember your points, then we have issues because I'm not supposed to be able to remember all your points. You are because you're making them. I guess he's not. I guess he's not up here to debate. I don't know why he's up here, but drop him back. If he wants to talk, he can hit me in the back chat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this COVID thing, and I'm like, "Woo, we're gonna have to do
Corporations.
some."
Why you guys in the chat? I'm dropping the link so you guys can come up here and have your say. I'm not up here to read your comments. I've got you guys up here to
Okay, trust me.
oh,
If it was
oh,
weaponized, anybody who contracted this shit would be dead in a week. Okay.
what does it mean? Okay, the payload, the carrier is the shell. Okay, like the spike protein and stuff like that's the shell. The payload is what you wanted to replicate. Okay, That's the payload. And from what we've seen of the COVID-19 virus, it has a very small payload. It just replicates the shell. So when it says for a weapon, a weaponized virus, what it does is have a big ass payload that will kill you. So whatever kind of virus it is, um, um, say like the Ebola, say like Ebola, right? Ebola is going to feed off your blood. Okay,
Hmm.
so it replicates the kind of so-called virus that actually feed off your blood, cause fever, and possibly kill you. Okay, because it's a bigger virus.
In
That
other words, you would by the time you even feel symptoms, you're pretty much dead.
Yeah, pretty much. In other words, the DNA inside of it is the RNA inside of it is a payload,
So anytime you think of payload, think of
a bomb.
you got the
Yeah,
missile, that's the carrier.
yeah,
The uranium or plutonium is the payload,
it's a payload. Yeah.
especially when it has the explosive device. Sometimes you don't even need a damn explosive device. You just need, well,
Uh,
you just need enough concussive force. Think about it.
why are you guys arguing in the chat? Okay, the chat. This is time for you to get up and have your arguments. Why are you guys arguing in the chat? I put the link for especially for you guys. Okay, this is what it's for. Covert Truthers Edition. In other words, you're supposed to get up here and present your evidence. Okay, instead of saying in the chat. So, you know, we're waiting.
Hello?
Okay, you hear me in on the background?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, why I'm getting feedback? Are you on a speakerphone?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear feedback, sir. You got
I don't have
headphones or something?
no, I don't have the YouTube on.
Okay, are you on a speakerphone?
You got to check because sometimes when you come up here, the YouTube will still play or it'll play automatically.
No. Basically, he's on a speakerphone. I'm getting feedback. All right.
What up?
What up?
Oh, can you hear me?
What up, Charles?
Are you
Woo.
guys on? Are you guys on speakerphone or something? No. Go ahead.
I'm ec-
Okay, you
am I
good?
echoing too?
No.
Okay, cool. Yes, we talking about the COVID vaccine, right?
Yeah, we call anything COVID, man. This
All right,
is for
cool,
you
cool.
guys to present your evidence.
Well, I'm not a dissenter, but I mean, they had some information about the type of vaccines or whatever. I know it's not the best kind, but one of the scientists he was saying the fact that they releasing this vaccine in the pandemic, it's going to create more variants quicker than it would if they hadn't.
How
And
do
he
they
he
know that?
made yeah. Well, because he
Uh,
said he was talking about the we put pressure on a virus and it starts to figure out how to get around the immune system
okay,
quicker.
okay. That's what viruses do.
Right.
But the
That's
thing
all. That
is,
was right. That was
yeah,
his whole thing. His whole point was like, yeah, we can use them, but the way we did it, everybody took their mask off, and it takes about a month to mount antibodies. He was saying they should have never told people to take their mask off after they got the vaccine. Right after, they should have kept it on. And the way they did it, when they gave it to everybody, they started passing the virus around, and it's going to figure out how to get around the immune system. He said
what,
eventually we might have we might have variants that are fully resistant to the vaccines.
the thing is that even people without the variants actually came from a country that didn't have a lot of vaccine, which is India.
Yeah, but it took how long did it take though?
How long did it take
Yeah, from the Wuhan to the Delta.
for to the Delta? Less than a
Yeah,
year.
yeah, but he's saying with the vaccines you're going to get more variants quicker. It's not that it's not going to change. He said when the virus figure out a way around, it's going
Yeah.
to create variants quicker.
Well, yeah, we might check. The thing is, um, when you any kind of immune response is going to get around it. Try to get around it. Period. So, what do you want people to get sick with the ones with the variant that's already out, or what?
No, no, no. I mean, you might have some benefits. He said you might have benefits now, but he was saying that when you catch the virus, you're
Hmm.
supposed to mount antibodies in a
You
full
will.
immune and yeah, in a full immune response.
Yeah.
He said, but with this type of vaccine, it's only targeted towards the spike proteins. He said what's going to happen is eventually, uh, if you catch the virus again, those same antibodies from that vaccine aren't going to work, and
Yeah,
you can
well,
still
there's in fact there's one lady in South Africa. She's had all the variants. She caught everything. Okay, I know this is early on in last year, right, where there was two strains of the two variants of the COVID vaccine, COVID, right, before the
right.
vaccines even came out. I've had reports of people having it 3 times
Yeah,
without the vaccines. That's an immune response. The vaccines going the virus is going to figure out a way around any immune response, whether you take the vaccine or not.
yeah, it's going to figure its way out. But he was
It,
just saying the way they
it,
did it. I mean, it's a
it,
lot of science to it. I mean,
oh,
I can.
okay. The thing is that the thing is there's science to it. But the thing is, in 50 years, they've never had a proper COVID coronavirus vaccine. Number one. Number two. Um, the second thing is how many people you want to have to die for herd immunity? How many people you want to sacrifice? Because what they talk about is herd immunity,
Right.
and there's
But
two people. But what?
the definition of herd immunity is having vaccines that kills the
No, no,
virus.
no.
If
The
it's still
herd immunity means you have enough people that have caught the virus. You have a natural immunity to it. To the few people that don't have the virus actually insulated. That's what
Yeah.
herd immunity
And
yeah,
then
means.
on
na-
top of that,
na-
viruses usually,
you said to keep
even viruses in nature, if you notice, look at bubonic. It took how
right.
many
Okay.
years for
Oh,
herd immunity?
So,
Okay. Nicole's right there. Nicole is a genetic engineer. She said vaccines don't produce variants, viruses do. But I think he said that, Nicole. What he says is that the immune response caused by vaccines, well, the virus will actually try to figure a way around it. That's what he's trying to
this
say.
this type of vaccine because it doesn't produce all the killer cells it's supposed to. And what you said was natural immunity, and that's what the guy was saying.
Yeah,
People who are
but
naturally immune are the younger people. And in this case,
the thing is, you can have natural herd immunity, and you can have 30 million people dead. Okay, how many people do you? How
no,
many
I
people
didn't
do you
say
want to?
no. I didn't say he shouldn't use it.
Huh?
I didn't say he
That's
shouldn't use it. He's saying they're just going to create more variants.
well. The thing is, okay, it's a Kobayashi Maru, man. It's a no-win situation. Which one do you choose?
The best thing is wear a mask. I mean, I don't care who you are. Like,
Well, okay, best thing is wear a mask. The American people don't wear the fucking mask, do they?
I understand that. I'm just saying, it's no
The,
like straight answer to it because people ain't gonna follow directions.
and
But
exactly. So basically, so this particular bugger was designed to actually very smart. It's actually designed to figure a way around whatever immune response you actually forge. It's gonna be a tough little sucker. Okay, it is what it
yeah,
is.
yeah, the guys. I don't know if you heard these guys, the remote viewers. They was talking about it was made in the lab back in January, if not before then. They already knew that. So yeah,
There's paper. You don't have to have a remote view. There's paperwork about when the sucker was created.
I know, but
They,
before they were talking about it, I'm talking about mainstream. I'm not talking
well,
about like
I don't. You know what? I've been following remote viewers since 1989. Right? Okay. Uh, I take it with a grain of salt because I've been looking at the remote viewing for over 30 years. I take it with a grain of salt.
it wasn't even released in 30 years. They didn't even disclose the program into 30 years, only to the
I
early
was
90s.
listening to Art Bell and remote viewing in 1988. Okay, that's when I
Okay,
first heard about
I follow the guys that's in the program.
it.
Paul Smith,
Go
those
back
guys.
and look at the old Art Bell show. Okay.
I know Art Bell and George Norrie. I used to follow them.
In other words, if you know Art Bell used to talk about remote viewing back in 1988.
I know Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah, when it was the old Art Bell show before it became Coast to Coast. Okay.
Right, right.
You talk about remote viewing has been fringe for a very long time, so I don't even use it in this discussion. But we have paperwork about when this bugger was actually created. There's paperwork going on all the way back to 2006
Right. I know.
about every step of the way. In fact, they did the Chinese actually destroyed 15,000 um, experimental variants that they had in Wuhan. At least they say they did.
Yeah, you talking about with Obama, right? When he killed the program?
No. This is recent. This is
Okay.
like a year ago when the CDC, the WHO wanted to come in and actually investigate. They started destroying the cell lines
Oh wow.
of this virus. So
Okay.
so so there's a big track record behind this. In fact, Nicole called this man back in February about how this bad boy probably got out. She and Don Calypso and Dr. Dunbar actually called it, and everything that they said was actually on point. Okay, it was released. It could have been September. It could have been October. We know that it was closer to the 1st of October because they shut down everything around the Wuhan lab in first week of October.
Right. I heard some people talking about the athletes. They had a Olympic Games.
They were trying to blame it on the military games. They said
Right.
that the Chinese said that it was brought in by them. There
Right.
she is. Oh, all right. First
It's all good,
question.
bro. I'm gonna
First
fall
question.
back though.
Okay. First question
Hey,
to
what's
the
going
Queen of
on?
Science, even though she's not a dissenter. How's the baby?
She's okay. She's a handful and a half. I was just telling somebody
Like
that.
somebody else I know.
That's what my mom said. You've been talking to my mom right here.
Yeah. You
She
know,
was every time I tell her something, she's like, "Oh, you used to do the same thing." I'm like, dang it.
Uh-huh.
Just said payback.
uh-huh. Hey, Nicole.
Yeah. What's going on, Charles?
Okay.
How you doing?
We can ask Nicole
Yeah,
questions, but the
she's
thing is that
good.
this is for dissenters. Okay, if you got a
hmm
dissenting view, because you guys never say you have time to talk. I want you guys to come up and give your arguments. Okay.
Yeah, one of the people on your panel, Michael, you already been emailing me all day, man. I don't know. I emailed you back just a few minutes ago. You've been emailing me, and
Why did they?
so what's going on?
Oh, okay. And I don't know
Hello,
why they
can you hear me?
bothering you. And we trying to
I don't know.
give Nicole a break.
Hello.
No, I mean it's it's fine, but it's just
Michael, you got feedback, man. Where's your feedback come from?
I don't know, man.
What are you on? You on the phone?
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Are you on the speakerphone?
Yeah.
Okay, you got you got to get some headphones, some earbuds or whatever it is. Yeah,
you may have to go out and come back in or something.
All right, I come back.
Yeah.
Is this the Michael that's been emailing you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he emailed me
Basically,
today, yesterday, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna mute him because
basically.
you're getting feedback.
All right, I'll be back.
I recognize the name, so I was like, okay. He was just asking about
All right, I'll be back.
this is a different type of virus, and I'm like, well, different type of vaccine. They pushing it a different way. I'm like, well, yeah, it's a different type of virus. He was just asking about
All right, I'll be back.
this is a different type of virus. Now you have a
Somebody, Doc, are you listening in the
pushing it a
background?
different way. I'm like, well, yeah, it's a different type of virus. He was just asking about.
Okay, and Doc
Now we
might
have
be
a lot
listening
of
in the
echoes.
background. Oh yeah, there's Doc's listening to YouTube in the background, so
Mm.
he'll mute himself and come back up. Okay, I want dissenters. Okay, where y'all at? You
I
come
don't
on up.
care what her degree is at. I don't care what BGS said. Hell, I don't even care. Goddamn. I don't
I don't
care.
either.
This
I
stuff
don't
is
either.
fake.
I'm glad to see you. I thought they had got you, but they probably jacked Nicole up at work
No,
and pinned her in
I have
and
a lot of stuff going on.
pinned her in and said, "You better not say nothing no more. You better be quiet."
No, no, I'm fine. I have I got when I left, I had 2 grants. I still have 2 grants. I have 2
Okay.
papers.
Okay.
I got the baby, got other kids.
Yeah.
Jason has other children too. We have to take care of and everything. And so and then COVID is really getting bad, getting worse right now.
Yeah. I know your plate is full. So
Yeah,
that's how come I don't bother
haven't
you.
even been able to focus on a lot of stuff like I should, but I'm just trying to keep everything going here. And so yeah.
Yeah, that's why I haven't bothered you. Even though I probably needed you, but I haven't bothered you. Said let her. She's done enough. She's carried the water for a very
I've been
long
watching. I've been seeing the. I just want to talk BGS. I like it was yesterday or
Hello?
something. The
Yeah.
dude was I was like, what is he talking about? It just gives me something to laugh at it a little bit.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
When I made him
How
read
about,
his own paper and he
how
defeated
about
his own
you?
argument.
Is there
Yeah, he
feedback?
brought like Mike. They live was saying, like you going in front of a court,
Yeah.
in front of a judge, and you bring your arguments, and you bring the wrong argument to court.
Yeah, he
You
kept
I
know,
was
you
coming
know
at him.
what,
dying. I was like, yeah,
you know,
you gonna get
you,
shunned out the room for that.
you know what, Nicole? These people got the judiciary. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? They got the judiciary. Cordial of the Sanhedrin. But basically, you're just guilty of the guilty. Like we're just
Yeah,
gonna do some illegal shit. We're gonna have
you
court at
just gonna
night.
do it just to do it.
You're
Yeah.
gonna just do it. You're guilty. Nicole Ali.
Mm.
They basically gonna get you through the Salem witch trials.
Yeah,
Witch.
I feel that way a lot. Yeah, with all these
Hello,
emails I'm
do y'all
getting
hear?
from people, I do feel like that
Yeah,
sometimes.
we can hear you, Michael. Go ahead, man.
Is there feedback?
Hey
No,
Mike,
there's no.
before you go, I just wanted to come and
Yeah.
tell my sis, hey, and I just want to
That's
see,
something.
since you're so busy and you got your grant. I mean, I can hold some of that money for you. I mean, you just let me know what bank account you need to deposit some of that grant money into.
Yeah, I
I'm just,
have
I'm just speaking. I'm happy and proud of you and your husband. I'm
Jade,
really happy for you.
Jade, you got your camera on, man.
I had to train people to because I was like, I'm not gonna be here, and one grant I was like, y'all have to do all this stuff, and then the other grant I'm like, well, I can do some of this, but it's the money is not even the thing really. I mean, it's there, but
Now,
you
admit
know,
it. You didn't expect to get 2 grants, did you?
no, I didn't expect to get anything honestly, because I
And
already had one. I had one the year before, so I was
okay.
like, for a couple of years, and I was like, well, I'll apply while that one was going, because the way you apply for grants, and Dr. T.S.R. Johnson probably knows this, and other people probably know this too. Like the way you apply for a grant, you have half of the work, or like a third of the work done
Uh-huh.
before you apply,
Uh-huh.
and then you get the grant. If you don't get it, it's whatever. You keep doing what you're doing. But once you get it, okay, you have like while it's going, halfway through the time that it's like, let's say 2 years.
Mm,
Well, like 6 months in, you're done.
yeah.
So you just spend the rest of the time using that money. I mean, I might get in trouble for saying this, but use the rest of the money on that time, the year and a half left, doing what you really want to do. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay.
That's
Hey,
what,
hey,
well, at least in science, that's how it works. So,
Yeah.
Well,
Are
look,
you still
if you need a high price babysitter, you call me up and I'll be over there to help you.
I sure will. I'll put on a plane.
Oh
okay?
All
man,
pacifiers and milk you can stand.
oh man.
I
Like I
just
said, I'm a
hello.
Well, you're unmuted, Dr. Johnson.
no,
hey,
I
Dr.
just
T.
I just wanted to come in and say hello, and I want to let Dr. Nicole over here know how much we missed her voice in these conversations.
Oh yeah, I saw that in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, I've been watching content. I appreciate
Yeah.
y'all.
Yeah, I didn't
You're
want,
doing good.
because even though I'll be tempted, say, damn, okay, I'm not gonna bother her though. I said I'm not gonna bother her. Damn, but no, I'm gonna leave it alone. Because we wanted to ask you about the Delta, but the thing is, I said we're gonna leave it alone. We're gonna let her, in peace. You
Yeah,
got
you
2
have
grants and a baby.
the Delta variant. It's just a mutation.
Mm-hmm.
They can
Hey,
it could be like alpha, beta,
panel.
gamma, delta,
We can hear you.
epsilon, lambda.
Somebody's
Whatever.
talking already.
My bad.
I mean, you can have a variant, but then you can have covariants, subvariants. Different. Like a variant is just a different sequence from the
Okay.
original
Okay.
sequence.
What's the difference between, say, like a strain of a variant and a variant? Where's the
A
dividing
strain or
line?
a variant is a variant, of course, is like I said, it's just like you have your parent strand
Uh-huh.
of RNA, then you have a variant of that. Maybe you have a change that is due to like missense
Okay.
mutation or
Okay.
point mutation, meaning you have one change of the RNA
Okay.
strand, one letter is
Uh-huh.
changed for another.
Okay.
A subvariant of that is where you have that change plus another one.
Okay.
So you're just adding more of a combination of different changes in the sequence. And of course, as you change the sequence, you change the function of the virus
Okay.
in different ways. So it'll look similar to you might have Delta 1 variant, then you have Delta 1 alpha, Delta 1 beta, Delta 1, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
goes on down the line. Then you start with, that's a class, Delta
Okay.
1 alpha, Delta 1 beta, Delta 1 gamma. is a class of subvariants of Delta.
Okay.
Then you'll have another class that'll be Delta 2, Delta 2 alpha.
Okay.
Delta 2 alpha substrain 3.629, something like that.
Okay. What's
So,
what? Okay. Okay. When it goes from, say, like a subvariant to a whole variant, how much change does it have to be before they actually classify it as its own variant?
they have to do the functional testing on it to
Oh.
determine if there's a
Oh,
change
okay.
in
If it does something
function.
different. Oh, it's changing
So when
function.
they
Okay.
say Delta variant on TV, don't take that, well, I'm gonna cuss, but don't take that shit lightly, okay, when they say Delta variant, because that they're not they're just reading a teleprompter. They're
Okay.
saying Delta variant, but that's encapsulating all of the potential permutations of the variant itself, of
Okay.
that change from the parent strand that we had. This would have been November 2019,
Okay.
December
So
2019.
so
So
so I think in the computer world, there's almost like a fork of the original program.
yeah,
And
yeah,
the fork actually does something, has new features and stuff like that that can look different than the original.
right,
So basically,
right.
it's like a subspecies or a
Uh,
subsection.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
gonna call this thing the Loki virus because of all the variants, right? Even
The
though they're all
variants.
Lokis, they all look different and all do
yeah. I
something
work
a little
on
different.
variants. I mean, it just so happened that when they started talking about they didn't talk about it, but they have beta, they have gamma, they have different variants and stuff. They just Delta is just more supposedly more deadly or more communicable,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah,
they assume it's more deadly.
yeah.
But my first project, and I'm literally working on paper right now today, like literally today,
Mm,
on variants. But the variants I work on are androgen receptor variants. So androgen receptor, of course, being responsible for prostate development and prostate cancer development.
mm,
Over time, as a man, you get older, you have all these variations of how the androgen receptor can function. So the expression of androgen receptor, it can, just randomly do what it wants to do. It starts
okay.
to mutate
Yeah,
itself,
yeah. We're gonna let
which is very
Nicole.
similar, but this is not the same as a virus, obviously. This is a
Okay.
gene that's of your normal tissues versus a
Mm,
virus. But the similarities between genetic variations and and mutations, all this stuff happening, it's good for people to read up on
okay.
this.
Yeah.
The different types of mutations. There's probably about 10 different types of ways that genes can mutate.
Nicole, if you ever say that four letter cuss word up in here again,
You said
man, you
what?
know Negroes hate to read. Don't you
Oh,
cuss
no.
at people like
I
that.
thought I had
Don't
to.
Hey,
you
hey,
You're right.
no, we're gonna give
read.
Jay. We're
Escriba.
gonna we gonna give
Read.
Nicole a few more minutes to actually finish her thought, and then we can actually ask her a question. Okay.
I
No,
feel insulted by that read
I'm
part.
done. Y'all go ahead. Yeah, y'all feel insulted now because I said read. Y'all
Well, I'll
go.
Yeah.
tell you.
Oh yeah. Oh,
You
you
know what's
cussed at him.
funny? You know what's funny? To this day, if I would have had any goddamn thing like the old saying goes, I put it in a book. I've
That's
had
true. Oh, yeah,
I,
you put it
Why you think I
online.
write grants? No, I'm
Yeah,
just kidding.
put it online as a paper they don't even read. But yeah, don't
Yeah, they won't
not
read. And
even
it'll
the
be
whole
right
book.
there in the title. It'll be right in
It,
the
well,
title.
it'd be
come
right.
on,
Let
BGS and Nicole. I mean, you know,
the,
Cat in the Hat be
no,
kicking the average motherfucker's
That's what I'm
asses.
hey,
saying. Like,
like last night he asked me what's an abstract. I said get the fuck out of
oh
here.
yeah,
Get
yeah,
out of here.
yeah,
Get out of here. Go ahead, Jay. Ask your question, man.
yeah.
Jay, you gone? What happened?
Jay Flew.
Okay.
He flew the coop.
All right.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. You got more? Oh, you got a lot more, Nicole. So I already
No,
know.
I'm okay. I'm all right.
Oh,
Y'all go ahead.
okay. All
I'm good.
right.
Oh yeah,
All
by the
right.
way, Nicole, congratulations once again.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations on what?
She got a
I had,
baby.
I had a
A
baby.
baby.
Oh,
Yeah.
congratulations,
Uh,
baby. Boy or
How
girl?
many? How many hours of labor, Nicole?
It was my mom. Well, I thought it was like maybe 3 hours, but she said no, it was like 18 hours.
Wow.
So it was
Oh,
hard. It was very
Ooh.
hard, and
Whoa.
one leg was swollen like
Whoa.
2 times the size, so I couldn't.
Wow. Wow.
do
Did you have to
anything.
use an epidural by any
Yeah.
chance?
Yeah, epidural did that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say
Yeah,
most
I was
women who
pressing that
have
button. I was trying to get the pain meds. I felt like Pookie in New Jack City. I'm pressing the button like, hurry up, get the
Get her,
they
get her
they
out.
I need
say
milk. I need
What
milk.
Nicole is so
did
you
she
must
say?
know the truth then because they say the girls take more out of you than the boys will. So
Yeah, she did not want to come out. You could literally see like on my stomach, her like pushing out, like pushing on the stomach, like not,
Oh, really?
they were
Oh,
like,
she
but
wanted
she
out, huh?
wasn't trying to come out. She was
Oh,
just
what she?
like moving so much.
She was like,
I
it's
was like,
cold.
get this child out of here. Please
No,
get this child out
actually, the
of
thing
here.
is like actually, it's
If
an old one. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, I would like for this to be
Oh
a
yeah, go
reunion
ahead.
because Nicole's here, and I didn't expect her to be here. But the thing is, I want people already say they don't get a chance to talk, right? So I want
Yeah, y'all
them
can
to
do
get a
it.
chance to talk. So go, Jay, ask your question. Now that you're back,
You guys hear me?
yes, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Here's my question. The PRC test was
PCR.
invented by a
PCR,
guy
PCR,
named
PCR. Yeah,
a Nobel laureate.
yeah.
He said that this test was cranked up over 100 times more than it should have been for the testing of COVID-19.
What
Okay.
are the tests they're supposed to use?
Between January 6th and 20th.
Did you hear a
That
question?
test,
Okay. Hold on a second. Oh, Jay,
You
you
probably
said
can't hear that good.
Jay, you had a question, right?
No, I was just
No,
asking
no,
him
no.
basically.
Jay, you said you had a question, right?
the numbers have dwindled on
Jay,
testing positive. And my question is, why would they do something like that? Even the inventor said that they were improperly using his test that he invented.
Okay, you asked your question. Okay, why would they do something like that? Go ahead, Nicole. Answer the question.
Why would they do something?
Guys,
Why would they do something like using a PCR test? Is that what he was asking?
Yeah, I think we're saying
That's
what he's
why I was
saying.
asking. What other
Yeah.
tests they supposed to use when you have something and you don't know what it is, you don't know how.
PCR.
PRC.
PCR
You know what I'm saying?
PRC
PCR test.
People's Republic
PRC is
of China.
another test. That's a different test.
PRC
You
is
gotta be.
People's Republic of China. PCR. Oh,
Yeah,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Jay. Jay, let me ask you this, right? Are you a scientist?
I'm listening.
Are you a scientist?
No, I'm an investigator.
You're an investigator, right?
I'm an
So if you have a
investigator of
test,
science.
okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you use a tool that you've never tried
Okay.
before? Do you use
No.
a tool that you never tried before without seeing if it actually works? Do you? Do you use a tool for 30 years that doesn't work? God damn.
I'll get
Oh
that.
wow.
Do you use a tool that doesn't work?
Do I use the test for what?
You use a tool that doesn't work.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know why I can't hear you. It seems like you keep fading out.
All right. If you can't hear us, go out and come back in.
You
Man.
go, you're clear now. You say if I use the tool for what, brother?
Oh.
Do you use a tool that does not work?
No, you want to use the proper tool for whatever job that you have.
Okay, so in other words, scientists like Nicole
Yeah.
will use a okay, listen to me. Will use a known entity, right? To test whether that tool actually works or not.
Okay, but I said that the guy that invented the PRC test, Kerry Mullis.
Listen to me again, one more time.
Okay.
Kerry Mullis invented this tool 40 years ago.
Absolutely,
Okay?
and he's talking today.
How does science work? Okay, they don't just accept a tool, right? They test it against something that's already known. Okay, if the test results come back the same over and over again, that tool is valid.
No, Mr. said you can actually set to get your results that you desire.
Jay, no,
Yeah.
no.
The man said it out of his own mouth that you.
No. All right, no.
The thing is, people are saying, because I already had
The PCR test, yeah.
somebody say, you know, you can't say PRC because that's a different test.
Yeah.
That'll be, you know, I'm like, what? So how you know about that? Like, I'm sitting here thinking like, how you know about that shit? But anyway,
Yeah.
the PCR test, polymerase chain reaction test, there's different ways you can do PCR. You can do PCR with an agarose gel. You can do PCR with real-time PCR. There's like 4 different types of real-time PCR now. You got digital PCR, you got regular real-time with the machines that they've been using from Applied Biosystems that we use, 96 well plate, 7500 fast, or regular 7500, or Quant Studio 3 and 5. That's what we use, Quant Studio. That's a more expensive equipment, but either way you look at it, you're gonna, like BGS is saying, absolutely right. You use a tool that you have experience with using. You know, if you don't know, you only can guess, like, is this a virus? They didn't even know that it was RNA virus until they did the real-time PCR analysis. They didn't really know it was a RNA virus until they tried to kill it with UV and it didn't die.
Right. I understand all that. My
So
thing is,
no, you
why
don't
would
understand all that, because if a virus is a RNA virus, it will not die with UV light. Only DNA viruses can be broken down with UV light, because you break the
I hear-
hydrocarbon bonds and it falls apart. Those
I hear you.
hydrogen bonds, it falls apart after that.
Okay, Jay, give me your CV, Jay, because
And I had a doctor tell me that in my face. Okay,
hold
when
on,
this first
Nicole.
started.
Jay, give me
Okay,
your
that's-
CV. No, Jay, give me your CV. In other words,
What's a CV? What's that?
in
brother?
other words, you have to have some kind of training in the medical field, do you?
No, I'm an American that's asking
No.
the question. No.
Well, then you have to accept her answer, unless
Well,
you're an expert.
BGS, you BGS, with all due respect, you did not you did not ask the right question.
What's that?
Right.
Jay,
I didn't
Jay, hold on, Jay. Can I ask you the question?
Go ahead, brother.
Are you black?
Yes, I.
I can tell because you argue with the experts. Only black people do it.
Yeah,
You're
you're right.
talking. Let me explain something to you, Jay. Just like I'm a police officer, that's my expertise, scientific, investigations is Nicole's. Okay? I'm not going to go in and shit in her yard saying I know more than you when she had to not only go through school, but also show such, hold on, she had to show such potency and proficiency that she can teach other people to get it. Okay? So in other words, like what BGS tried to tell you about science, do you still see people with goddamn Nokia phones?
I'm gonna unmute you.
So
you're smart. You guys with these smartphones are the ones being tracked. That Nokia phones don't be popular.
Jay, what's your? No, I want a second, Jay. What's your background, man?
The second question is,
Jay, no, I'm gonna drop you, man. If you don't answer
Black
my question,
Americans dealing with the COVID.
Okay.
I don't think he can hear, and that's probably what it is.
It's all right.
He can't hear that clearly.
And plus, there was a delay on his end. Excuse me, Nicole. I have a question.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, first of all, congratulations on the baby girl. And
Thank you.
my question about the PCR test. Now, this is a thing for COVID, but now, and I'm just asking you genuinely, but what is this? How small of a percentage are we talking about regarding the possibility of a false positive?
A false positive. So a false positive being that you really don't have it, but they're saying that you have it. That's false positive. I don't know what the percentage would be for that, because it might be kind of low, because when you do real-time PCR, essentially you take the sample they take from your nose, that swab that they take, it's going to be read 3 times. Each in 3 different wells that are unique, 3 unique wells on a plate that never touch each other. And each well is read and amplified 40 cycles. So if there's RNA there, it will be amplified with the primers that they put in that well. Each well is loaded individually. Each sample is loaded individually. So the fact that you can get a false positive, I'm talking about like right now, the way they do the test. Initially, going back to what I was saying earlier, a lot of the ways that they were doing the analysis was sloppy, because they didn't really know what they were dealing with. They didn't know what type of virus it was. They were doing like basic analysis, and honestly, personally, I think that the equipment they were using was some BS, because it's like, the old equipment they were using.
Oh no, don't sugarcoat it. Don't sugarcoat it.
It's the
Spill
old
your actual views on
equipment.
it.
The old equipment, because when people took some of their samples and ran a simple gel that's been done since the early 90s, the agarose gel, basic 0.8%, 1% agarose gel, and ran polymerase, they saw the differences in the sample expression. So that let them see, okay, your sample is corrupted, and you put a corrupted sample in a piece of equipment, of course it's going to give you false positive or false negative results. So that happened. Sometimes it's also how people analyze the data, the downstream analysis, because I can look at the graphs on the screen after the sample runs, and I can tell, okay, I can tell you if your sample was some BS, like your sample was trash. You don't even need to analyze this data. The sample's trash. And then some people, they can't just look at the graph and tell that. They have to look at the numbers, the CT values, the threshold values that are going to be used for quantitation. And so if the CT value is between
Give me CT
30
value?
and 40.
I don't follow.
Yeah, the CT value is like what is it? It's the threshold. I forget what the C is for, comparative threshold or something like that. But it's what they use.
Okay.
That's the number that the machine gives you for the number of cycles it takes to give you a reading for that gene in that sample.
I see.
So if it takes 30 cycles of heating up the sample, cooling it down, heating it up, cooling it down. Every time you heat up the sample and cool it down, you're opening and closing the genetic material for it to copy. And you're laying down primers. It happens synthetically. The primers lay down in that area where they match, right? And they amplify over and over. If it takes 35 cycles for that to happen, you don't have much of that gene expressed. You see what I'm saying? If your CT value is between, I would say between like 10 and 20, you have very good threshold. You have very good expression, high expression. And so a lot of times that was the controversy as well. People were saying, oh, well, a lot of those CT values they had, they were like 35, 36, 37. I was like, yeah, I wouldn't have accepted that either. If you see that and you turn around and report it, you need to be fired if you're a scientist, because that ain't real data. That's what I say. Because if you give that to somebody and you tell them they got COVID, that's a false positive. You can get somebody killed because you can give them medication that they don't need, and they end up having some type of response and they don't even have the virus. You see what I'm saying? You can end up overdosing.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking this question is because I was thinking, because because we in previous discussions we compare the whole pandemic to how HIV/AIDS was in the 80s, and the question of false positive testing and everything. We need there needs to be more accuracy, consistency on these things. So
yeah, because
I personally, I'm very a lot of people. I'm very scared about this thing. I'm aware of what's going on. I'm trying to be up to date with information. And at the same time, I'm still a little skeptical about a lot of things. That's why I had to ask these questions. And I appreciate your insight on this. Thank you,
Nicole.
All right. Do we have disagreements? Go ahead, Rodney. I know you want to say something to Nicole, but who
Rodney,
has a
you disagree with
on the
me?
panel?
I do not. Don't put that on me.
I'm just playing with you.
I know you want to greet Nicole. So.
Hi, Nicole. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm glad everything went well for you. Hope you didn't have too much pain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to hold out. I was like, I'm gonna go in there and be natural. And I was like, and then they were like, you only got a couple of hours before you can before it's the point of no return. What you want to do? I was like, give me the drugs.
That's right. That natural only lasts for so long.
I was like,
yeah.
I was like that person. I was that woman. Like, give it. I was like, you better go get that goddamn what's the name? What's the name? They were like
epidural,
whatever.
The epidural.
Nicole, you would have hated.
Yes, and they were literally standing down the hall. They were like, "Oh yeah, we waiting," because we knew he was gonna be like, "Oh my god." It was crazy.
Nicole, I'm gonna say this.
She's a blessing.
And let me get this question in right quick.
No, hold on.
Go ahead.
Name
No, I'm gonna step down because I'm gonna go eat dinner, and we got a late dinner over here. I just want to ask because I want Dr. Dunbar to come up. He can have my spot.
Yeah.
And since you got Rodney up here too,
well, he's getting ready to lay down too, so he might.
I know that's why I want him. That's why I want him to come up. So now I'll get out the way.
Now, when we talk about Dr. Dunbar, is he laying down with whom?
That's true. That is true.
My question is,
Charles, you ain't shit.
And neither is Dr. Dunbar, from what I'm hearing. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Mike.
No, and Rodney's up here too, because Rodney was trying to express his point yesterday. And can you go into a little bit more detail? I hope Dr. Dunbar can come up for a minute and explain how this virus is designed to go around the immune system. Because I don't think these people are understanding, because they're not going to read it. They're not understanding how this thing was designed and how just having a good, healthy immune system is just, oh, I got it, I'm good. You can still catch this thing again. I think Rodney was trying to express that yesterday, but it looked like it was going to agree with that. But I'm going to hop down. Thank you. And congratulations again.
Yeah. Be good with you and your kids and enjoy your dinner. Definitely. The thing is, I went through this so many times. Like I have videos on it, like trying to, explain. Showing the sequence and everything.
What's the name of the video so we can actually point instead of going through the whole
thing? I don't know. I can't.
Okay.
Remember.
You
could just search COVID.
Okay.
On my channel or SARS-2. You can search that.
Okay.
On my channel because I've worded things a certain way.
I'll find it. I'll find it actually re-upload it so people can hear
it. Because I put a lot of stuff on there. Like I mean, it was the way that it would evade the immune system. That was explained even in mice. I showed that study how they recapitulated how they what's the word? How they confirmed what was happening in humans with COVID infection in mice. I did that video that I showed that study like from beginning to end. I never forget it because that was a study I was showing. I think AM1 was there.
Yeah.
And I went through that whole entire study and they had a treatment that could be used at the end where they inject antibodies intranasally into these mice and their COVID infection dropped significantly, statistically significantly, it went down. So they have not talked about those antibodies since then. They've been quiet about them antibodies and I'm kind of worried, but that whole, like the way that it will evade your immune system is real simple. It replicates extremely fast and we are evolutionarily not prepared for that high replication rate. That's what BGS was talking about all the time. People don't listen. GOF studies are not good, clearly, any kind of GOF study that you're doing out here, I mean, that you can have access to see, it don't end good because of this, where you have not only the mutations that can occur, but the fact that the spike proteins the thing is the spike proteins can be mutated too. You can have layers of spike proteins that are mutated at different rates. And it has to have access to get into your cells, but only picks certain cells. It's not a systemic infection. It's like it seems to be more specific, highly selective for blood, organs with a lot of blood, clearly, and oxygen, but specific to certain organs too. 3 main organs: lungs, heart, and liver, in that order. And those are the same organs that it attacked in those mice that they did a study on. Lungs, heart, and liver, in that order. I think kidneys was and spleen was after that. But those are the 3. So the specificity for those organs is very important. There are people that are just studying the liver or just studying the heart when it comes to COVID. They're not studying everything else, the brain and all that stuff. That stuff seems to come later. But it just can, and a lot of viruses can get into those organs quickly. A lot of parasites can get in those organs quickly. So it just can pass through. There's no blood-brain barrier there. It just like the brain has a barrier. it just passes through almost passively. It just kind of goes through, and the cells don't realize what's going on until it's too late.
Mm.
You know, and it happens, and there's, you know, if you, like Mike was saying, if you're not eating right, you're not you're under a lot of stress, you're dealing with a lot of, you know, financial issues, sociological issues, you know, psychological issues, economic problems, yeah, you're gonna go down faster and harder to get better, you know, in that case.
You know what, Nicole? I'm just,
Mhm.
because Mr. Z ain't here, I gotta say it for him. Fuck your facts.
I know,
All
Fuck
right.
your
All right.
facts.
I know,
Uh,
I know, I know.
But
all
you
right.
know, it's
Uh,
no, you
uh,
know, we love you here. We love you and appreciate the information you
yeah.
spread.
Don't forget the
I
grandma
laugh
mug
every
and the
time he says
couch.
that.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. I just put Nicole's channel in the chat, and
Oh, thank you. I wasn't
and
watching.
I used to $10 super chat says, evening to the panel, Miss Nicole. Will new healthcare workers get a whole new training and education after this? Will there be new rules for workers working
Yeah, we already
in the
are.
pandemics? Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that
we already are.
Rodney can answer that because he is actually one of those
Mhm.
healthcare workers.
Yeah, I'm
This is
not a
where they get
healthcare
new
worker
training.
directly,
Yeah.
but I work with them, and we already are. I'm not. I mean, because I have to get a lot of stuff from them. I have to do a lot of work now, especially patient samples and, you know, all this stuff. And so, yeah, we have to, like, we're required to have a vaccine by October 29th. That's the cutoff, you know, or else you can't work. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and the training, like we have to do the what is it, the online training and stuff now. And I'm not even a
Okay.
healthcare worker. I said, what the hell I know about triage? Like, what? Why I got to do this? We have to do it too, and we're
Okay.
just researchers.
Okay. Right now the panel is full.
Y'all hear? Go ahead.
Yeah,
B.
go ahead, Rodney, and then we're going to try to get a dissenter. Michael hasn't spoken, and Johnny, I think, hasn't spoken. Okay.
I see y'all
Okay.
keep hearing that magic word triage. I
Yeah.
mean, y'all remember
Oh,
that
yeah.
because it's
Okay.
very important.
Appreciate you, Smooth. Appreciate you, Dr. Johnson. Okay. Then you got anything else, Rodney? Before we go to, I
Uh,
think it's Johnny.
yeah, I wanted to tell y'all as of this morning we had 8 ICU beds, and now we're up to 12, but that's for the entire state. That's for millions
Oh,
of people
wow.
here in the state. So it's we're in bad shape, and the schools are talking about putting off the school year for a little while because they're anticipating it being that bad. But we're breaking records every day. We just broke a record for the number of hospitalized COVID patients here in the state.
And this is summer. This is not even
Absolutely.
And Rodney, I meant to tell you, I've been listening to some of my buddies in different police departments. They're giving them Kim suits and shit.
Hell yeah, because you know it's going to get to that point. Because look, the last time it got bad here, everybody had them. Even the EMTs were suiting up when they would come before they come in the building to come get somebody. They would suit up. They would, pretty much cover up the patient as much as they could. Take them to the vehicle, transport them, cleaning the vehicle out after every transport. I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy.
It's funny because like.
Wow.
We're having a lot of, like you said, an online because we underpowered DMS, and a lot of the online stuff that officers had to take. They're like, the hell we're like, Nicole, what the hell we got a triage for?
Yeah, I gotta do that. You ain't gonna do that.
All right. We got it. We got to get it dissented. This is their show, okay? Johnny Blue, go ahead.
No, I'm not a dissenter per se. It's a general question.
All right, real quick, go ahead.
So if most people at this point are vaccinated, what are they reporting, like 70% or something like that now? It's like we're trying to get the remaining 30%, I guess, to come in. Do they pose a threat to the vaccinated at this point, or are they more of a threat to themselves?
Rodney can take that.
I don't understand this question. Go ahead, Rodney.
And in other words, if does the unvaccinated pose a threat to the vaccinated people, or is more of a threat to themselves?
Yeah, Nicole can get in on this because I'm sure she knows too. But what it comes down to is those unvaccinated people are pretty much a welcoming pool of people that further mutations can occur.
Yeah.
Now, and once those mutations occur, then we can be reinfected with the mutations, whether we've
Yeah,
been
sometimes it
vaccinated or
makes
not.
it harder. Yeah, it makes it harder
Yeah,
because we have more mutations, then it lowers the efficacy of the vaccine that you have available.
But
You
there's
have to
also
constantly develop more vaccines that will have or more treatment options or more palliative care options for patients because, of course, to me, when I look at stuff, it's like more mutations, more symptoms, and more aggressive symptoms, faster moving, symptoms that just come on. And instead of you having these symptoms for a week, maybe you have them for a couple days and you gone. That's what I see, like the way mutations. When I compare different mutations in patients for cancer. Cancer is normally slow moving, but when you have all these different mutations, it makes sense why. Oh, well, we see why this patient died in 3 months and this one died in 2 weeks. We
right.
get it after
And
diagnosis.
and and you have to realize that on a basic level, that virus, its whole motivation is to procreate
Replicate. Yeah.
and to replicate itself and to infect as many people as possible.
Right.
And I don't think
That's
people
it.
get that.
thanks for having me up here,
I
BGS.
do. I
Can I
like
say
what
something
you.
real quick about that, bro?
Hold on. It's not your turn yet.
Well,
Michael, go ahead.
No, I'm saying I appreciate that explanation because I don't hear that enough. That it sounds like the unvaccinated are a breeding ground for the mutations, and I haven't heard that narrative enough. So, thank you guys for explaining that.
Okay. All right, Michael, go ahead.
Mhm.
Michael, you
Hello?
still there? Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. So
And Johnny, can you drop down?
so so basically, um what? I should take the vaccine?
Is that a question?
That's
Oh,
a
okay.
question.
There's several reasons. One is health, and one is basically business. All right, they got to verify you to actually go back to work. Okay, as many people as they can. So they're gonna start restricting what you can do and where you can go if you don't take the vaccine. So it's not just a health problem; it's also a business problem that they're undergoing. So eventually, if you want to keep working, if you want to get on a plane, you want to go to a concert, you're going to have to take this vaccine. It's just a matter of when, not a matter of if.
You
Okay.
have about 8 weeks. You got about 8 weeks before it gets
Yep.
really bad. Am I right, Rodney? I don't know. I could be. Maybe I can't count, but
No,
Yeah.
you
you're
got about
absolutely
eight
right.
weeks.
You're
Got eight
absolutely
eight
right.
weeks. So y'all figure it out, because I I I'm thinking of my child. I don't give a damn about myself right now. I'm worried about her. And I'm like 8 weeks, because that's flu season. It's like the middle or the start of flu season, which is very, very bad. My thing is, we've been taking all these vaccines. Everybody in here that been in public school or private school or charter school, a home school, some kind of school, a
Right.
church or something where you had to be vaccinated. Now all of a sudden everybody got a problem with vaccinations, and we've been vaccinated and shot up with all kinds of stuff all this time. The flu virus kills people every year. Nobody bats an eyelash. All of a sudden, they have this vaccine. It's coming out. Everybody want to hoop and holler and run, call their mama. I
Okay.
don't understand, because you had the flu vaccine last year while they was putting out the the COVID vaccine. Like, you had it in your body last time I checked, because I know I had to take it last year. So you had it in your body like November 2020, right? And then coming into January 2021, it's still in your body when people were getting the COVID vaccine. What's the problem? I don't see it. To me, scientifically looking at it
Absolutely.
by the molecules, if you get the COVID vaccine, you best to get the COVID vaccine before you get the flu vaccine or get the flu. That's how I feel about it. Like, I've talked to my mother about it. She said, "Wow, she was looking at some stuff, and she said, yeah, you're right." She was looking at something on C-SPAN and some kind of paper they brought up about this, and she said, "Okay, I didn't know that." I said, "Yeah, you got to read. Niggas got to read." But you get the COVID vaccine, it helps with COVID and all that, protects you as much as it can. Then get the flu vaccine. If you wait, you put yourself in a more dire situation, you know. And people asking me on the email, how much weight should I lose before I take the vaccine? I'm like, what?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you don't
Anyway,
take your fat ass down there.
okay.
I'm just playing. I'm just
Brian.
playing.
Michael, it was is
God
is that
You know,
damn.
go down to the Burger King, get over with. Go
is
on
that
down to
is
the Burger King and
it, I
Chick-fil-A and
heard
get
that.
over with.
Is
You
that
gonna
the
make
only
me cough
question,
on my
Michael?
Doritos, girl.
Oh
I heard
man.
that.
BGS,
Go
BGS.
ahead. Go ahead,
It's
Doctor.
crazy.
Let me
Hello.
know. Let me know if you need me to step down because I'm seeing questions popping up in the comments, and that's one of the things I'm noticing in the last 6 months. I've seen a linkage between the conscious community and the conservative right on
Yeah.
this anti-vax thing that's almost at religious proportions.
They don't want to be told what
Yeah.
to do. That's
Yeah.
all it is. That's all it is.
And,
That's what's happening.
Dr. T, no, don't you step down because we need your perspective on this too, because you're the other side of the coin.
Now,
Yeah.
You know what's bad? It's no different than we had.
hold a second. Michael, have you finished your question?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, drop down, sir.
It's no different than when I was in the army and all these people said, I don't want these shots.
Pastor, you're next, okay?
I don't want all these shots. But then guess what happens? When they hear of an attack of a certain chemical agent, motherfuckers be like, hand me the syringe.
Right.
Like I don't know what it's needed for you. I don't know what it's needed for you. You gotta wait till people die.
Let me talk to the chat real quick, right? This is for you to come up. There's no arguing in the chat, right? I'm gonna get really pissed off in a minute about you guys going back for the chat. The link is there for a goddamn reason for you to come up and state your shit, right? Get tired of y'all, all right?
Yeah, this guy, Jack, he said it's the distrust of the government. No, y'all trust the government.
Jack
Like,
Nickelback, get your ass up here.
y'all trust the government for real, for real. Every day you go to bed, you know, you gotta sleep. You gotta go to sleep at some point.
You trust
And
the
you gotta
government
eat.
when you go
trust
to the
them with
grocery
your
store.
life. Every day you trust them
Every
with your
day,
life.
yeah, because you
With the
got.
air you breathe, you trust them with your life.
He was talking about the two groups that Dr. T was speaking of.
Okay.
Yeah,
He was talking about those two groups of what they have in common, that distrust of the government, but but you never say none of them Negroes give back their stimulus checks.
That's true.
I sure ain't.
Pastor Dollar. Pastor, go ahead.
Hilarious.
Hold on.
All right, somebody had a comment for me because I was in the chat.
Dude, you just don't jump in and jump the line, right?
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Thank you. Pastor Dollar.
All right. First of all, thanks for having me, BGS. Salute to the panel and everyone. As far as the vaccine goes, me being I've worked in the hospital and traveling situations, and I've seen different areas do different things. In Oklahoma, because it's so rural and people were not coming to the hospitals to get the vaccine. When they were sick, they were doing plasma drives. And they have been treating people with plasma that has antibodies.
Yeah.
And it's been very effective. They have seen less what we call.
Yeah, Trump did that. But that's a kind of a hard way to do it though.
It is, because the thing about it is you have to get, if people won't donate blood, our blood banks are already short. So our plasma banks
and when you donate plasma, they got to do matches and all kind of stuff they have to step around where.
Yeah, and it takes hours sometimes to match it.
In other words, if you did plasma, how many people could you vaccinate?
Not as many. You can treat as many people as quickly. Nowhere near.
Give me a percentage of people you guys should do that by plasma.
You probably can get about 15%, about 15%.
15%. So with 15% of 100 million, talking about 30, like like 30 million people through plasma in 6 months.
But
really?
You would have, but the thing about it is we can get everyone to buy into it.
No. The apparatus of doing that kind of operation. You mean you can actually do 30 million people in 6 months with doing that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, show me your write up, man, because that's kind of hard to believe, because they did that for Trump. It does work if you get geriatric plasma. They did that early, but there's a reason that they don't do it often, because it's not one of the easiest things to do.
And then I'm gonna tell you something about that too.
Go ahead, Rodney.
In my experience, when I used to work in a blood bank, preparing the products, the fresh frozen plasma, platelets, all of that. Buffy coat, So I'm gonna tell you that when we get short, we send out samples on each one of those units to be tested, but the tests don't generally come back very fast. Back then, it was like 3 days it would take for the testing to come back. If you get short on that supply, you're going to get blood that hasn't been tested. Well, we don't have results back on yet. So if you get short and you trust that, well, I mean, they're going to give it to you. So you may have hepatitis, you may have HIV, you may, that's kind of the way that works. If we have an abundance of the supply, we freeze that and we wait for the testing to come back, but it's a layered process so that once the tests come back and we see that it's good, then we keep these units. If the units come back and they're tainted, we throw those units out. But when you get short, they use what they got.
Yeah,
So a lot of people don't know that.
Convalescent plasma. You notice they stopped talking about it. Like I want people act like they don't watch the news. Stop playing. Black folks, we watch the news.
Right.
When you watch the news, and they talk about something for like a whole week, they every day talk about it. Anderson Cooper, Don Lemonade, all the people, they talk about it over and over. Aaron Burnett, all Fox people, whoever, they talk about the same thing, all the channels for a week, and then they stop talking about it. Go look up why they not talking about it no more.
Exactly.
I mean, don't go to Russia Today and look, or China News or something. No, go to the scientific articles, go to NCBI, go to PubMed, and look at what they were talking about the week before, and that's how you find out why they're not talking about it anymore.
And then guess what?
That's what I do.
When they're talking about it, Nicole knows that what they're talking about is bullshit, and Rodney knows that what they're talking about is bullshit, but y'all don't. So y'all have this false sense of security and hope that you have some alternative method, and it's bullshit. I mean, it's information hasn't been disseminated through the filter that it needs to in order to get you what you really need to know.
Yeah, and people got DVRs and stuff now. Ain't no excuse. You can rewind. Fast forward, pause the news when they say so and so study said this, and that. Pause it and look at the bottom where it says source, and just look up the source. That's what I do. Where it says source and then
got another
says
comment,
something, look
Pastor
it up.
Yeah, I do. Also with that treatment, you're seeing less liver enzymes, because for some odd reason we were seeing the liver enzymes spike on these COVID patients. And another thing we were seeing is long term, we were seeing kidney failure. But what I have seen with the plasma is we have seen less damage to these organs with the plasma.
You know why you're seeing elevated liver enzymes? It's because of the cytokine process that takes place. It's because they're finding tissue from other organs in places where they're not supposed to be, and clotting is taking place. So what's going to happen is the same as if you were drinking yourself to death. Your liver is being torn apart. That's why you see these elevated liver enzymes. And like Nicole said, it's going to attack your lungs first, your heart second, your liver, and then your kidneys. Now, normally, by the time, some other processes will take your kidneys out, put you into sepsis, and you'll end up dying. Well, this thing is hitting you from another angle altogether. So 9 times out of 10, it's going to kill you through your lungs before it kills you through your heart or anything else. So, I mean, that's what we're dealing with. But see, you got to know what you're looking at.
That is very true, especially with obese people that have a barrel-sized chest. For some odd reason, it's hard to oxygenate them, even if you lie them prone, which is that mean laying them on their stomach. We're trying to oxygenate them that way. They're using a CPAP. They're trying to help the lungs deflate and inflate, but that's still not helping. But proning them, laying them on their stomach is getting more oxygen throughout the lungs.
Yeah, we're doing that too. But
okay, AB, and if you want to say hello to Nicole, say hello. But I need space, and also Officer Charles, I need space.
Yeah, but the reason why the oxygenation process, the oxygenation process isn't working is because you've got fluid in there also from that same inflammatory process. So if you're pumping air in there and then you can't process the oxygen because there's fluid that you have to essentially displace in order for that to take place. That's why they're you know, they're intubating these people and they're putting these people on the vent because they got to do other things that are more invasive in order for them to, you know, clear space so that they can actually oxygenate the tissue. See, because if you got fluid in there, it can't even touch the alveoli in order to
That's
be
true.
oxygenated in the first place. You
So what
know,
we're doing is we're creating thoracic pressure, increased thoracic pressure, which is dropping people's heart rates out and giving them heart attacks, or they're forming clots and they're dying. That is very true.
You got 2 more minutes, Pastor, because you're not at the center. Okay, but
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
no, go ahead. You finish your thought, and so you can get
That's
an
it. That's
answer.
all I had. That's all I had.
Okay, well, you want Rodney to answer your last question? You want Rodney to answer your last question?
I think he dropped down.
Yeah, no, I'm
But
done. I'm done.
No, it is right. Okay.
oh, okay.
All right. All right. Go ahead and drop down so we get somebody else in. Won't Steve? You said you.
Yes, everybody.
Yeah, keep skipping.
Yeah, this is Steve. I'm out here in Indiana, and the thing is, if you bring up a historical 100-year chart on cancer, and you look at the first, let's say you take a look at the Spanish flu vaccines, influenza vaccines from 100 years ago,
Did they have
and
one?
you take those two charts and you look at them, you'll see
They had a Spanish
right.
flu vaccine.
Yeah, from 100 years ago, right after the introduction of the flu vaccine into the country back, I think it was back in the 20s, the explosion of cancer took off. Why? Because they added SV40 to those vaccines back in the day. See, this vaccine problem's been going on for a long time. Look in the mid-90s when autism exploded with the children. We had problems with the measles, mumps, and the MMR vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look in the 1986 when Reagan passed a law giving the pharmaceutical companies exemption from being prosecuted from a bad vaccine. This has been in the making. No one's exempt from prosecution except the pharmaceutical companies that manufacture vaccines like Pfizer. This has been in the making.
So why are they giving them an exemption this time?
Mm-hmm.
Because they are part of a satanic cult that
right.
wants to kill 7 billion people off the planet. It's just a fact.
Say bye-bye.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey,
He's been up here before, but that's
Yeah,
cool. I remember him.
he's a nut job.
I remember his
Let me
voice.
tell you.
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
Well, I'm not even going to go with that.
No, don't even go there. No, once
I think
said
he was
that,
talking about 5G once.
No, yeah. It's all right. Dr. Anwar, you got the floor, sir. Before we go to
hey, everyone. I just wanted to. Hey, Nicole. I just want to come up really quickly and say that I did a little search of the ingredients of the vaccines, and I didn't see anything in there that gave me worry. So I was listening to the stream about 2 days ago, and Rodney was expressing that if you're not vaccinated and you come in and you're really sick, then the hospitals aren't even going to give you a look. So I think it's in your best interest to go ahead and get it now. I haven't seen anything in there that's particularly good.
Yeah, we went through the ingredients once.
Anesthetas, you got your mic is bad, boss. I don't know what's going on with you.
I remember that we went through the ingredients, so it wasn't that bad, but yeah, people just like I just let them do what they're gonna do.
Yeah, well, I wrote a blog post, and I listed out the ingredients of each of the 3 vaccines. So I can drop that in the link when I drop down, but I didn't see anything in there that particularly gave me.
Whatever you want to talk about, Doc. It's your time. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I just want to come up and say that little piece because there have been, there's been talk of nanotubes and chips and being injected into. So I didn't see.
Dr. Dunbar?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Give me Dr. Dunbar.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Wolf. Go ahead.
Dr. Dunbar, also Nicole and Rodney, if you guys can, would you guys be so kind as to leave like links of some of these studies for me in the back chat? Because I'm up here in Europe and I'm still kind of confused about a lot about the vaccines and everything. So
I posted a bunch of them on the other stream that we did. I posted a bunch of them up there.
Could you be so kind to repost them if possible? Because I think I lost. I
I'm
lost
at
you
work right
somehow.
now, so I can't.
No,
But
no.
as soon as
Okay.
I get home, I will.
Yeah, I'm on my
Well,
phone.
if you get home and you email me, I'll actually put them in my community tab.
Okay.
That'd be
Go
cool.
to the
That'd be cool.
channels,
Because
and any of those
I
videos,
got
we
it.
have the links in our description boxes, or even in the live chat itself. There's links in there. There's links probably in the comment sections and stuff of
Thank you.
my
That'd be
videos,
very
as well
thankful.
as Dr.
I'm very
Dunbar's.
grateful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
Okay,
not
problem.
much
I have a
appreciated. If
question.
that's the case, thank you very much.
I have a question.
Yeah, I always say, don't believe me. Just read.
Can you hear me?
Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel.
hey, what's
Peace,
up?
peace.
What's up, Lebear?
How y'all doing? I want to make sure I'm not talking out of turn or anything like that.
Go ahead.
All right, I have a link that was sent from a town hall meeting from back home, from my own hometown, and I wanted to see if you guys wanted to sit to review it.
I don't know if we have time to do it online, but
What
how long is it?
is it?
Pretty much, it's it's a virologist that's from the area, and he started pretty much. It was a town hall meeting. And during that town hall meeting, he got up. He was saying, like, if you guys want a certified personnel who's actually worked within the field, who actually handles this stuff, and if you think that you'll get sued for the things that I'm saying, I will testify on the things that he was saying at that time. So I was like, maybe this will be something good to bring up, with you guys to see what you guys think about what he was saying. He made it real quick, concise, and to the point. So that's why I
What did
posted a
he
link.
say? Is it in the back chat or what?
Oh, I can put it in the back chat right now.
Okay, because I don't know. Is it a YouTube video? If it's a YouTube video, how long
It's
is
a
it?
Twitter video. I think it was like 3 minutes.
It's 3 minutes. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that for you, sir.
Much
So, Master Teacher.
Good
Yes,
evening,
sir.
panel.
Yeah, I'll send you the link tomorrow of the piece I wrote with all the ingredients listed out in case anyone wants to see them. I've been everyone. I've been kind of cryptic about talking about this on my channel because my channel down.
I'll post it. I'll post it, and I'll probably, if I can, I'll try my best to read it out. Okay. Okay, and
cool.
I'll actually make a video of it because I want. Go ahead.
It's kind of a story. I wrote up like a story, but if you want to skip to the bottom, everything's listed out by vaccine.
Okay.
So just FYI.
Okay.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna drop down.
And then that's his.
All right. Good night.
Okay, I have a question.
Good night, Dr. Dunbar.
Ask the question.
Okay. Good evening to the panel. Congratulations on your
who is
baby.
this anyway?
Anacetus.
Okay.
Congratulations on your baby, Nicole.
Thank you.
Okay. I had got my first shot, and then I end up getting COVID. And I was told by my primary I can wait up to 12 weeks to get the second shot. My question is, what is my question is because I've given vaccines before hundreds of times because I work in the healthcare. And so my question is, why don't we just give the vaccine the way we give every other vaccine, which is always a 12-week in between?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Because that would be, you have to go to like clinicaltrials.gov and see they're doing it based on how they did their trials, it seems to me. Like Pfizer and Moderna. Well, we had AstraZeneca, they fell off. You don't hear nothing about them. Johnson and Johnson, I think Cambridge is another company. China has another one. They Sinovert something. But yeah, they doing it based on how their trials were run, basically.
So they only ran
That's
the trials for the 21 days.
Clinical trials are run. They give you the first shot, and then 3 weeks later give you the second shot, or 2 weeks later give you the second shot. So when you put it out into the public, you have to basically swear on your testicles that you're gonna put this drug out and have it scheduled the same way you had in the trial, or you go to jail. So that's what I can think. All I can think is why they're doing it, because I've read through a lot of these trials. I have a lot of the trials I've read through on my channel, like on the screen showing the trials and stuff, and links to the trials and different things. So that's all I can think. You have to swear like this is how you're gonna give it to everybody, how you did in your trial, or else it's trash. But I hear that little girl in there waking up.
Okay.
Little
All
cat.
right. All right. All right. Hey. Oh.
Hold on. Y'all probably can't hear her. Hold on.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Go. Let us hear her.
Hold on. She ain't here.
Oh. Oh, she's cute. Let us know when you got to go, babe. If you got to go, you got to go.
Yeah,
She's probably
she just need
hungry.
a pacifier. She's hungry. Yep. It's that 3-hour mark.
And Mama can feed a whole village. We know about them.
I gotta go. Whatever. Y'all ain't tripping. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay though.
Somebody play that
cool.
Boney M joint.
Okay.
Gotta go home.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna talk to y'all later.
All right, baby.
Thank you.
All right, Nicole.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Hey,
Let me
BGS.
okay. Real quick, I'm gonna play this video real quick.
Okay.
What you got? Real quick.
Okay, BGS. This is my only dissent is the administration of the vaccine is the time in between. Because what I've noticed, the time in between the first shot and the second shot. Because what I'm noticing is a lot of people get COVID in between the shots. And then it's like when they get the second shot and they have COVID, they have some crazy adverse reactions.
If they give you the shot all at once, they will kill you.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm saying is, why don't they test the people before they give them the second shot? Why is there no test to see if they're positive or negative between the second?
That's a good question. That's something that you're going to have to ask them because they're administrating. Well, we have no clue. Okay.
Because that's my only complaint about it. Is just I'm like, it's. That's why I see the adverse reactions happening. So
Go ahead. Go ahead, Rod.
You can't take the immunization if you have the virus, and if you do, chances are, you're gonna have a bad time. So you're asked to be tested before, but a lot of people try to buck that.
Okay.
A lot of people are trying to go around things. When they finally decide to go ahead and get it, they just get it and don't get tested. So you have things like that happening. Now, as far as the adverse reactions that you're talking about, I haven't seen that. And we've immunized people who have had it and got over it, and we immunized them, and they didn't have any problems.
No, what I'm saying is, it's like they don't know they have it because they're asymptomatic. Like there's a woman I know.
You have to be tested.
Right, and we ask everyone, to be tested, and we even, give them time to be tested, because we tell people that, okay, we're going to test you, or we're going to give the vaccine on such and such date, and we'll give the second one on such and such date. So, and they ask you questions before you take that immunization, and if you lie, it's on you.
Okay. And my next question is, with my personal self, is because I had got the first shot and I had got which was the Delta, and then like my primary said wait up to 12 weeks, with the 3-month thing, and then get the second one. I know they do that outside the states and all that stuff, but is that something that we're practicing?
12 weeks, he told you?
My primary told me 12 weeks.
Well, I ain't heard of that. I mean, there's a set time limit that you're supposed to get the second dose. And if you don't get it, if you go too far beyond that, you got to do the whole cycle again.
Yeah, what I was told by one, I'm telling you what the primary told me. That's why I'm asking.
Right.
Is, what I also was told that to wait 3 weeks after my last symptom and then go get the shot. So I don't know which one is accurate. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. So you had gotten over the Delta variant, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you still having symptoms?
No.
Okay. So you got the first shot, and he's telling you not to get it again until after you don't have any symptoms.
It's telling me to wait up to 12 weeks.
No, who gave you that gave you the immunization? That sounds too long to me.
You know, I went to the local pharmacy and got my immunization.
Okay, go talk to the pharmacist.
Okay, but my primary, it told me the 12 weeks. That's why I was
asking. I talked to the person who's giving it at that place, because they've got the information right in front of them as far as how long you have to go before you get your second shot. If he's telling you too far out, you're not going to be protected.
Okay. Because what was told to me was that will make the that would make me stronger if I waited longer. Which it wasn't make. I'm telling you what was told to me. It didn't make sense. But I'm like,
Yeah. And I hate to tell you, but there are some of us in the field that are anti-vaxxers, and there's even people who have sabotaged the whole process, just because they didn't like it.
How do you know if you're getting the proper information, even from the physician?
That I wouldn't trust.
Okay.
I hate to say it that way, but that I would go and I would check that information with with another health professional, or someone who is actually in charge of giving the vaccinations in a hospital, or whatever the case may be, to fact check what that physician told you. Because if he's not giving the immunizations in his office, why is he not giving them? And he's telling you he could have set up for you to get your second immunization with him, or your first one.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's what I would do. I would go ahead and I would check that, but I would not go that long. Look, you're supposed to, the way we're giving this thing is you're giving it in the first, you get it in the first of the month. And then I think it's like 28 days later, you get your 21
to 30.
Yeah. So, but we were getting them a little bit, and we were right before the end of the month. So that's when there's like a range in there, that we were getting them. So that's when. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what if you had got COVID in between that time? Because that's what happened to me. That's what happened to a lot of people that I know.
Okay, but you said you didn't have it. You said you were getting over it. You had gotten over the.
Between the first shot, right? I had got COVID in between that time.
Okay.
Then I got over COVID.
Right.
And then I asked my primary, when should I get my second?
Okay.
And
now it makes.
Okay.
Now it makes more sense. The reason why he's telling you to wait is because you have antibodies now. Plus you have protection from the first shot. So they're not in a rush to give you that second shot until you're actually over the Delta variant. That's why.
Okay.
So what he told you is correct. Okay, now it makes sense. But if you didn't have COVID or you had a variant before you were immunized, and then after that, no, you get it just like everybody else. But now it makes sense. So yeah, he told you correctly.
Okay, I'm just making sure. And, with the variant, the long haulers, as they call it,
right?
Is there no? This is my dissent. Is there no treatment available for the long hauler symptoms? You get what I'm saying?
They treat you symptomatically. So, one by one, whatever it is that you get, if you're having clots, they treat the clots. If you're having respiratory issues, they treat the respiratory issues. If you're having heart issues, they treat the heart issues.
In other words, the long haulers, from what I'm hearing, and Roddy, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the spike protein in the virus does damage. Okay, even long after it's gone. So they still have symptoms of what the damage is, whether it's heart, lungs, liver, brain, eye, whatever it is, right? So to treat the damage that's been left behind by the virus.
But we're finding there's also some neurological damage as well. So with that happening, I mean, those things may be lifelong ailments, and people, we're still doing studies on that stuff. So we don't know to what extent this thing is gonna affect you once you get in your 40s, your 50s, and whatnot. So I mean, this is still relatively new, but we do know that there are going to be some ramifications that for people who get it throughout the rest of their lives.
Oh, okay. One more, and I'm a roll.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
I keep hearing about women who don't have periods after they
Yeah.
get both their shots. So what I'm asking, because I'm trying to convince my wife to get both shots, but she's like, kids, all that good stuff.
Well,
but I keep hearing a lot of women who just periods just stop and they haven't came back for months.
I haven't heard that, but what I have heard is that they're having extremely heavy periods.
Okay, I've heard the cessation of periods.
I'll look into the cessation part, but I know that there was a new paper out, and I was actually trying to. I may put that on. I'm gonna try to do a stream tonight when I get off work in a few minutes, and but if I'm not too tired, but I was gonna put up some of that stuff. But one of the new things that they were just talking about that I saw today is about heavy flow associated with the coronavirus, and that's something else they're looking into. But like I said, I try not to put too many things in there because I don't want to overwhelm people. But we're seeing things like that too.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, BGS.
All right. Okay, I'm supposed to play this video that Light Bearer put up. I think it's a whatchamacallit video.
Wondering where all those detractors were from the other day, though.
You got some down there in the chat. I'm gonna play this video. Michael, you come up this time. Bring you up this time. I expect more cooperation, sir. All right. Bring you up. I expect more cooperation because my patience will get short.
I'm not disrespectful.
I didn't say my patience is gonna get short. Okay. I'm just saying. All right. So if I ask you a question, I expect you to answer. If I'm talking, I expect you to listen. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we're gonna play the video that Light Bearer has and comment. All right, see what we got.
Trained in immunology and inflammation regulation. Dr. Dan Stock, 5777 West 700 North McCordsville, Indiana. To address your comment, geez, it's hard to believe we're 18 months into this and still having a problem. And I would suggest the reason we still have a problem is because we're doing things that are not useful. And we're getting our sources of information from the Indiana State Board of Health and the CDC, who actually don't bother to read science before they do this. I'm actually a functional family medicine physician. That means I am specially trained in immunology and inflammation regulation. And everything being recommended by the CDC and the State Board of Health is actually contrary to all the rules of science. So things you should know about coronavirus and all other respiratory viruses, they are spread by aerosol particles, which are small enough to go through every mask. By the way, the literature that supports all of that is in a flash drive that we presented to you. It's been given to the secretary. As a matter of fact, it quotes at least 3 studies sponsored by the NIH to that exact fact, even though the CDC and the NIH have chosen to ignore the very science that they paid to have done. That is why you keep struggling with this, is because you cannot make these viruses go away. The natural history of all respiratory viruses is that they circulate all year long, waiting for the immune system to get sick through the winter or become deranged, as has happened recently with these vaccines, and then they cause symptomatic disease. Because they cannot be filtered out and they have animal reservoirs, and this is a very important point, no one can make this virus go away. The CDC has managed to convince everybody that we can handle this like we did smallpox, where we could make a virus go away. Smallpox had no animal reservoirs. The only thing it learned to infect was humans. That's why we were able to make that virus go away. That will not happen with this any more than it will with influenza, the common cold, respiratory syncytial virus, adenoviral respiratory syndromes, or anything else that has animal reservoirs. So the reason you can't do this is because you're trying to do something which has already been tried and can't be done. Equally important is that vaccination changes none of this, especially with this vaccine. And I would hope this board would start asking itself, before it considers taking the advice of the CDC, the NIH, and the State Board of Health, why we are doing things about this that we didn't do for the common cold, influenza, or respiratory syncytial virus. And then ask yourself, why is a vaccine that is supposedly so effective having a breakout in the middle of the summer when respiratory viral syndromes don't do that? And to help you understand that, you need to know the condition that is called antibody-mediated viral enhancement. That is a condition done when vaccines work wrong, as they did in every coronavirus study done in animals on coronaviruses after the SARS outbreak, and done in respiratory syncytial virus, where a vaccine used in a vulnerable individual done the wrong way, which cannot be done right for a respiratory virus, which has a very low pathogenicity rate, causes the immune system to actually fight the virus wrong and let the virus become worse than it would with native infection. And that is why you are seeing an outbreak right now. In fact, in that flash drive you're going to have coming to you and in the emails with 6 extra will be a study showing that 75% of people who had COVID-19 positive symptom cases in Barnstable, Massachusetts outbreak were fully vaccinated. Therefore, there is no reason for treating any person vaccinated any differently than any person unvaccinated. You should also know that no vaccine, even the ones I support and would give to myself and my children, ever stops infection. In 2014, there was outbreak of mumps in the National Hockey League. The only people who came down the symptoms were the people who were unvaccinated or unknown vaccine status. Boy, that sounds like a great argument for vaccines. But a question that you should ask yourself, knowing that half of the people who came down with symptomatic disease had no contact with an unvaccinated or unknown vaccine status individual, where did they get the disease? And the answer was from the vaccinated individuals. No vaccine prevents you from getting infection. You get infected, you shed pathogen. This is especially true of viral respiratory pathogens. You just don't get symptomatic from it. So you cannot stop spread. You cannot make these numbers that you've planned on get better by doing any of the things you're doing, because that is the nature of viral respiratory pathogens. And you can't prevent it with a vaccine because they don't do the very thing you're wanting them to do. And you will be chasing this the remainder of your life until you recognize that the Center for Disease Control and the Indiana State Board of Health are giving you very bad scientific guidance. And instead, read the articles that are going to come on the email and are on this flash drive, and listen to the people in this audience here tonight who actually have recognized the advice they are getting from the CDC and the NIH is counterfactual. And that's why you're still fighting this with this vaccine that supposedly was going to make all of this go away, but has suddenly managed to make an outbreak of COVID-19 develop in the middle of the summer when vitamin D levels are at their highest. By the way, the other thing that would be necessary, any vaccine restriction to be considered, is if there were no other treatment available. And I can tell you, having treated over 15 COVID-19 patients, that between active loading with vitamin D, ivermectin, and zinc, that there is not a single person who has come anywhere near the hospital. And we already have studies that show that if you achieve a 25-hydroxyvitamin D level greater than 55, your risk of COVID-19 death will drop down to 1/4 of the population average for the United States. And there are active treatment trials included on that flash drive that show the same is true. So if you were going to discriminate based upon vaccine, you should also discriminate based upon 25-hydroxyvitamin D level, zinc taste test response, and probably previous infection, since there are also studies on that flash drive that show that people who have recovered from COVID-19 infection actually get no benefit from vaccination at all, no reduction in symptoms, no reduction in hospitalization, and suffer 2 to 4 times the rate of side effects if they are subsequently vaccinated. Therefore, the policies that you are basing on are totally counterfactual. I don't blame this board for that, because I know you aren't scientists and you've thought it was reasonable to listen to the CDC, NIH, and the Indiana State Board of Health. But I would encourage that instead you listen to the people out here in this audience and read what's on that data drive. And if anybody here in this board has any questions about anything on that, I will happily come back and sit with you individually if you would like to explain the science behind this. And if you're worried about being sued by somebody because you don't follow the guidance of the CDC and the NIH, I will tell you have a free pro bono expert testimony at your disposal. I will testify in defense of this board, turning down all these recommendations for free at any time in any court. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I don't trust that, and I'm gonna tell you why I don't trust that. Why is he? I mean, well, does he have you got an audience full of people who are just as qualified as he is? He's expecting you to listen to anecdotal evidence from an audience, and he's trying to basically say that he's not going to listen to his own state board of medicine, the National Institute of Health. He's not going to listen to anybody except for his own expertise with 13 patients that he used treatments that studies have already indicate are ineffective.
All over the world, yeah.
That's right. So who is this guy? You know what I mean? This is, and I don't even know how. Does he have a current medical license?
Evidently, he says he does. So,
well, I'd have to see this guy's credentials, and I'd have to see what's going on with him right now.
Yeah, because they've been talking about ivermectin, they've been talking about hydroxychloroquine, they've been talking about all this stuff like over a year and a half,
right, and we talked about that in the last show when you brought up your studies.
Yeah, they actually talked about that. They tried it in Mexico, they tried it in Brazil, they also tried it in India with those very same protocols. Okay, now we can actually go back and do studies and dig up those studies and see if it worked, because they tried it on millions of people. In fact, they were buying ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine so fast they couldn't even keep it on the shelves. So, yeah, so if even though the United States may not have done it to that extent, other countries have. So the thing is, if they
Hydroxychloroquine.
yeah, they were actually
Oh
bringing
my god.
hydroxychloroquine across the border from Mexico.
You gotta mute
Oh my
somebody's mic.
god.
You gotta mute somebody's mic. I can't hear.
Okay,
I think it's Michael's.
It's mine.
Or
might be me.
Are you driving? Are you outside or what, man?
I'm outside. I mean, I'm just standing still though.
I'm outside as well. I'm outside of the gym though. I was about to try to say something. There's something that I noticed.
I'll mute Michael. Go ahead, Lightbeer.
There was something that I noticed like right at the beginning, when COVID started kicking in and everything like that. And one of the things was immediately I got like 6 or 7 bottles like back to back of vitamin D from my doctor. I didn't even really ask for that.
Yeah.
But like they just came in, and then like instead of them being what was it, 2 a days, it was like pretty much 4 at a time. So it just caught me off guard a little bit too, where it was like, okay, why did she send this exactly? And then I saw that. That was one thing that just
they have been giving people vitamin D, zinc. They've been trying ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine for Black people can be questionable. But the thing is, there's lots of people that it's been tried in Mexico. They were trying to do that in Brazil. In fact, in Brazil, they tried to cure it with those protocols, right? Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But you can go back and look at the Brazilian trials. They tried it in India, refused the vaccine, or to develop a vaccine because they had so many people. They're actually trying hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, all that kind of stuff, because you can actually get that stuff without a prescription. So the stuff has been tried. So everything that he's talking about has been tried. Now he has 15 patients. You have millions of people that try this. So if he wants to go and dig up the studies, and we have to look at the studies, because he's claiming we haven't even seen the studies. Just because somebody gets up and says something doesn't mean anything. Okay, present your studies.
Yeah,
because we had a year and a half, man. Because everything that he's talking about, we heard like a year and a half ago, back in March and April. In fact, you go to the biggest person that was actually talking about this was actually Mortensen of Peak Prosperity, right? He's been talking about this since February last year. And so does it work? It can work. Does it even he says it's best to go ahead and get a full spectrum. So the vaccine, everything that can protect you with the we just did the stuff on the mask, right? Now, what he's saying about the mask and particles and stuff like that is absolutely false, man. Not only coming from the CDC, but every other medical agency that we can find, even coming from the manufacturer. Okay, Rodney works with this stuff. Rodney's actually in the hospitals. Okay, I was asked, okay, if the masks don't help prevent the spread of influenza and stuff like that, then why do they spend billions of dollars in?
I think we got to say which mask though, because I'm just thinking about from an NBC type situation. The masks that everybody's walking around with, these little cloth masks and stuff like that, I don't think so. But the ones that are graded for the situation.
Okay. The thing is that thing is what he's been disingenuous about. Viral particles don't float by themselves; they float in a medium of water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and just by simple physics, right? If you blow through any kind of medium, I don't care if it's freaking paper towel, most of the water particles are going to be caught by the paper towel. Most of it. Okay. The thing is, they said the mask will help stop the spread, not stop the spread, but cut down the spread uh, because it wasn't just a mask; it was mass social distancing, keeping yourself healthy, and when the vaccine comes, the vaccine. So all that stuff has to come together
Mm-hmm.
because the outbreak started as soon as people stopped doing what, wearing masks and social distancing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if the mask don't work, or social distancing doesn't work, then guess what? He's saying you might as well just go bare and take your
Now,
chance.
I did kind of come in late, so I don't know if y'all actually spoke about whether or not well, of course you probably did, but whether or not if you've already had it a couple of times, what he just said a moment ago within that statement of once they get it, the vaccination being worth not. So I'm trying to get a better understanding of what some of the people thinking that from.
Okay. One is experimental. Okay, because it's never been tried before. Two, okay, there's a medical reason and a political reason, right? What's the political reason that you for the vaccine?
Get this economy rolling back on track.
No, it's not money. Nobody's gonna spend trillions of dollars to make billions. Okay, what do they use in the vaccine for? To get people back, to certify people to go back to work, to get your economy back up and rolling. That's what it's for.
Okay, I see that part.
That's what it's for. Go ahead.
No. I'm agreeing with what you're saying right now, because that's the main thing right now that everybody's aiming for, is to get the engine back running before we actually get to a chaos tipping point.
Remember when we talked about the Kobayashi Maru?
Mm-hmm.
Either you protect people against the virus, which social distancing does work, masks do work, because that's been tested in fucking Asia for like how many years? Decades?
Since before SARS, as a matter of fact.
Since before SARS. And in fact, it worked so well, that's how come it cut down on you. Guess what? Your flu virtually disappeared because you're social distancing and wearing masks.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
Now,
one of the things I just wanted to add to this is how dangerous such the access to media is. One video of somebody speaking with a degree of self-assurance, no data that any of us have access to, that's enough for people to actually make their minds up. This is one of the things that gets to me. I can't tell you how many people have approached me with no evidence, making all kinds of assertions. And when I ask for evidence, they send me things that they haven't read that contradicts their argument. But when you ask them where they've got it from, they heard somebody that sounded real confident about what they were saying. And this is enough for people to make the decisions they're making. Like even the video you just played, you got one guy standing up there speaking confidently, and that's enough for some people. And I'm like, this is ridiculous.
I mean, isn't that the second biggest
for people to actually read? And that's enough for people.
Isn't that the second
confirmation bias?
Isn't that the second biggest oldest profession, the con man?
Oh, well, yeah, that's true. Well, the thing is, though, Lightbearer, put yourself in the president's shoes, man. You want this shit to go away, right?
I mean, have to. It's going to stick on my name for the rest of my life.
If hydroxychloroquine would get rid of this goddamn virus and treat people, don't you think they would be using this shit?
Well, of course, but it's not really. I don't really have a problem with the vaccine myself. I do have. I am particularly afraid of the mRNA shot, so I would more likely go towards. I think it was Johnson & Johnson. I haven't gotten it yet. I am kind of stretching it out until the last moment. For whom I work for, I'm gonna have to get it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But
I'm saying, my thing is, if you ain't got, thing is that if you don't want to take it, don't take it, right? But the thing is eventually everybody's gonna have to take it, because you can't do shit if you don't. And that's the mandate they're actually gonna put on you. So saying I don't want to take it, I don't trust it, is probably moot at a certain point.
Hey, my shot record is already about 2 pages long. So
Well, yeah. You know, but you're not active anymore. So, or at least I don't think you are. so, the military's got to take it by the September 15th.
yep, that's what pretty much what I'm doing. So
Okay.
but yeah, that's pretty much like so
Yeah.
I think like I said, I came in late. I saw it and I was like, okay, let me listen in. So was there any distinction between the difference between the because I heard Nicole say something about it, but she didn't go into whether or not people
Nicole?
feel safe. Yeah.
Okay.
At the time that I came in, I know y'all probably been in heavy earlier.
Okay.
But
We didn't really talk about it that much because she's already gone over it. The distinction is between Johnson & Johnson and the
and I
messenger
mean,
RNA. Messenger RNA is that Johnson & Johnson actually makes a whole virus. They actually replicate a whole virus and actually kill it just like a traditional vaccine and
that's
inject it.
okay. Yeah.
Basically, the messenger RNA, what it does is it goes into your cells and produces spike proteins, because spike proteins have been found to be the agent that actually infect the cells. So they're attacking the spike proteins. So that's the difference between the two categories, because traditional vaccines have not worked on a coronavirus in 50 years. That's why they're trying something different.
This is the same brand that they're using up here, Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson & Johnson, they found it's not as effective as the Pfizer, because the
It's
Pfizer is actually
only
producing
87%.
yeah. But
But
the
like
thing is,
the
you got to remember,
other ones are 96%.
but Johnson & Johnson has issues too. So they both have issues.
They both have issues. The thing that I'm afraid of, like this is where I'm coming into play with what I'm afraid of, and where the mRNA is a situation where how long does it continue to replicate? How far do we know that it's going to actually?
What I've heard is 2 weeks, which is what I wish Nicole was still here, or Ronnie was still here, so they could actually speak on it.
Because this same exact thing is what you do, or what you use to actually, create other cells as well, or like to at least produce other proteins that, when we want to use it for other situations, as in, no, I'm not going to say that on this.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What they're saying is it becomes inactive after 2 weeks. That's what. In fact, I was just looking at some information where they were saying that after 2 weeks it becomes inactive. So it's not. So it will terminate within 2 weeks. That's like when they have to give you the second shot. Yeah. That's why they have to give you a second shot, because it becomes inactive after 2 weeks.
All right.
That's what
I'm not looking at it like no nanobot type situation. I'm looking at it.
No. In other words,
they created something.
It is my that's the first question I asked Nicole before it actually came out, right? Before it actually released it, because it is our RNA. RNA actually replicates itself. Will it terminate? But it does. What it does is it doesn't replicate itself. It actually produces spike proteins. It doesn't replicate itself. So in other words, give you an injection, the microRNA goes into your cells, it produce spike proteins, and the spike proteins will actually give you the immune response. So after 2 weeks, it will die and be flushed out of your system. Okay,
and
that's
so
what I've read. Huh?
So we're making a I'm trying to find nice ways to say this, but we're making a solution for a situation in which the problem never existed until it was created.
Oh, well, the thing is, okay, it's created. Okay, now why it was released, nobody knows. But the thing is that just like anything else, right? And this is just me with doing geopolitics, right? If
Wag the dog.
if they're wagging the dog, there's a reason when they're wagging the dog, right? And it's normally one versus the other, but you don't get 200 countries trying to wag the same dog.
Well, if somebody fucked up and then put the responsibility on everybody else.
Well, that's what happened. Okay, what happens when people fuck up?
Pretty much, you got a common enemy. Everybody got to fight against it.
In other words, okay, we're gonna make you a hypothetical situation. We'll say you are director of this program, right? It's intended for one purpose, right? And it's not completed, but somebody fucks up and gets out early, and it spreads in ways that you didn't anticipate. What do?
Pretty much, I'm gonna have to call everybody in. We're gonna have to come together on this one, or it's gonna be, a
Yeah,
situation of
which is what was it? Not pandemic. What it was? What did it called? 201. Remember 201 and back in November? I
no,
forget.
I'm not.
I think.
I don't remember.
In other words, this pandemic or something 201, right? Where they all came together in November of 2019. They called everybody in. What do we do? Okay, and this is what they've decided to do. Okay, if you have an agent that's out there like that, just particularly could kill people like this, what do you do if you're president? What are you gonna tell the president when you walk into his office and somebody's fucked up and say this
These are the
kill?
solutions. I ain't gonna tell them this is somebody fucked up. These are the solutions.
No,
This is what we got.
no. You gonna tell him it's fucked up, and you're gonna find out either way, won't he?
This is what we have at this moment. These are the solutions that we have.
You're gonna tell him that somebody fucked up, and this is what happened, right? You're gonna tell him the truth because he's president. You ain't gonna bullshit him, right? And this is what
I mean, not gonna bullshit him, no, but.
And you're gonna. So my expert said,
at that level.
BGS, he gonna get fired.
No, he won't. If he lies, he's gonna get fired. Okay.
No. It's not a situation of like. I'm gonna walk in there with solutions for let them understand what we have going on first.
Okay.
This is why we have the solution.
So what a solution you gonna come up with?
I mean, in the field in which I mean, I can't speak for actual scientists in that situation, so I can't really. I can only take what I hear going on, but other than that,
they're doing what the experts that came out of that situation told them to do. Social distance, wear a mask, try to keep the spread down so the hospitals don't get overwhelmed, and then wait for some kind of vaccine to kind of tamp this down. That's what they did. Which is something that you probably would have told them to if you got something that was out of control like this, right?
Straightforward, yeah.
Straightforward. Okay. Now let me ask you this question because this always comes up, right? Okay. Estimate just in the United States alone, how many trillions of dollars have they dumped in the last year and a half into this economy? Keep it alive.
Wait. Oh man. You know what? The last time I remember even thinking about anything was 16 trillion.
16 trillion, right? So how much money do you think you're going to get from a vaccine, max? From pharmaceutical company, max.
You know what? I didn't even look. I didn't even look. Look to see
what the price
was.
Close to $16 trillion.
I'm not even sure. I can't lie. I can't come up with something.
So far, Pfizer, Moderna said they might get $100 billion each. Does that make dollars and cents?
No, it doesn't. But then what it does is it makes it easier to forward your research. Like now, I got them paying for my research.
Okay.
Because now you have the RNA situation being branched off into different areas in which they're trying to use it now. As of the last 2 weeks, they're reporting certain things that they're using it for. So,
Lightbearer, can I ask you a question? Are you saying that pharmaceutical companies conspire to let loose the COVID virus so they could get funding for different drug medications in the future?
I wouldn't say that.
Why wouldn't you want to take the vaccine? What's the apprehension outside of, you don't want to get sick and have these major complications? Is there anything more outside of that why you wouldn't want to take the vaccine?
I wouldn't want to take the experiment. I would want to take the actual the known situation that is actually being like, for instance, the Johnson & Johnson shot. The mRNA shot is the one that I'm afraid of. When it comes down, and this is my fear. It's not for everybody else. It's just what I think about, what I've read, what I've researched, how it works in particular, and the how it works is what really
So,
scares
so
me.
how do you get the rest of the world to go along with the plan?
Well, the rest of the world is stupid.
Really?
Like they'll go with it just because you actually put
China too?
well, with China,
Korea?
I wouldn't compare us to China. When they already have situations that they have a history with to go off of. So like
Why
with
are
the
they
SARS
stupid? What do
situation.
you mean they're stupid? What
No, he said
outcomes makes them stupid?
well, the thing that he said, which was that I replied to as for being stupid, was how do we get the masses to go with it? And that part, I just said that they were stupid. But when
Okay.
it comes down to
But
the
why does it make you
actual,
stupid? Because people decide to go with it.
Latif says Utopia on Amazon Prime is interesting. Yeah, it is. You know, but those kind of things been around for a very long time, so it's not Utopia and that kind of stuff is not new.
What's Utopia about?
Utopia is about a viral outbreak, and the Utopia is a place where they actually trying to contain it. That's Utopia. I do believe that's the one.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, the guy talking, Dr. Johnson, he goes, why are people in the room? Why are people so quick to believe a guy who's wearing suspenders and he says he's got a dossier and a thumb drive full of information, and everybody wants to believe that. And I think that just looks like confirmation bias to me. You kind of believe that that you can't trust the vaccines because you can't trust big government. So the vaccines can't be trusted either. So when anyone just brings in counter information, people tend to believe that because that's what they want to believe. A lot of times people believe what they want to believe.
So in other words, how many bodies do they sacrifice to forward science?
Quite a few.
Long
history of that.
I'm asking Lightbearer.
How many bodies do they sacrifice?
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer that question exactly, but you always have a control group. A lot of times they don't even know that they're a part of it. So that's the thing that, again, like that's where I come back to that situation of that's where the fear comes in. Like,
but you don't okay. This is my experience from doing geopolitics for the last 30 years, man. Okay, 90, like maybe 10 to 20% of the shit that they do works, right? The other 80% of fuck ups. They fuck up a lot. This is a fuck up.
That's the nature of science. Science is one big fuck up.
That's the nature of government. Period, man. I could go on about just the fuck ups, military fuck ups they did in the last 20 years that the United States did that they thought would work, and they fucked up. Okay, this is a fuck up. Okay, I could name. I'm not gonna name them because we're on air, but I can name them. Okay, I can say I give one. Ukraine was a fuck up. Okay, major. Cost us a lot of money. Okay, they fuck up.
Wait,
This
which
is
part was the fuck up? Was the fuck up the situation of not backing up what you said, or was it?
No. In other words, your objective was dumb from the beginning. Somebody should have gotten fired for it because that cost you a lot of money. And you knew that shit wasn't gonna work. So somebody in the room said it wasn't gonna work. They did it anyway. And they fucked up. And how a lot of people at the top that backed this shit, and Russia just came right on in and said, "Oh, well, thank you very much." Okay, now go fight. Now go spend your money.
Yeah. So the guy in the suspenders, when that guy in the suspenders was speaking, he said, "I thought it from what I didn't hear him from the beginning, so I don't know if he was an MD or a naturopath."
He said he's an MD.
Okay, well, maybe he's credentialed.
And he said he treated 15 COVID patients, and he had them on a certain protocol, and not one of them got ill. Okay, because he had them on a protocol. Okay, well, fine.
And he was a virologist.
Where he kind of lost it though when he was talking about the mumps, and he goes, "Well, these people, they got the mumps and they weren't vaccinated, but they got the mumps from people who were vaccinated. So, but although there's no real, he didn't really make a statement about that. He just kind of left it open as if that's supposed to mean something. Which is, he sounds like my neighbor actually, who's a naturopath, and he's like, "Oh, you got to go by my website. Go check out my website." So I read his website, and he's got all these. This is years ago. It's like 5 or 6 years ago. He said he's got all, he said he doesn't believe in vaccines, and on his website, it was one of the dumbest things I ever read. He goes, "I think there's a link between cancer and vaccines because there's never been a person who's been diagnosed with cancer who hasn't been vaccinated before."
That's
And I'm like, "Man, that's fucking dumb."
Come on, that's dumb.
So I kind of the suspenders guys kind of, that's what it sounded like to me with those mumps. Now there was something I wanted to read to you. This is an internal email that I had forwarded to me today by a friend who works at OHSU, which is the Oregon Health Science University, which is the #1 ranked hospital in the state of Oregon. It's #1 in as a medical school for like family practice. Is #4 in the country for a few other things. It's a solid school. And the name of the email here, as I'm looking at it, it says COVID cases facing rising COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations. And I'll just get to the meat of it. They said in late June, the U.S. saw days with fewer than 10,000 new cases. In early August, daily counts were 8 times that. Oregon has seen cases multiply. Hospitals are seeing spikes in COVID patients, and OHSU is no exception. The percent of occupied ICU beds with patients with COVID-19 is currently the highest ever at nearly 30%. Now, this is where it really gets pretty fucked up. They go, "This surge is coupled with severe staffing challenges. Many of the hospitalized patients with COVID-19 are very ill, requiring care that calls for a high staff to patient ratio." It says, OHSU published our latest forecast today with dire projections. By Labor Day, OHSU predicts that the state will be short 400 to 500 needed staffed hospital beds. This means that some Oregonians will not be able to get hospital care for COVID-19 or any other condition. To put this simply, Oregon is now facing what we were afraid would happen in March 2020. It's a shocking forecast and one that has been repeatedly checked against other available data and the surge that is happening in other states. And Oregon is actually doing pretty good for COVID compared to some of these red states. So, Librarian, I would say definitely get vaccinated.
He's got to do it anyway. He's got to do it anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, good. But, just in general for guys like, I know, especially being African-American, being black with medical apartheid and the Tuskegee experiment, many of us don't want to get vaccinated. And I was one of them. I didn't want to get vaccinated, but I've got a lot of friends in medicine. I've got a science background. I'm old enough to, kind of see history repeat itself. And I didn't want to get vaccinated, but I know it's the right thing to do. And I know I can protect myself. And I'm aware of the risks, but shit is really starting to hit the fan. And so, I would ask each and every one of you to strongly consider getting vaccinated if you haven't already.
I've had SARS. I have anthrax. This being one more shot is nothing, pretty much. I just the way I look at it is like this: is just that one particular thing, and that's that mRNA.
It's experimental. If you don't like that one, get the Johnson & Johnson.
Okay? Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what I pretty much tell everybody. When it comes down to it, get it. But I prefer that I wait for all the other guinea pigs to get it first and see who falls out.
You have 4.5 billion people take the shot. Okay, how many more people do you need? I'm asking. Half the world has actually actually taken the vaccine. Okay, how big of a sample size do you need?
I'm gonna just go with the Johnson & Johnson.
Thank you.
That's pretty much it.
All right. That's what I got. I got that Johnson & Johnson. I was tired for a day, and that was fine.
Nicole said that a year ago. She's the one that read the stuff out to me. Nicole actually read the whole paper in the genome, right? And if Nicole said this shit is real, this shit's real. Okay. because that's what she does. She said
Mm-hmm.
this is not to be played with. In fact, Nicole, Nicole was having meetings on this stuff in January of last year. They knew what it was. Why would congressmen, senators get out of the stock market in January after getting this report if it's not real?
Wait, you said congressman. How
The
about all of the
congressmen,
daggone heads of most of
the
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 major companies
the
before it
senators.
actually happened?
Exactly. They already knew what was going on. The stuff. This is real. Why would the Chinese try to hide it? If try to sanitize all the information if it wasn't if they weren't trying to cover something up? Why would they destroy all the cell lines to keep them from being discovered?
Well, can't hide it no more
Cause
anyway.
Huh? Why?
But
The
it's already put out there. Who's
the intern that died? How come they try to erase her from the internet?
Or what about the scientist that were actually isn't she still over here now? I didn't I never remembered her name, but at the time that she actually left from China to come over here,
Yeah,
there was
she's the one that published the paper, and that's the one Nicole read. The other one, the bat lady, the leader of the team, she tried to defect, but they stopped her.
the other team. Yep.
They stopped her from
No,
leaving.
she made it over here.
No, the
She
bat
made,
lady's not here. No, she's
she
not.
made
The bat lady's not here.
oh
No, the Chinese held her.
she did a
The bat, the
she
bat,
did a
the,
actual
the
report
nigga,
with
they detain,
with
bro.
go
They do
go
that shit to people all the time.
go Lightbearer, go look it up, man. The bat, I would
China,
read that.
oh no
China is
The
known
Who's
for
the bat lady?
look
What's
it
this
up.
bat lady?
The bat lady is the leader of the team. I can't remember her name. She just said something maybe a couple of weeks ago, right? They hadn't heard from her in like maybe 6 or 7
oh
months.
wow
where's she
yeah
at? Is she still over there? Is she in
She's in China. She tried to defect. They stopped her from defecting. Okay.
they throw her in prison?
No, she's not in prison. They just stopped her from
she
leaving.
did like 3-4
Okay.
reports
There
with
there
quite a
was a
few people eh,
there was another scientist, a female scientist that did get out. She did publish the paper. Nicole read the whole entire paper. She came with the whole entire genome. That's not the leader of the team, though.
mm,
I
I
remember. I know
thought
who you're
okay
talking about because Nicole read the paper a year ago.
dang, I didn't know she didn't make it out.
BGS,
Yeah.
you think they ever release her?
Nope, I wouldn't. Okay,
Damn.
let me shout out the Cash Apps. Anacetus, thank you for the Cash App. Tooth Trid, appreciate the Cash App. Oh, she went the Cash App for Nicole. Eric, thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate y'all. Okay. Okay, but what I'm saying is, I mean, I kind of slowed down on looking at this because for a year and a half, like over a year, I was actually doing this shit every day. Okay, I remember when Nicole actually read the whole genome, and she actually named the Chinese lady that did come over and came over with the papers. Okay, a lot of the stuff that the Indian virologist and the Australian virologist and I think it was one guy from Korea. Okay, they came out with papers when this thing first came out. They sanitized those papers, so you can't find them anywhere. Why do they
Damn.
hide that shit? Why does Chinese are refusing to let the WHO check out all the files in the Wuhan lab?
I mean they do that all the time anyway.
And what I'm saying is, and what I'm saying is, why is Rand Paul reaming Fauci a new one about the same? Rand Paul is saying the exact same thing that we're saying. Why is he pissed at Fauci?
Because he sees what
Tearing
the
him a new
evidence
ass.
is.
Huh?
He sees what the evidence is that we were.
Exactly. He sees what the evidence is. In other words, this is a fuck up. It's a fuck up. But the virus is very real. They're not going to spend. Okay, the whole entire world spends like $60 trillion and put their whole economy and basically at risk for what? For some goddamn experimental vaccine they want to try? I don't think so, man. This is my opinion. Okay,
See,
the equations don't balance to me.
I agree. The way I contracted it, in my opinion, and this is an opinion just watching the situations that happen. A couple other people in the office also believe the same thing.
Okay.
somebody, this is exactly what happened. We had a
Okay.
colleague whose family members all of a sudden just was like, yeah, we're just going to move to America right when he was supposedly having a baby.
Okay.
So the
Out
child
of
was
what
being
country?
born. Say that again.
Out of what country were they moving from?
One that starts with a C.
Oh, okay.
So the parents come and everything's cool. No, we're hearing about how they're having a great time with the newborn and everything's great. All of a sudden, he says his father's a little sick. So we're like, oh, okay. Well, hopefully he gets better. You know, a couple weeks later, his father passes away from like a flu or like pneumonia or something like that. Within
What year is this? Are you?
this was
Can you say?
this was February of 20.
Oh, yeah, shit, yeah.
Damn.
The week of, I get something that knocks me on my butt as I'm sitting in my chair, not
Oh,
understanding what's going on. I
okay.
sit back for a little bit. I feel dizzy. Then I'm
Oh
like,
yeah.
whatever.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
walk to the car so I can get some sun real quick. I'm like, let me get some recharge on my chocolate real quick. So that's what I thought. Went to the car, couldn't get out of the car. So I dragged myself back in the office real quick to go grab like something for my headache. The next day, I'm a soldier. I had 1,600 milligrams. Threw that up in me, along with something else, and I just went myself back to work.
Did not work, did it?
Then the next guy in the other cubicle, he's feeling down. He doesn't come to work. I'm still feeling something, but I'm trying to soldier through it. And the other guy who we suspect probably gave it to us doesn't come to work for like 3 weeks.
Ooh, yeah, that's you got it. Yeah.
So they just gave me promethazine, some more of those horse ibuprofens, and something else, and tell me to go home for 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, but you're a goddamn super soldier, man. So that's probably why you made it through.
Did your symptoms match up with the COVID symptoms?
Yeah, I didn't move off the bed for 3 days. I didn't eat. All I did was sleep.
Yep.
I didn't drink anything.
You lose your sense of smell?
No, but my left arm and some of the side of my body at one point was like almost like I was quadriplegic. I couldn't move it. It was pulled up and retracted.
Okay.
And yeah, I couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And it took me about like a month of me saying, fuck this, I'm not looking like this, of pulling my arm down, trying to go lift weights, and finally it got back to regular. But it was totally damaged. Like a lot of muscle pretty much went away on just my left arm alone.
Oh,
What the
okay.
fuck shit
Yeah,
is this?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
hell.
No. That was back in 20. That's the initial outbreak. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
No.
man, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah,
I'm not
no.
gonna be losing the fucking muscle mass to the
Yeah,
vaccine.
if he wasn't such a specimen, he probably would have been in the hospital. Same thing with Charles.
Yeah, I got a couple things I wanted to say. Number one, BGS has been talking about this for quite a while now. We're going on what, years?
A
Year and a half? Almost
year
2
and a half.
years.
Yeah, I started talking about it February of last year of 2020.
Now, when you first started talking about it, I thought it was good information, but I didn't understand the gravity. And I didn't really, it wasn't until probably right now till I really started to understand the real benefit that you've provided to Black men and all your subscribers and listeners. So I want you guys to hit the fucking Cash App. Hit BGS's Cash App. Please hit his Cash App because he's doing great work. This live stream is extremely powerful. And the ones that he's done in the past about this or something else, you're actually saving Black men's lives by bringing shining a light on this and challenging this people who are anti-vaccine and they're afraid to take the vaccine. You're actually this is very socially responsible. For that reason alone, please hit the Cash App. Make that Cash App ring.
Nicole alone is no joke, man. I mean, she designs these doggone things. She's the one. Watching Nicole describe the genome of this thing makes my head spin. because she actually uses my messenger RNA. She's
Well,
How many other
the second thing. Let me get out the
Go ahead.
second thing too now.
Go ahead.
Let me put on my tinfoil hat real quick.
Go ahead.
Don't beat me up. I'm gonna put on my tinfoil hat. I heard a theory, maybe you heard it too. They said when those people were getting sick and guys were dying from smoking from vaping. And they said, "Oh, it's the vaping."
Oh
it's
yeah, I
the
remember that.
vape.
Yeah.
You know, I heard somebody talk about that, and they said, "Well, maybe that was COVID. Maybe COVID was in the vape or something when they were making them in these labs in China or something."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it could have been that because they do
I
make a
remember
lot of shit.
they did.
Yeah.
They said that in like December. It was in January. It's people
That makes sense.
vaping. Yeah.
That makes sense with a lot of
disease. Yeah.
a lot of our products coming from China. That actually does make a lot of fucking sense. Now that you, that was nah. Take the tinfoil hat off for that, brother. Real
Sounds
shit.
legit.
They did say that, but that's not how it passed. They were actually using that as an excuse.
I like this anyway. I'm sorry. Like I like this whole situation of because we're looking at this the way we're looking at this, that our manufacturing and everything else is coming back home, hopefully. Because the thing that pisses me off the most about this whole situation is all the stuff that we're you're talking about. We're talking about a fuck up with a let's say with a genome or with a virus. Well, we've been fucking up with a lot of stuff. To be honest with you, we give a particular city a lot of our information, and we act as if they're going to keep it separate from each and every different company that we send it to.
Of course
and now we have things where all of our no, I shouldn't say it like that. A lot of our technology that we have right now, every time somebody comes up with some good IP, it's being pretty much copied and used.
It basically is like a sieve, and plus they got all our back doors. They can pretty much just jump in and out of them anyway. So, but but that's true. But the thing is, the real reason they actually bring a lot of stuff back is because of what Apple's doing with the 5 nanometer chip. Okay, you've fallen behind and accelerating. So one thing Biden is doing is actually bringing all this stuff back. Trump was supposed to try and do it, but he didn't. But Biden's actually doing it. So
and that's what I like right now.
Yeah,
like I might sound like a conservative or whatever it is that some of these people like. I go for what works for us.
No, it makes sense because why give all the stuff away to your competitor to kick your ass with? But that's one of the reasons that they're actually doing it. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, salute BGS. Salute to the panel. I saw a pretty interesting documentary I just wanted to recommend, for the chat to watch.
Okay.
It was the 1918 Spanish flu, A Conspiracy of Silence. It was by Tulane University PhD in genetics and epidemiology.
I think I watched it.
Oh, you think you watched it? Yeah, pretty much he outlined he outlined the Spanish influenza and went through the waves, in terms of the way the virus behaved. And it's kind of similar to what COVID is doing now. So
they hope it is. They're trying to parallel COVID and the Spanish flu, but it doesn't look like the COVID is actually going to hold the same pattern. The Spanish flu had 3 waves and then it dissipated. Right, it actually became benign. Okay, COVID doesn't look like it's going to do that.
It was pretty virulent.
Yeah. There is conspiracy about Spanish flu and President I think it's Wilson and World War I. They think they sent this stuff over intentionally, actually, when defeat the Germans.
Oh, really? And then it came back on us because it wrecked our military.
No, it was already. It started with us, but he allowed it to fester, and they sent those 6 soldiers over there to Europe
to infect them and make them die.
That is the conspiracy, right? That Wilson knew that the soldiers were dying from this, but he sent them to Europe anyway, which infected not only France but also Great Britain and eventually the Germans. And they did make the Germans sick. You actually look at the track record. As soon as the Spanish flu showed up, all of a sudden the Germans stopped advancing.
Oh wow, okay.
In other words, they're kicking ass up until the spring of 2018, and all of a sudden,
Yeah,
Spanish flu got a
Ger-
hold of them. All of a sudden, they were surrendering within 6 months.
yeah, Germany was beating the hell out of
They were
everybody, was whooping everybody's. They needed the United States, to be honest, because they were
what,
Britain was getting dragged, and
but
France was already defeated,
but
the
but
ass up. So
but that is the conspiracy. Now, whether I don't think they invented it, but I think they saw something and allowed it to happen.
My question to
uh,
you is: do you think COVID will ever be as virulent as the Spanish flu? Because
Yeah.
like the Spanish flu had people dying in the street, killing people like in 30 minutes. You know.
Okay, what they didn't do with the Spanish flu that they did with COVID is social distance. They actually used the Spanish flu playbook, right? That they didn't do with the Spanish flu was social distance, use masks, and all that kind of stuff until it was too late. So what they did with this is they actually used the Spanish flu playbook: social distancing, use mask, wash your hands, blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. They actually keep the spread down, right? So is it as virulent? Probably more so. But the thing is, the difference between 2018, not 2020 and 1918 is what? Sanitation, right? Spanish flu killed about like between 30 and 50 million people because of the conditions that they're under. Okay, this one they said, even Penn said it out of his own mouth. They said um, it was supposed they had the projection of between 3 and 6 million Americans in the United States had they let it not social distance and do all the other kind of precautions. Now, whether that was true or not, we'll never find out because guess what? You can't revise history, right?
Yeah,
Because
but it
they did
was
protocols. Okay.
yeah,
But,
but
but
Spanish flu was like killing people in the street based on this
Yeah,
documentary.
the thing is, if you look at the totals of Spanish flu for over 3 years, they killed up with 618,000 people, right? Okay.
Okay,
What did COVID kill within a year?
that same number,
Oh yeah, a little bit over.
a little
Okay.
bit over, yeah, about
Yeah.
800,000.
No, no, about no, they 620. I think the final number for 1 year. I think because they counted the year in March when they actually announced that it was a thing. Was 613,000
Oof,
in a year versus
wow.
3 years with the Spanish flu. So and counting. So, but there's more people. I think you only had 150 million people then, so you had double the number of people.
Are these variants targeting the young more and more? You think?
It seems to be there seems to be. It's not killing them, but the thing is, it is making them sick because remember they had so-called I forget what they call the disease, but they call it COVID skin with the kids who would catch COVID and they get this kind of almost look like a um uh frost burn on their back.
Okay.
Yeah. So in other words, it's become a bloodborne disease, which is unusual for a virus.
I have a quick segue because I have, if
You,
it's
you,
allowed,
your
if I
mic
could
is
ask you.
terrible, Liberia.
Oh, okay, hold
which
on.
basically, that basically means BGS that it was fucking genetically altered and shit, basically.
Well,
'Cause that
well,
doesn't sound natural.
that's what Fauci and Fauci and what Rand Paul are actually saying. Rand Paul, God bless him. He wasn't supposed to do that out in open, in the open area of the Senate.
Yeah, Fauci was like, "Fuck that." He was trying to dodge them
Well,
questions. Like, how dare people like
well, the
this?
thing is, we wasn't supposed to. But that's how you know that it's a real thing because you have a sitting senator actually reading documents and actually asking them about the documents. So, and basically, everything that Rand Paul said, I had already read. So he just verified that what I was reading was actually true.
Do you think that it was released by another country to decimate us, or is this
It
like
was
just a
it,
natural order?
it was okay. This is what Nicole, Don Calypso, and basically Dr. Dunbar told me. Okay, because they work in labs, right? They work in labs, and basically, if you basically, how do you inject the mouse with a needle, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
How you
okay.
doing?
What if you slip and it goes through your glove?
Yeah,
You inject yourself, right?
yeah.
But you don't. But the thing is, since it's never infected people, guess what you're going to do? You want to go to lunch. Are you gonna tell somebody?
Wow. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Okay, she didn't tell anybody, right? Because she didn't think she was infected. 2 weeks later, she starts dropping off sick. A month later, she's dead. Okay.
Oof.
The
Sound
fucking
like a
body
movie to me.
I said
petri
what?
dish.
Sound like a movie to me. I saw a
The
movie
It,
body
exactly
became a
like this.
petri dish.
but the thing is, way before, way before. I heard it in the news way before I heard the story. Uh, Nicole, Don Calypso, and Dr. Dunbar told me that's probably what happened. A mouse squirmed. Okay, she missed the mouse and injected herself with whatever the solution was.
This was patient zero.
I
She
heard
was
something
patient
else
zero.
along with I heard something else along with that part as well, where with the example of how I felt like I got sick was they let a certain amount of people out, but they were trying to close down the borders before they could let those people out. So
Yeah.
once they started closing down everything and they locked it down, they instead of telling the other governments where these people were trying to escape who had advanced knowledge
Hmm.
on what was going on, they just let it ride because if they actually told them in advance, it would be just their responsibility. But
Hmm.
since they made it a worldwide situation now, it won't rest on just their shoulders. Everybody has to participate.
Well, because the paperwork says you had a whole bunch of people that participated that don't want to be uh, busted out, including the United States. But Rand Paul
Hmm.
did bust them out because the paperwork is there. Yeah,
Yeah,
Wait,
because
wait.
the
it
geo.
was sitting in our it was sitting in one of our military facilities for quite some time before it was in the hands of somebody else.
Well, the thing is, okay, it was, but the thing is that it wasn't enhanced. Okay,
Hmm.
okay,
It didn't have the thing that we made mRNA
no,
programs
the
for at this point at this
the
moment.
spike protein hadn't been perfected, right?
Hmm.
That's what they're trying to perfect. And maybe they did. One of those samples probably did. But thing is, that's not what was released. The one we actually released was the one that we got. Okay, and we have no idea what it's going to do. You know, we have no idea what that
And
thing is going to do.
Okay, so this isn't
now
even a
there's go ahead.
wait. This isn't even BGS. This isn't even like the perfect version of the virus. What would happen if the one with the perfect protein
I'm going to actually find that clip from Rand Paul. He said Rand Paul out of his own mouth said the beast that was in there that didn't get released was at 15 to 30 times more virulent than the one that we got. It actually killed about 15 to 20, 30 times more people than the one that we got. That's out of Rand Paul's mouth. It's not my words, that's his.
Now
Oh,
what about? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
This would have toppled it. This would have toppled our country, definitely, man.
Well, I don't know. Would you want to be a sitting president and see 6 or 7 million people drop, or 30 million people drop?
Man, that
and
would
how
have been.
long? And how long?
I'm just asking. Now, within a year.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to deal with
Damn.
that. I wouldn't. Have,
Oh,
I mean, go back to the debate with what's his name, Mike Pence, right?
Mhm.
And they asked him about the COVID lockdown and that kind of stuff, right? They actually went after him about the COVID-19 lockdown, right? Mike Pence said the projection was 3 to 6 million people dead in the first year. He said we save lives. That's what he says. Okay,
I
out of
don't know
his
Pence,
what
own
Pence
people
said
mouth.
this.
don't. I don't know what people don't understand. One, we're blessed that it didn't have a payload. If this was engineered anywhere close to Spanish flu, a lot of motherfuckers you're speaking to today would be dead. And I'm gonna tell you, I've been in the fields over in Iraq, and you'd be surprised how many people off of mustard gas died. Okay? A lot of you think that Officer Falk is this guy who likes to drink and smoke cigars. No, Officer Falk is probably the most black pilled person you know. He's seen some shit. And I pray to God that you don't ever have to see it.
I think we dodged the bullet. I think we dodged the bullet compared to what
We
could have
did
been.
BGS, I'm gonna tell you this one from some of my buddies and my cousins, both my cousins in the military,
Mm-hmm.
from some of their NBC NCOs and
Mm-hmm.
officers.
Yeah.
We didn't dodge a bullet. We dodged a nuke.
Okay.
Hmm. That's. I still get on planes with an NBC mask, but one of the things I wanted to see is oh, did you get that email from me, BGS?
Which one?
One about a new website that was created.
I might have. I have to go back and look. Okay. Yeah,
All
I think
right.
so. Yeah, I had to go back and
So,
look.
because I gotta go back in the gym. Everybody looking at me like I'm weird standing
All
out
right.
here.
All right.
But I just want to ask if I can tell you about the website before I actually go back in.
Go ahead. No, just be my guest.
All right. So I made a space for pretty much I made a whole like YouTube type space to archive our stuff. So if y'all stuff gets taken down.
Okay.
So it was mostly because I went back and I tried to find the hyena video from Angry, and I tried to find the octane levels from you.
Okay.
And both of them I couldn't find at the same time. I was like, yo.
Okay. Because I had them private, but I actually had to go back and unlock them.
All right.
But
So I made an
work.
archive. I made a whole like website, like literally is just another like it's YouTube, but not YouTube. And you can still make money up there.
Okay.
But my thing is freedom of speech is freedom of speech.
Can you drop a link in the back chat?
Manospherebm.com.
Got it.
Okay.
BM stands for Black Media. Manospherebm.com.
BGS, is there a timeline to when some kind of normalcy or some sort of normalcy will be restored with this?
They have no clue, man, because it's this thing was engineered to do exactly what Nicole said, to evade the immune system. They have no clue, man. They're winging it right now.
That question, I wish I got on earlier, like, because she said that, and I was like, what the heck does she mean? It evades the immune system.
It's designed to mutate and evade the immune system. That's what she was talking about. This is not a naturally occurring virus. It's actually a pathogen designed to evade your immune system. That's what the HIV and all the other components are actually designed to do.
But viruses typically do this, from what I've read.
I know, but the thing is, this one is actually designed to do it better. That's why it's so effective. That's like you actually tamp it down, and it actually comes back twice as invasive. Like the Delta is like what 12 times as bad, more effective than the original.
Well, viruses are just like us. They want to live, so they're going to evolve to do that.
I know.
Aren't they technically non-living?
I'm gonna tell you this with BGS. I want you to look at the chat. When I mentioned NBC, NCOs,
yeah,
I haven't had one motherfucker disagree with me yet. Everybody who's been in the military, when we get you want a scared straight class for fucking putting on a fucking NBC suit or Kim suit, go to some of them classes when you see what the fuck anthrax and other disease, other fucking things.
Liberia, I thought, don't you have a wrench, Liberia? You don't have a wrench?
I have a wrench.
Just you can post it in the chat if you want.
I didn't want to be disrespectful and just post on nobody's stuff.
Why you think you got a wrench?
Information's free, man.
Why you got a goddamn wrench?
Okay. See, Lightbearer, information's free, nigga. See, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you a lot of. It's better to be. It's better to act. It's better to ask for permission later than to be late on the draw.
Ask for forgiveness, then ask for permission.
Yeah,
exactly.
That phrase.
And I'm gonna say this: a lot of my fellow soldiers, Marines, airmen, and seamen out there, and soldiers will actually tell you this: when CS will fuck you up, and CS is a very good indicator on what you don't want. That's just temporary shit.
Mm-hmm.
You're
that's
talking
why
about.
I'm like kind of weary on like with the mask situation. Like most people are not really wearing this mask.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. I look at the mask the same way as my bulletproof vest. It will stop anything up to a 44 Magnum. Am I willing to test that? No, but it will stop everything. It will stop anything up to a 44 Magnum. I can get a vest that can stop a 7.62 or 308. That's for when shit goes real heavy and hot and heavy. But the difference is that the fatigue factor.
Take one of those masks, go in the bathroom, take a shit or fart. Is it stopping it?
It'll reduce it. Like it's better. It's literally better than nothing. That's all it has to be. Better than nothing. Man.
It traps the smelling for most situations. I have 3 different masks that I always keep on me. One where, like, you know, I know for a fact it's a good strong seal. If I'm going on a plane, I have like a real seal. And if anything, if y'all could get the ones that's the overhead joint that actually your neck and stuff, or like at least around the major part of your head, like get that. Like a majority of these masks are BS. But what I'm trying to really say is, when you look at the actual, like, the way that these people use it, the way they wear it, they leave too many gaps. They don't really put it over their nose properly. If it is, I don't see it really working well, and it's because they don't know really what it is. If you put CS up under that joint, or if you put a foul smell in front of them, and let them see how it is how to properly wear the mask. Most people aren't. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, supposed to slow down the spread. That's what the masks are for. Slow it down so that doctors can actually respond, not be overwhelmed. Couple of super chats, cash apps. Javon Thompson, thank you. Stephen, thank you, and Maurice, thank you. All right. Who we got? Who's up?
Yeah, he's talking about a full face respirator and a half face.
Okay.
N95 rated, you know, like one of those the painter's masks with the N95 filters, P100. Definitely.
I'm not even talking about those.
Yeah.
He's talking about the HEPA filters, right?
No, it's P100 is rated like N95 level, and the masks look like the ones that you would use like if you're doing body work or spray painting. They have them on Amazon, you know, with the filters, but I don't trust the filters on Amazon because they're saying that there are a lot of, you know, knockoffs. So I would call 3M directly and get the filters through them. But they're all available and they're back in stock. You know, people can buy them. I mean, people might look at you crazy when you're out in public wearing it, but they'll definitely help you.
Yeah, you was talking about the spike protein, BGS. Not only that, when your immune system detects the spike proteins, it sends out cytokines, and that causes further damage.
The cytokine storm is an immune response. Okay.
Right. It is. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. And in
when your body detects it, it sends out cytokines to try to stop the virus.
But the storm one is overreacts. Okay.
Right. Overreacts. Right. It does it anyway, but if it sends too much out, it'll cause damage, and that's when, like in your lungs, that's when pneumonia sets in.
That's
it fills with fluid, and then you literally can't even take an oxygen.
That's actually filled with blood, because it start bursting blood vessels and blood cells. Okay, which is something that COVID does too, bursts blood cells. Same thing that the Spanish flu did, where you actually bleed out through your lungs.
Yeah,
okay?
Liquidize every goddamn
thing. It actually liquidizes everything. That's what cytokine storm actually does. It starts attacking and breaking down your own tissues. Okay, but
it uses heat.
Huh?
The cytokines, they use heat to.
No. They use it's a chemical. Okay, how do you think that your body breaks down proteins?
Something like enzymes.
Right?
It liquefies shit.
It liquefies shit. So what do you think that it does with a cytokine storm? What it does to your own tissues? So
well, that's my understanding. Cytokines are inflammatory response.
And
they use heat.
It's a chemical reaction.
It's a chemical reaction.
It's also a clotting factor that gets affected also.
Yeah, because you know what causes you not to clot is when that shit coagulates, it liquefies. It doesn't solidify.
Heat itself is not going to liquefy anything. The enzymes will actually create heat as they start breaking bonds. So the heat that you feel is basically the enzyme reaction of the cytokines and the other immune response. That's what causes the fever.
I mean, you got to think about it. When you get a chemical reaction to anything, it's always going to be heat. Okay. Even when you put water in the freezer, Why do you think they tell you to put hot water in the freezer? Because it freezes faster. Because it's going to be it's going to take the molecules into a different state.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a transfer of energy. You know,
Right.
the water gets colder. The water gets colder. The hot water gets colder. The freezer gets hotter. So it's transferring.
You're transferring
So
energy.
it's always. So I'm not the smartest motherfucker. Y'all forget I went to a state college and didn't finish.
But how about old blood? It doesn't matter, man. It don't matter about old blood.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I told you.
In fact, I think old blood, it feeds quicker on old blood than I think I read that a while back. I had to go back and look at my notes.
I have another question for you, BGS. I missed the panel. The vitamin D and the immune response, which causes the cytokine storm. What is the research saying on that in terms of decreasing that? Because the vitamin D decreases the exacerbated immune response.
In other words, you want to keep the viral load down to where you don't get a cytokine storm. So if you already had the vitamin D, your immune system jumps on whatever it is right away. It never builds up to that point.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a hormone. Vitamin D.
In other words, what happens with COVID or the Spanish flu, it overwhelms your immune system, so it has to come back even harder, and that's what causes cytokine storm because it's a big fight.
But some people have an exacerbated immune response, and some people don't.
Some people will. Okay.
Yeah, everybody's immune system is different.
But very few. Okay. Very few. And the spike proteins are the other thing that causes an immune response, and blood clots because basically Nicole said this right. This particular bugger loves blood. It actually loves blood cells. It actually feeds off of blood cells. So that's something getting blood clots and blood vessel damage because it actually pops the little suckers, right? Because there's very little in it, so it gets into them and it actually explodes those bad boys, which is worse. So it's a nasty little bugger, even though it's not it's only like maybe less than 10% effective, according to the big bad, the other ones. Okay, it's a nasty little bugger.
Yeah, I had torn my ACL playing football, in college, and I got a blood clot, so I know how serious it is. And the medications that they had me taking was like about 2,000, 4 months supply. So, and that was like the top of the line blood thinner. It was like Lovenox, the injection.
And the spike proteins itself, right, causes blood clots because whatever it is about the spike protein, this little bug of spike proteins themselves, they attack blood cells and they cause blood clots. That's the problem with the Johnson & Johnson, even the Pfizer. The spike proteins will cause a certain amount of minute blood clots all over your body.
A bodybuilder just died recently from it.
Yeah, but the thing is, but that's part of the immune response too. So
that's why I've been waiting it out.
Huh? Well, you can wait. You can wait it out. The thing is that at some point they have to get the show back on the road.
I mean, there's no waiting it out. This shit is here to stay.
Yes.
No, not waiting out the disease. I'm waiting out the process. Yeah.
Like, if you got a bunker for the next 5 to 10 years, then yeah. But
look, I'm trying to go to Kanye's bunker in a minute.
I mean, realistically, everybody here is gonna catch it. There's no way around that shit.
Yeah. The thing is, eventually everybody, I would say 90% of the people will have to take a vaccine. I think the only people they're exempting right now is children under 12.
Oh yeah.
Eventually everybody's gonna have to take. They're not sure about children under 12 because their immune system is not mature enough.
Now, BGS, remember that question I asked before though? I did want to ask that though.
Go ahead.
Like in my head, I'm just float this out that maybe we've already reached like peak acceptance of the vaccine as far as voluntary, and that the only thing left might just be the hardliners. So this, as far as getting people willing to take it, this might be the cap. Like maybe 5 to 10% might budge more when things pick up as far as the disease and all that. But
okay, well, they depending on what their number is, they will do what they have to do to reach that number. And Biden is not Biden is not the old friendly grandpa, right? He will do whatever is necessary. Okay, if closing down and airports, you're not being able to work, will actually because you take the vaccine, that's what it'll do. That's what
Do
we
you
do.
feel that? Do you feel the military or the government will be going door to door and forcibly vaccinating
No,
people?
no. Why? Okay, do you like eating?
Yeah,
Do you like being housed? Do you like getting a paycheck?
definitely. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Refueling your car.
Definitely, yeah.
If you want to work, if you want to eat, get public assistance, guess what you're gonna have to do?
Okay. So we're at that point now.
You're not at that point yet, but you will.
Look, my Armenian friends already got little cardboard pieces of paper with the proper signatures for sale already online. So
Good
The
luck.
feds are gonna
that bad
prosecute people
already.
on that though.
Good luck.
Yeah,
It's already that bad. Like it's heavy though. They're already making money off of it.
yeah, but the feds are gonna get people on that though.
Good luck because they look it up. You got to be in the database. You hack the database. You're good. Good luck. Just don't get caught.
Come on. Sorry. No, come on.
All right, man. Go take care of business, Light Beer.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
All right. Who hasn't spoken that wants to speak? I think D King. Brother Truth, you back again, bro?
Yep, that I am. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, so
yeah, bro.
You didn't have enough last night, man?
No, man. Man, I had a great time, man. Thank you for having me up. By the way, appreciate it.
You know that you're the talk of the town, man.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
I like being the topic of discussion.
Not in a good way.
Hey, man, as long as you're talking about me.
All right. What do you want?
No, honestly. So, I just wanted to put some insight onto the functionality of the virus. So the reason.
Okay. What is your expertise? we just had like 2 people up here that have expertise. What's your expertise?
Well, I mean, I understand microbiology to a certain extent.
What's your expertise? That's not expertise. What's your expertise?
I'm an engineer by trade, network engineer by trade. But as far as like understanding literature, medical literature,
are you a genetic engineer?
No, but I understand microbiology.
We just had a genetic engineer up here at the beginning of the show. Okay.
I'm not saying that I know any more than her.
She's got 3 grants doing this stuff. She makes these things. Okay.
I'm happy for her. And again, I'm not saying I know any more than her. Like, I'm not up here trying to show my ass or anything.
So
we
don't need any clarification on how the damn thing works, right? She's already done that.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm just here to have a conversation and provide knowledge that I know. I'm not trying to upstage anyone.
All right, man. People said I gave you more time last night. Okay, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead. Shoot.
Okay, so there is a site on the virus known as
no, we don't need a site. Well, what I want is what you know. I don't need a site.
That's what I'm not saying anything about a website. I'm talking about a site on the virus.
Okay.
It's known as a furin cleavage site, FURIN.
Yes.
And this site, it resides on the spike protein, something known as the S2 subunit.
Yes.
And this site, this furin cleavage site is the only way that this virus is able to actually inject its payload into the human cell. If this furin
through the H2 receptor, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, through the H2 receptor and that's honestly that's the primary way that this virus is able to infect humans. The only thing that distinguishes
where does the furin cleavage site actually exist on the virus?
And the S.
It's on the what, sir? Say it for the class. On
S2
the what?
subunit. So it's basically doubles to the spike protein.
A spike protein receptor. Exactly.
Yeah, there is something called the receptor binding motif on the spike protein.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
why do you think Pfizer and Moderna actually produces tries to get an immune response against what? The spike protein.
But the thing is, the way that the Pfizer and the Moderna so-called vaccines have your body produce that spike protein is completely unnatural to the body. There's never been a spike, and that's one of the causes of the blood clots, the neurological issues people are having. If you even scratch the surface on this, there's a ton of people that have major regret from getting these so-called vaccines because they've basically damaged their body neurologically. Their brain function is screwed up.
Okay.
It's a hell of a lot of people out here that are having adverse effects.
All right. Okay. Let me walk you. Let me walk you through the matrix. Right. Okay. We can just walk through this. Right. You have this little bugger that's escaped from a lab, and you know which one you have. It could be the one that's lesser. It could be the one that's greater. Okay. And your boys walk into you, tell you this is what we have. You're gonna have 3 to 6 million people dead within a year if you don't do something. Because you know which version you have. What do?
What as far as what? I would take the safer route and go.
Which one is that? What's safer route? Is it?
Route. There are known therapeutics and known other, but the primary reason why there's no investment in these because there's like ivermectin that actually has been shown to work.
Okay.
Hydroxychloroquine has zinc has been shown to work.
Okay. Okay.
And the reason why there's no investment in those because there's no financial incentive.
Well, Mexico.
These are generic drugs.
Now Brazil used it. Mexico used it. India used it. They used it heavily.
And guess
what happened? They got the same results that we did.
I'm not sure what research you're looking at, but just about every single research paper I've looked at, ivermectin has been shown to work. And this is like, I can pull up some information. I don't want to speak out my ass.
Did you read the paper this time?
That's a good one. Yes, I did.
Okay, what did it say?
Again, the evidence shows that, from doctors that have actually treated patients early enough with hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, it worked.
It early enough, right? And do you remember the back when they actually talk about HCQ and ivermectin, they were actually bringing the stuff from across the border because Mexico doesn't need to actually sell this stuff. You don't need a paper to actually sell it. You get it over the counter. Okay, they use that stuff. Go back and look at the article about Brazil using this stuff, ivermectin and HCQ. Go back and look at it. A year ago. Guess who has the second highest mortality rate in the world?
I will go ahead and look at that. Like,
go look at
it may be something that I'm not aware of. I would concede to that.
The same thing that you saying Chris Mortensen said a year ago.
Chris Matheson?
Chris Mortensen of Peak Prosperity. Go back and look at
it. Yeah, I know Chris Matheson. I know you're talking about.
Chris Mortensen, right? Not Chris Matheson.
It's Matheson.
Yeah.
You know what, BGS?
But what the thing is with these so-called vaccines is that they do not provide any type of
dude. I know it's Chris Mortensen because I look at him every day. You want me to pull him up?
You know what, BGS? I don't care what nobody say about the mortality rate. Ain't nothing harder than getting a light-skinned bitch to text you back.
Charles Diggs, appreciate you, bro.
Did he cut out, doesn't he? I think you're bored, bro.
Well, you didn't finish what you were saying. You were saying that vaccines don't do what? What don't they do?
So So these particular vaccines, they do not provide any serological. They don't provide a serological immunity, meaning that it's only a antibody response, an antigen response.
Hold on.
There's no T cell response, meaning that these so-called vaccines are actually causing a phenomenon known as antibody-dependent enhancement. Meaning, because the body is not clearing the virus, it essentially what's happening is that the virus is having a time enough to actually learn a way around these antibodies that's being produced by these so-called vaccines, and actually you actually have a training ground almost of a sort for these viruses, because there is no serological immune response, meaning that the virus is not being eradicated from the body.
So how do you get a serological immune response?
Well, because this.
How do you get?
I'm explaining right now.
No, you're not.
Yes, I'm about to.
Are you going to answer my question or not?
Yes, I am. I'm actually about to answer to it right now.
How do you get it?
So because these
how
vaccines,
do you get it?
I'm explaining. Can I?
No, you can't. You can't. How do you get it?
You have to have a vaccine that actually exposes your body to the entire viral.
What if you don't have it?
Okay, and this is exact reason why you would have this. Can I explain myself?
No, you can't. God damn it!
But why not?
What if you don't have the vaccine to do that? What do you use? What do you use if you don't have it?
Well, you can't use an incomplete vaccine. What means it's actually coming from people that have been vaccinated. People have been vaccinated. If you look at Massachusetts, they actually said 74% of the people that have come into the hospital have already been vaccinated. You know why? Because this.
Well, what's their survival rate?
These so-called vaccines do not prevent the spread.
But what's the survival rate?
I could explain.
You still have people.
No. What's the survival rate?
Answer the question.
I'm not 100% sure.
So if you're not sure, in other words, I'm gonna no.
I can find out.
Hold up.
The infection rate.
Hold up. Let me ask you a question, right? If you were out there in the military, right, are you going to wear your flak vest with the ceramic plate with the steel inside, or are you going to go out there willy-nilly? Will that increase your survival rate?
I will wear the flak vest, yes.
So guess what? So in other words, will it increase your survivability?
Flak vest has a knife inside of it that possibly when operating. Then no, I'm not going to wear the flak vest.
So in other words, see, this is that bull. See, this is that bull. No,
bro.
So guess what? If you're gonna back your shit up, at least give me what the survivability rate is if you still get sick. Because last time I checked, motherfuckers still get the common cold, right?
Yeah.
No. We're gonna start with actually confirming and affirming what the fuck I just said, right? Like men do, right? People still get the common cold, correct? Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening to her.
Can you answer my question, please?
Yeah, they do.
What's the fucking survivability rate
of someone that's vaccinated?
Hold
because it comes down to a lot of different things. Let me finish talking, bro.
What's the
This is what I'm gonna do, man. When you're 5 minutes, I'm gonna block you after this, okay? I'm gonna block you after this.
But why though?
I'm gonna let you finish talking because you're being rude. Okay?
I'm not.
Hey, brother, let me say this before you go. You get your 5 minutes. Let me say this first. I remember the first time we talked. We were on Mr. Fantastic's channel.
Okay.
And
God bless you.
You were talking about, man, you are a very interesting guy because you were giving me this my pillow guy bullshit and how the election was stolen. And I was like, man, this guy sounds like an idiot, right? And then ever since then, whenever I've heard you, you've been on point in checking people with facts. I mean, And so I was like, this guy, you're like one of these guys who's too smart for his own good, where you'll intellectualize something and you'll put your teeth into it, and you'll say words, but you'll just be dead wrong on things, and it's like you can't understand you're wrong. And it's like
No,
this is one of these points.
I will.
Go ahead, you got 5
I'll,
minutes. You got 5 minutes.
So in other words, I'm looking
ahead.
for it like this one. Look, people still get the common cold, but do we have a high survivability rate towards it?
I muted him so you can talk.
So I'm just like this. Like BGS, I'm gonna tell you one thing, and anybody listening to the sound of my voice. Look, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and don't have it. If it gives me a fucking higher chance, if it's from 49 to 51, I'm taking it.
Okay.
And I'm one of the people who told you I'm not sure about this vaccine because I had the shit. Let me heal up from everything I'm healing, and I will check into it. Guess what? I don't want my son, nor my father, nor my mother, nor anyone around me to be infected with this fucking shit. Okay? See, a lot of people, this is the reason why people speak out of fucking theory than fucking factual information. Have you had COVID? Hello?
Brother Drews.
You cut out again. You cut out again, bro.
Did you have COVID? Have you ever contracted COVID?
Hey, you got to go back a little bit. You cut out.
Have you ever contracted COVID?
Yes, I did.
Were you feeling on top of the world?
I got it out of me, but
okay.
Because I'm going to tell you, BGS, how badly did I sound with COVID?
Oh, you were horrible. Yeah, we thought you were going to die for a minute.
So I'm like this. I don't really tell people what to do. If you know me, I give you. I'm not the teacher as BGS is. I'm the guide. I guide you to the 2 doors. I make you look. I tell you. I take you there. I won't tell you which door to pick. But God knows it. American people, if you worried about motherfuckers in the U.S. government trying to track you, they can already track you. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Take this shit and protect yourselves and your families. If you don't give a fuck about you, give a fuck about your people.
I'm gonna drop everybody down, man. Okay. I'm gonna have a one-on-one with him because this is probably it between me and you. Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah. All right, unmute yourself, man. Okay. I'm actually a chem major, and so I've been in the lab and I know how this shit works. And I'm asking you direct questions and you're not giving me answers. You actually failed my test yesterday, okay? Because you give me the wrong paper. You can't answer simple questions when I ask you about statistics and facts. You can't simplify your points. I don't need a narrative, okay? I ask you a direct question, give me a direct answer, okay? I don't need you to read, okay? We don't have time to go through all your papers. I don't have time to go through all your facts, read all your papers. Okay, when I have read your papers, guess what? You failed that test, okay? I actually read a couple of your papers online, right? And you didn't read the abstract, which is the first thing that you do, which tells me that you're inexperienced at reading this kind of shit.
Well, the first one that I brought up, I posted the wrong URL that had nothing to do with what I was talking about. So
whose fault is that?
And I admit my mistake.
Well, then whose fault is that?
But again, you can't.
Why should I trust you? What you're saying?
Because again, I admitted my mistake. It was the wrong URL. What I was talking about. So when you say, you read the wrong abstract, that had nothing to do with one of my arguments. The second one I posted was correct, and it said that
if you don't
does not.
Shut the fuck up, I'm gonna block you.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I'm listening.
The second thing is when I ask you a direct question and you're supposed to know this stuff, give me a direct answer. Simplify it. I'm not gonna read the whole paper. You're not gonna read the whole paper, okay? All the stuff that you're talking about has already been discussed a year ago, okay? Now, there's 4.5 billion shots. Okay, what are the stats coming back from those shots? Have you looked them up? Got 4.5. He had 191 million doses of this vaccine. Have you looked up the stats? Are you current? Can you give me chapter and verse about these stats instead of H2? I already understand. We actually went over this shit a year ago. I don't feel like going back over H2 receptors and cleavage sites and HIV and how the spike protein was actually developed. Okay, we went over that a year ago.
I was going somewhere with that, but I got cut off. I couldn't
don't
explain
give
it.
a goddamn. What I'm saying.
What's the point of me talking though? If I can't even explain myself, doesn't make any sense.
Get to the point.
I am. I try to.
No, not try. Get to the point. What is your ultimate point?
My ultimate point is that these vaccines are ineffective and dangerous.
Why are they dangerous?
Because they produce an unnatural spike protein that has been known to cause damage in the vascular system, also blood clots. Also, the nanocarrier used for these spike proteins is dangerous to human health.
Okay. Well,
even the guy that created mRNA technology is telling the FDA and the government to put a stop on this program. He's the guy that invented the mRNA technology.
Can you stop talking for a second? Okay?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. If you know anything about biology, you know anything about doing a test, okay, about doing a study, you have to have numbers of people, right?
But why would they test this out on the worldwide population? This is supposed to be a safety study prior to implementation.
They did do a safety study, but the thing is,
no, they did not.
Yes, they did. Go back and look.
I did. The safety trial only lasted for 2 weeks. That was the longest thing they did, and that is nowhere near enough time.
No, it did not.
Yes, it did. It was only 2 weeks.
They ran those safety trials. They ran 3 of them.
That's why it's not FDA approved, because there are no safety standards. They have to meet safety standards to be FDA approved.
They're not FDA
They
approved.
only have. They only have. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this, okay? Okay. What is a typical? How many people in a typical trial for a vaccine? What is it? What do you think it is? Give me a guess.
I mean, it really depends on what they're testing.
A typical
I
mean,
trial, right? It's a wide range. I mean,
it's not.
It depends on what they're testing.
Range. It's at the very a large
and
trial.
What vaccines it is?
A large trial is 10,000 people, right? That's a large trial. Mostly it's in the hundreds. If you ever read these papers, right? Because I read them. Okay. Guess what you got going on right now? You got a worldwide trial with billions of people.
How is it ethical?
I didn't say
how is it ethical? How is them testing?
Shut up for a second. No matter whether it's ethical or not.
It should be. It should not.
No, you're arguing something. Stop arguing feelings, okay?
It's not feelings. It's the fact that they're testing out experimental drugs on people.
Can you think logically?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. You have 4.5 billion people that are under trial. Guess what you have? A case study, a big one, right? Bigger than there's ever been in history, right?
Yeah.
Guess what you got from that trial? It's called data. Have you read the data coming back?
I don't know about you, but I don't want to be a lab rat.
Shut up for a second, okay? Answer the question. This is science. You got data coming back, right? Have you looked at the data coming back from these trials?
Yes, and a lot of people are dying. A lot of people
How many?
Right now, it's uncovered. It's being uncovered. This because again, we haven't been under this so-called experiment for so long. But you literally have numbers that are coming out of the government. People are dropping dead left and right.
When did they start giving this vaccine out worldwide? Where did it start?
It's like towards the end of last year.
It started in what? September of 2020 in the UK, right? I think it was actually August of 2020 UK, right? What was it like? like 30 million people? You had almost a year of data. Have you looked at it?
Yes, and people are getting ill, definitely ill and sick.
Now, how many people? People are going to get sick on any medication. People are going to get sick. How many people?
But my point of contention is
How
this:
many people?
there should not be
How many?
testing
I
out
don't.
a experimental
It doesn't matter.
gene therapy. This is the first.
Look, it doesn't matter what they should or should not be doing. They did it anyway. What's the data? That's what I want to know. What's the data?
So are you on board with them testing out experimental gene therapy and on the entire?
What's the data coming back? Out of
humanity? That doesn't make any sense. Why would big foreign national corporation testing out their drugs?
I'm gonna ask you again. You're a scientist, right? I unmuted you. You're a scientist, right? Are you?
No, I'm an engineer by trade.
You're an engineer by trade. When you do you do quality tests?
Yeah, prior to deployment.
Okay, but you don't know how it's really going to work until you deploy it, right?
Of network solution, I think is good. Before I put it into production.
When you put it in production, you find out all the little bugs that you didn't see before, right? Once it's deployed, right? Got to have bug fixes, right? Because when the real test is when it's deployed, right?
Yeah, typically.
So what's a better data set? The little few machines you ran it on, or nationwide deployment? What's the better data set?
As far as as far as the
effectiveness of whatever
actual information I'm getting from. Yes. Yeah. So basically, once I put it into production, right, I would have hoped that I've worked out all the kinks. Anything that else may happen.
You can't write out all the kinks. It's impossible.
However, there is a due diligence on my end, right, to ensure that these problems have been addressed. My whole argument is that there has not been that due diligence done. There have not been that due diligence done on these vaccines.
If you don't listen to me, I'm just going to drop you, man.
I'm listening. My ears are wide open, and I'm getting your point. I'm getting your point. You're comparing what I'm saying to what the vaccine deployment is.
Dude, answer my question. What's the better data set? Which one? The smaller one or the bigger one?
From my end, it really depends on how exactly I'm going through testing. Listen.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Stop wasting my goddamn time. Get the fuck out of here. Man, I've been using software, man, since 1982. Get the fuck out of here. It's called bugs.
BJ.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know where he's getting his info from. Chris Mortensen, not Matheson, whatever he said. He interviewed a doctor called Gert Vandenbosch not too long ago. And that's where he's getting his information from, but he's making conclusions that he's not saying. He's jumping. You know what I'm saying?
Guess who took the vaccine? Chris Mortensen.
Yeah.
BJ.
Chris Mortensen took the Pfizer.
Right. That's why I came in earlier with the same science that the guy was giving, who Chris Mortensen interviewed, but I never tried to make a conclusion that he never said. So if you want to take the vaccine, if it saves your life, I mean, do people really give a shit if it's the best vaccine? I mean, if you got to do what you got to do.
You can't answer a simple question about what's a better data set, okay? The deployment or the trial run. Everybody knows that it's called bugs, man. That's why you have a 1.0, 2.0, 10.0. Windows 10. How many iterations has it gone through fixing bugs and features?
BGS.
5 years. Jesus Christ. You think I'm an idiot? Come on, man.
BGS.
Yes, he does.
Oh, does he? I should kick it. Okay. Why should I kick?
I don't think you're an idiot. I'm not disrespecting anyone.
Why shouldn't I not kick you and block you?
Because I'm not. I have not disrespected you at one point. I haven't called your names or nothing like that, bro. I'm just here talking.
That's not called bullshit. That's disrespect. This is why it's disrespect. Is because he's
have a
asking you straight.
dialogue.
Hold on, let me answer, and let me say why. Because he's asking you straightforward questions, and then you're dancing around these questions. You're buck dancing around these questions, and he's asking you straight up. And the reason you're doing that is because you really in your heart you don't have a sound argument, and you're not willing to come off your
My
square.
argument is
So then
is
what you
possible.
see, that's why you're interrupting me. That's why you're interrupting, because you don't want to get knocked off your square because you're committed to your belief system. And when it gets torn down, then you interrupt. You don't answer questions. You get real quiet. You're pretending not to hear Charles when we all heard Charles. So it's really not a nasty street disrespect, but it's a form of intellectual disrespect. But it's essentially the same thing.
All right.
No. Hey,
BGS,
if it's taken that way, it's not meant.
Hold on,
my,
brother.
like,
Truth. Hold on, brother. Let me holler at you for a minute. Let me holler at you for a minute, because I'm kind of sick of your shit as well. No, bro.
Man,
let me explain myself. Let me get understanding.
I'm all this, bro. I'm all this. Go ahead.
This shit is ridiculous, dude. You're talking about vaccines as if they're supposed to give full immunization.
They're supposed to.
No vaccines in history have ever done that. Right. The point of the fucking shit is to increase your survivability, my nigga. That's it. Secondly, I haven't pulled up any studies that support any factual basis, and that's what really matters. That's what we're really waiting on. You haven't pulled up anything. The only thing you're trying to do is explain what you think, how you feel about it, and you want to point to specific fucking articles and all this other random shit than actual government certified studies or people with credentials doing studies. You don't have none of that. You don't have no real fucking information, but you haven't posted. You haven't represented that up to this point. You haven't.
Okay.
You came here yesterday. Where was this? Why are you never here?
I will pull up everything I'm talking about in the back chat. No problem.
The first time, brother.
Slow down, bro.
You need to be prepared the first fucking time. All this bullshit. Oh, I'm not prepared, bro. You fail on the first time, bro. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, nigga. You get results out here in this world, bro. Fuck this bullshit. Oh, I'm not prepared. Niggas will throw you out the first time with that shit. They ain't even gonna look at you. They'll throw your shit straight in the garbage. They hear that shit. That shit sounds soft. That shit sounds weak. Real shit.
That's your opinion.
Okay,
but
why,
again, everything I say can be backed up with facts.
Brother Truth, why should I give you another chance, man, before I kick you?
What facts?
No, hold on a second. Why should I give you another chance?
Well, again, I'm not. Hey, if you guys think I've been disrespectful, then go ahead and boot me. Listen, I don't want to be anywhere that I'm not welcome. So if you don't want me on your panel,
fair enough.
Fuck, bro.
Finally, hallelujah.
Fair enough.
Fuck, bro. This man was sitting here spreading misinformation for the past 45 minutes, no quotable sources, and this nigga wants to come on here talking about, oh, if you guys don't want me on your panel, nigga, the fact that you're doing that is disrespectful, bro. You're miseducating the community, nigga. So what the fuck are you doing? That's one of the most heinous things you could do. So if we keeping it a buck, you really fucked up out here. Get your stone.
Yes, sir.
I mean, let's be truthful. The brother is scared, man. That's all I hear is.
He's stupid.
No, yeah, we can say that. He's scared. That's all this nonsense of just not being efficient on his information and just coming back on the panel trying to justify. All I hear is fear. And for him to say, yeah, I caught it, but not really give a good description, it's just at the end of the day, he's man, he's in the woods and it's dark out there and he don't know where the fuck to go.
Yeah, I blame the government.
D King, where is he getting his information from, bro? Seriously, if you know where are these sources coming from? And he's the one stating this shit like it's facts, so that's on him.
It's a scientist. He actually makes vaccines. His name is Geert Vandenbosch.
Scientist. One scientist. How many studies?
Okay.
No, he worked with Bill Gates and a bunch of other.
No, he's legit.
Oh,
okay. What's his argument?
Well, he's saying the vaccines is causing it's not causing a good immune response. It's only a limited immune response.
Basically, what he's saying is
okay. So what?
No. He's saying is we need to find another way to try to contain the virus. He's not saying he's still talking to the government. He's not saying whether or not people's lives are being saved. He's not even talking about that. He's going another angle with it. So it's not. That's why I didn't say anything about don't take the vaccine or don't do this. I don't say shit that.
Bro, I'm tired of these niggas, man. This nigga doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's talking about it doesn't give you full immunity. It was never supposed to do that. What the fuck?
What other options do they have?
Well, the guy Geert Vandenbosch, he's talking about early treatment. If they can't get a good vaccine, do early treatment, wear your mask, and try to come up with different types of medicines and shit until they can't get a hold.
So no vaccines.
What?
No,
I mean, in any type of science, you're always going to have, have counter information. You're going to have counter science that's going to come across, and it's just like global warming. You have a lot of different. Most scientists are agree with man-made global warming, and then you're going to have other scientists that don't. Well, science is fundamentally flawed. Most science that is developed is wrong. That that's science. Science doesn't really prove things. It really disproves things. That's the scientific method. So out of all this misinformation, you get these gems that are right. So are these vaccines perfect? And do they make people sick? I mean, we know the answers to that. But what you do is you listen to your medical professionals and you go with the medical professional plan. And that's how you protect the masses of people. And the problem is when you start listening to these individuals, maybe they do have like a credible case, but you can't apply that to the masses because you could get somebody in hot water. That just because some of the theories that he has is accurate or some strong ideas doesn't mean that you should follow those.
Let me say this right quick.
Right. I mean, even he went to the UK and the UK posted it on their website saying that the vaccines may cause a lot of variants to come out of it. So he's been vindicated in some spaces. So it's not him talking directly.
What other options do they have? Basically, early treatment and all that kind of stuff has not worked.
And the vaccines haven't caused variants to occur. The variants occurred because of non-vaccinated people.
But he's saying it will. He's saying they're not even testing for like virus shedding for people who've been vaccinated.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they have.
That's what he's saying. I mean, I'm just telling you.
They have.
We're not going to be able to see that shit till like 5 to 10 years out anyway.
I actually just saw a paper that said that there was no viral shedding.
Who's more?
The last time we were up here.
Occam's razor. The most simple answer is probably the right answer. The one scientist is right, or the 5,000 scientists are right.
Right. Exactly.
Right. And look, leadership is a proactive thing, not a retroactive thing. Okay. You guys some of these people want to wait until people are piled up to then say, well, maybe we should go ahead and do something. That's the same shit that they've been talking about global warming. Are we going to wait until we reach the old shit phase where water levels shit are sky high? Are we just going to ignore the fact that fucking Antarctica is halfway melted? I mean, there's a thing called evidence. There's an evidentiary process that happens in science. And it's just like he said, theories, we have theories that we have just proven from the 40s with regard to astrology, physics, particle physics, all kinds of things. And you got people out here, Poopki and Ray Ray on the street is telling you that we got to wait for some kind of theoretical treatment plan to come up. And you got people in this chat, right? I've been fighting people in this chat for the last 30 minutes talking about Tuskegee and shit. And they didn't even read about Tuskegee. They don't even know what the fuck happened in Tuskegee. Tuskegee, in that process, it was watching a disease process without treatment. It was not injecting black people with syphilis. It never happened.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I mean, what the I can't believe things that I've known for over a decade that I learned in high school. These people are sitting up, coming up here saying these things. These people, these anti-education types, these people who don't read are coming up giving people misinformation. And unfortunately, in our community, misinformation spreads like wildfire.
I would say it's beyond black or any sort of race at this point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say you're about as valid as everyone else to a layman. I'm just saying to a layman, like if everything
I agree with you.
Yeah. If everything is like opaque to somebody, then all they can do is basically trust. But if they don't trust anybody, if that's been broken, then okay, I just got to go with my gut.
Look,
I'm not saying that's the right way to go. I'm just saying that's what's naturally happening.
I'm getting ready to start blocking people.
Yeah. Okay? Some of these people have never had their trust broken. They just hear stories. They're acting just like Cynthia G and the rest of these people with these anecdotal fucking stories and shit about things that they have never even come into contact with. They're just making stuff up. And then if you're going to search for information, you don't go out and say, hey, I have a propensity to not want to take this vaccine. So I'm going to find everything I can to help everybody else not take this vaccine. No, that's not the process. You're supposed to say, okay, I'm seeking knowledge about this process. Go out. You go to reputable sources, you read the information from the reputable sources, and then you make a judgment based off of those reputable sources. You don't go and find the fucking guy parked out in the middle of the desert, not shaving and washing his ass, who says that, there's a hollow earth or some shit. You don't go to that guy.
Exactly. One nigga, one study, fucking out of here in Timbuktu somewhere, nigga in a dental office talking about don't take the vaccine. Get tired of you niggas. Niggas ain't got no certification but a high school diploma, but he's an educator now. Shut the fuck up.
Now, Rodney, when I asked him about the mass study that they've done, right? Because they injected all these people, right?
Right.
Was it a valid question?
Oh yeah, it was a valid question. And he didn't even see the significance of what you were asking him.
I know.
I mean, look, that is look. I mean, I'm gonna tell you how significant it was. There was a lot of data that was gathered by the Germans that was unethical. Do you think that they went and took that data and destroyed it forever? No, they went and took that data and they disseminated it amongst the fucking the Axis powers. And everybody else, and everybody kept working on it.
Yeah, United States still uses it.
That's right. Kept working on it. Fucking all of this, the milestones that they made in rocketry and everything else. Guess where all that shit went? Yeah. To everybody got that shit. They couldn't wait to get it.
Everybody eventually gets all the information on the planet.
And here's another thing that they don't. Yeah, here's another thing that they don't want to fucking tell you is that through all of that, human testing and all of the stuff that was unethical for the rest of us, they learned a lot of shit that they don't want. They don't really talk about. Yeah. But it has benefited humanity.
Rodney.
But here's the crazy part. I get all this shit about people being, apprehensive against a vaccine. Right now.
Yeah.
The government didn't have to tell you shit about this stuff, right?
Sure didn't.
Nope.
So remember that. The same government that didn't have to tell you this shit was like, look, countries will fall with the amount of people who will fucking die.
Yes.
You will go into total anarchy. I have to ask anybody in the channel in the chat. Have you been in a country where it was total anarchy, no government?
Yes.
But that's what some of these folks are out here advocating. Oh, government should not be this big. Oh, the founding fathers never meant for government to be this big. Get the fuck out of here. I wonder if they carry their boots.
Tell these same niggas to get back their stimulus checks.
Right.
Exactly. And Charles, I wonder if they could carry their boots if any kind of scenario like that.
I'll honestly answer your question, Truth. Dude, I don't think a lot of these niggas could see a lot of niggas, and we got to go back into the baby boomer talk for a second. A lot of niggas have a lot of shit to say to the baby boomer generation. What fucking change have you fucking committed and actually successfully done on the level of the baby boomers?
Nothing.
You talk about they didn't leave us wealth. See, they gave you wealth. They gave you life.
Mm-hmm.
They gave you shit that they couldn't even dream of when they were your age. They died. Some of them actually died never to see a president that even had the same color hue as you.
Mm-hmm.
And to say they didn't give us anything. Yeah, they gave you lessons to learn by.
Yeah.
So you see what's fucked up is that you go through the life with these ethnocentristic eyes that you don't even reach into your black soul and say thank you.
I don't think any of them would even have enough self-sacrifice if they knew somebody was coming for the coast right now. They wouldn't even take up arms to help defend this country. I just don't think they would. I think they'd be like, well, fuck it, we should wait until somebody else do it. They got somebody else for that.
No, there is not enough unity in this country for that shit at all. Like nobody.
That's the shameful part about it.
Oh yeah.
See, when did we become when did we become such a cowardly ass people?
Privilege.
So who's this guy?
I want you to say that shit again because the niggas in the back that dig.
Okay. Peak prosperity. Okay. I'm just showing it to him. You guys keep talking.
BJ, so I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
And this is for you, Rodney.
So,
I want your opinions. Why do you think certain parts of like certain countries, like Haiti, for example, had a very low COVID outbreak, being that it's third world and so on? And so forth?
How basically what do you need for actually a COVID diagnosis?
Testing.
What don't they have in Haiti?
Testing.
That's why.
Right.
Okay.
So for the sake of argument, I'm guessing this would include all of most of Africa too, with the exception of South Africa, I guess. But just for the sake of wrapping it all up.
Not only South Africa. Not only South Africa.
You know what? In all due respect,
let Snake Man answer.
One time.
Let Snake Man answer.
I just want to say it's not only South Africa, it's North Africa too, who has big troubles with COVID. They never show it, but they have. And I just wanted to say, BJS, first of all, thank you that you become the scourge of ignorance.
I love that. I love that. You got to put that shit on your channel. The scourge of ignorance. I love it.
And secondly, one thing I listened yesterday and today, and one thing I don't get from the anti-vaxxers. I'm too was not very keen on getting the vaccine first. I'm already vaccinated, but I was not keen to get it at first because I knew that it would have perhaps some kind of problems. Because here in Germany, it was that when you had a specific heart disease and you got the vaccine, you would die in 1 week. And that are things you must perhaps wait for, but it was a small amount, so reacted very fast. But what I don't get is, where do people get the idea that vaccines should make you 100% immune, that you don't get the virus, that you can spread the virus?
Who told you this? Who told you?
The internet. That's where they get it from.
Well, they sort of inferred that from how the government.
You know what? I have to say this real quick.
One at a time. Who's first?
Let me get it. Okay.
I got next.
How this works. So I talked to Brother Truth before, like I said, on Fantastic's channel, and he was on this My Pillow Guy's got documents that are going to prove that the presidential election was stolen, and you haven't read the documents, so you don't know. If you actually read these documents, you believe it beyond a shadow of a doubt that the election was stolen. So right then, I kind of knew what I was dealing with. So guys like that, basically, and it's not even race. You got a lot of white guys like this too. They politicize a whole lot, and they feel aggrieved. The election was stolen. Immigrants are taking our land. Trans people are trying to turn our kids into perverts. LGBTQ is trying to make us gay. Black people are trying to vie for power, and they're trying to take over America. And you've got this aggrieved groups, and you got Trump now saying, "Don't wear a mask," and COVID's not going to be a big deal, and herd immunity. And so they've politicized the COVID
process.
And then they look at so they look at this vaccine as part of this liberal right-wing conspiracy theory, like global warming, to take power from the right. So then they manufacture any type of weird shit that they can to double down on this vaccine ignorance.
Right. But all the things they're doing, you can disprove it very easily. Just look at the history books. That's all we must do. We must read. That's all.
They don't read, man.
First of all, what's the literacy rate in the U.S. anyway?
Right. These are back. These people live out in the woods and shit. They love hunting and just hanging out, staying away from all of that type of shit. They've been saying for the last 20, 30 years that you don't need to go to college. You don't need to do any of this. Some of them actively discourage.
Rodney, can you
echo chambers?
Can
I just have to say something real quick before Rodney speaks. Number one, I'm tired of all this baby boomer bullshit talk. Okay? You're insulting my parents. Okay? Number one, none of you had the courage of my father when he joined the Marine Corps in the Vietnam War. You didn't even have the courage of my mother, okay? Who did armed security for years till she was pregnant with me. So a bunch of you cowardly motherfuckers, at least they did something about it. A lot of you motherfuckers claim, we listened to the doctrine of we read the material of the Black Panthers. You talking to motherfuckers who were. A lot of you disrespectful ass motherfuckers come on these panels spewing your bullshit. But y'all talk about this revolutionary bullshit when you forget the number one thing about a revolution. You can't go back to the same shit.
Nope.
How long do you think some of you pampered fucking panty wasters will actually last without electricity?
I wonder how they could even keep up with the Panthers material because they were PhDs. So
You know?
I don't know how they could keep up with it.
You know what's funny, Rodney?
Mm-hmm.
If we were on a tactical team and you about goddamn medic and I got you in the back, weren't you strong enough to carry my big ass if I was wounded?
Yep. And shoot your weapon and do everything that you can do.
But wasn't I strong enough to take down a motherfucker, even when it came inside of an average living room space, to take him down with either a knife or a tomahawk?
Yep.
And just in case, if we didn't have you covered and you were wounded, wasn't it up to you to make sure you trained us up to speed to make sure we put a tourniquet or whatever type of bandage on you?
To do my job. Right.
So a lot of you motherfuckers are not even trained up to do the next man's job because you're too fucking scared and too fucking lazy to take up the fucking slack.
And you don't trust each other. So if you don't trust each other, you damn sure can't work with each other.
And you have no set of teamwork. You have no idea of what it means to be a member of a fucking team. But you thinking you want to get this revolutionary shit down packed because you speak a couple of fiery words and got about a fucking 5 people that you don't even know. When shit goes down, they're gonna get down. Some of you motherfuckers disgust me.
Rodney.
But go ahead, Rodney. Talk your
go
shit.
ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on, BG. I was just gonna say, man, I'm getting kind of sick of seeing these niggas in the chat unruly with this anti-vax shit.
I'm getting ready to start blocking them.
I don't understand why you niggas just don't come up here and talk about this shit. If you feel so fucking strongly that you posting multiple comments, nigga, I done seen multiple different niggas besides the other
that's
one.
not their objective.
You know what, BGS? Don't block anybody because I'm gonna look at the chat for you.
No.
I know the objective is the void.
I'm tired of
Why waste
this.
Why waste the time?
No, I'm gonna block them for you. I'm going to the chat right now to see which one of these dumb motherfuckers deserve it.
James, you had a question for me?
Yeah.
Go ahead, James.
No, I was just saying, just to piggyback on what you said about, America itself, right? Like how they, still in the backwoods and still think about the founding fathers, and it's crazy when you say that because look at Kentucky, right? Mitch McConnell's been in office for
there you go. That's a great example,
right? Like 30 years in a row, never lost, and then we wonder why America has not changed, right? Because he still has that crew that still holds on to these narratives that really don't even know the truth history of, which is the scariest part.
Golden
McConnell keeps winning.
Sounds like we all trust the government. What the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? Because we're taking the vaccine. We sound like you all trust. Like, we trust every decision that our government makes.
True. Don't pay attention to them cats, man.
Fuck
So chill out.
But here's the deal, James. They don't even realize that. See, Mitch McConnell has that system rigged there. He knew. You know why he was laughing at his, his opponent is because he knew that he had the mechanism to throw out enough votes for him to stay in office. That's why, and it happened because all they had to do was go in and question the signatures, and that's exactly what happened. You know, it's all out there plain for people to see, but most people don't read enough and don't know enough about the process to even be able to even deal with that. And right now, what they're working on is they're working on making it to where it's going to be difficult enough for enough Black people to vote to where they'll get the number that they need to get an office next time.
Yep.
And every other office that they need, as long as they control one or two of the offices, nothing will get done.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia's a perfect example.
Right. They don't want people to vote. They're even what was his name? Tucker Carlson was in a fucking ex-Russian bloc country, talking about Hungary, talking about we should be like this in America because and Russia's got it better than us. They certain speech you can't do, and he's pro-Christian ideals and all this other type of shit. Ignoring all the other shit. If you say the wrong thing, then you can cut your fucking tongue out. So those are the types of people. And then I was in Roger's channel early, and I was talking to Rael, and I was saying, man, these Republicans, he was mad at people for voting Democrat, but these Republicans, he's saying, well, who freed the slaves? Not these motherfuckers. These people crossed the lines in 1965 with the Voting Rights Act.
Mm-hmm.
What's funny is everybody knows that, yet they still try to spit that bullshit all the time. It's crazy.
Right. They're advocating for you to essentially join the Klan. They're telling you, go over here and get with these people because these people, and even with this shit with Trump putting the $8 billion on the table and shit, when has he ever kept his word?
Yeah. But again,
did anybody see Charles Murray and Tucker Carlson? You guys watch that interview? You should watch that. Go to Tucker Carlson, go to Fox News or whatever, and Charles Murray. Charles Murray wrote The Bell Curve, which is a white supremacist book saying Black people have bad DNA and can't learn and have permanent low IQs. Well, in this interview, man, he was on this IQ stuff again, but then he goes, well, it's not race anymore. It's just like where you come from. It's the region that you come from. So, and Charles Murray's a somebody. He is a big time. He's got 2 PhDs from 2 Ivy League schools. He wrote a book, which is in the conservative canon. Is it called Losing Ground? Maybe that's one of his newer books, but he wrote a welfare reform book for conservatives in the 80s that Reagan used to help build his welfare program. So he's like locked in Republican politics, and he basically was talking about white men getting mad and starting a race war in the near future on Carlson's show.
They're advocating taking up arms. I've heard it. I've heard it on radio shows, and I've seen it on Fox. They're advocating people taking up arms.
Are you talking about
and overthrowing the
nobody will win in
I have a question.
The Turner Diaries, I
have a question when it comes to that. Okay, but one thing I don't get about those people is that if they start a race war, let's call it a race war, that it will be not a localized thing, it will be a globalized thing because everyone would jump into that shit. Everyone.
Well, because
Black people don't care. Like the next race war is white on white. That's it.
No, it's not.
No, it's not, Jack. I totally disagree with y'all. Totally disagree.
Everybody would lose if that happens. I'm telling you, everybody would lose.
I'm not saying that ain't true. I'm just saying like Black people ain't like, oh yeah, fuck whitey. Like it's not that kind of vibe.
Yeah. Oh no. Black people are not like that. It's really, but they will. Look, I'm gonna tell you, when they're hurting, just go back and look historically. When white people are hurting economically, or if they're scared that something's coming down the pike, who do they attack?
Black people.
Exactly.
Right. I mean,
and it's happened historically over and over and over, from state to state to state.
I mean,
they burn your shit to the ground, and Black people are thinking nowadays that we're going to be unscathed if shit gets bad. And we haven't learned. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Do you remember when the State of the Union speech, when Barack Obama first got on, and that what's that white senator that called him a liar?
Yes.
Yeah. That was the most disrespectful shit I've ever seen in my life.
Absolutely. But he did it because he was a Black man.
Exactly.
See, nobody has to listen to us, and they've always. I'm gonna tell you, I can't remember whether this was in a book or not. BGS you probably remember. But what was the? It was a passage where this guy said, actually, it was a legal deal. I want to say it was in South Carolina, North Carolina, one of those where the guy said there's no law concerning me respecting a Black man's.
There was A black man has no rights that a white man has to.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Dred
That used
Scott
to be
was.
law.
And
Dred
let me tell
Scott,
you,
That was
yeah.
law.
yeah, exactly.
Dred Scott,
So,
yeah.
and I'm telling y'all, look, that shit. Some things don't stop. Okay.
Wouldn't the federal government step in the case of a race war? Because
Okay.
our government could be destabilized.
You're right. But look at what happened during this last deal. Look at how many people in the military supported Trump. Yeah. Look at how many people inside the Justice Department supported Trump and went along with this stuff. And we know that this stuff is wrong on so many levels and has been addressed by the Constitution, but nothing was done.
And the sad part of it is it's done covertly. That's the dangerous part.
Right. And you had people out here saying things that I hadn't seen or read about since the 1960s.
Yeah.
And people are saying the same things over and over and over. Now, we had white people on our side, but they weren't as vocal as the people who were out here talking about lobbing off heads and making it to where people couldn't vote. I'm telling you, I was sitting here in Arkansas, and they were at the fucking state capitol guarding Confederate statues.
Yeah,
but they're selling wolf tickets.
No. But wait a minute, Rodney.
Go ahead.
But wait a minute, Rodney. These are the same motherfuckers for how many years? When they were telling me with the Gray Faulkner Initiative, black man shouldn't be in a white man's army, even though it was your army before it was theirs.
Right.
Now, let me ask you something, Rodney. Aren't you proud of your service?
I'm very proud of my service, and I do it again.
How many lives did you save?
Quite a few.
Like I tell a lot of these morons here that guess what? I'm proud of my service. I'm the 4th generation to go to war. My nephew was the 5th generation to go to the military. I have cousins who just made the rank of sergeant within a month of each other. And guess who the fucking investigators went to come see to see if they were worthy of coming to the military? Me. Guess how many people I've been trying to get into the police departments, but these niggas are saying, I want to be so pro-black, but guess what? Get woke, stay broke.
But you know what we need to start talking about too, and I'm probably going to do a show on, like, here in Arkansas, the first guys who were police officers here was as a result of I think it was a black MP here who was basically trying to stop a fight between some white soldiers, and he was beat to death. So then they had to do what was it, like four black soldiers, but they couldn't be with the rest, 4 black officers, but they couldn't be with the white officers, but they, basically they could be out there in uniform, and gave them gave the community something to kind of be proud of, yet they couldn't do anything to white people, So, those things.
I'll tell you one of the stories in Baltimore, right? They had a guy, former special forces, and there was a Klan wanted to come down. This was many moons ago before I was even thought of. They tried to do a Klan rally. That motherfucker took out his service weapon and his S-Pantone. You know what that Klan did? They looked at that motherfucker and turned right back around.
Yeah. There was some other encounters where they had them in the past. So I think it was one that was on was it 2020 or something like that in the past, where some folks confronted some Klan members and they broke out on them. So it can go either way. But the fact of the matter, I mean, what we don't want it to go there is what we
and the thing,
go ahead.
I was gonna say for Jack's response, right, to say that these white folks are being fluff. And
Whoa. Just to be clear, what you say, my statement was?
You said they were fluff. It was fluff.
No, I didn't say that. I said that there's no real hatred there's not enough hatred in black people to start a race war. If white people start one, if there's a race war, it's going to be one white people start and black people just happen to get caught up in. We're not even.
No, I wasn't referring to saying that the black folks. So let's be honest, black folks don't even defend their own community. I wouldn't even expect them to even, you know what I mean? And we're in the point where, how many years have we gone where you hear just in neighborhoods, well, you shouldn't protect yourself. You know what I mean? It's too docile. I think.
I agree with that too.
Yeah, I think the situation now in white America is that because of this pandemic, and they're suffering very greatly on the economic side, they're resulting to what they always do best, and that is be chaotic. When they don't, they're like spoiled children. They don't get what they want.
See
Have y'all
what
seen
happened? Go ahead, Rodney.
Have y'all seen that thing on fucking what was it? The Naked Gun when he's going, nothing to see here, shit's blowing up all behind him and shit. That's what they do, man. They go, there's nothing going on, shit's just blowing up all over the fucking place. Yeah.
See, it's crazy because you got to realize something. When you're in a state of comfort, your guard is down, your security is off, your timing's off. It's so bad that right now, let's say there was this mythical race war that these Soteps, because the real Hoteps are in their 60s, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to put it out there. The real Hoteps in their 60s. You know, the motherfuckers who would actually talk peace and right in their right hand and carry a gun in the left.
Mm-hmm.
Am I lying, BGS?
No,
So-
they would. It's more than a gun in their left. It might be have a little bit of automatic action to it.
Exactly. So people don't want to know how I know. So I'm looking at motherfuckers and they talk about, yeah, we want to go to a race war. You motherfuckers are laughable to all men around the world. You were the only race of men in America that your bitches lead you.
But
How can I respect you? How could I respect you if your women lead you? I'm gonna laugh at you. Send me, I'm gonna be like, yo, what did my man Skeletor tell the sorceress in this Master of the Universe? Go get your champion. Go get your champion. I'm gonna tell the next nigga, go get your champion, because obviously it's not you. You talk about well we mad about the single mothers. Don't say shit about single mothers because you're still fucking them.
We don't want any parts of any type of civil war. No. And the problem is we're loaded to the gills with guns. We all got AKs or AR-15. Everybody got a shotgun, a pistol, and an assault rifle, if not multiple. And then you got Russian propaganda. You got 25-year-olds in Russia with bots and pretending to be Americans. You got Chinese, Chinese hackers. You've got this Christian, and here's the problem too. Now you got these evangelicals who are trying to basically go back to a white supremacist Christianity, where they're going to say, well, these brown people are going to come over here and camp of the saints, the Turner Diaries. We're going to have to start fighting back. That's why you got Tucker Carlson with Charles Murray and going to Hungary, interviewing this dictator over there. So we got to be concerned about this and talk about this in a very aggressive way. That's really good.
If you have a civil war, it's not going to last very long because most people will actually start starving within 30 days.
But it's kind of hard to come out of that. You look at like the Civil War 150 years ago. You still got these screwballs down south. They're fighting the Civil War in their heads every day.
You know what?
The thing is, back then most of the country was agrarian, right? You have a civil war, guess what stops? All this transportation, all the banking, the food stopped.
Yeah.
People panicked because they couldn't get toilet paper.
Exactly.
Civil war.
BGS, I'm gonna take you back. I'm gonna take you back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one of the greatest, and this is how you know in the manosphere, motherfuckers in this part of the Black manosphere.
Mm-hmm.
We'll win a debate with one statement and one statement only. One of my classics was when we talked to the Iron Bang. What's the opposite of a beta male coon? I'll tell you what's one of yours.
What?
When the Iron Bang literally challenged you, like, well, black men got guns, black men got this, and you turned to her and said, how many sons are you willing to give to the war effort and to sacrifice?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then she couldn't say shit, could she?
No,
because when you got to put, it's what this one guy told me. It's the chicken versus the pig.
Mm-hmm.
See, the chicken just got to give a little bit from itself. The pig got to be all in.
Yeah.
If you want bacon, that pig can't live, can he?
No, can't. Yeah. What is the chicken is involved, but the bacon, but the pig is committed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But guys, one thing you must realize is I don't know if the right actually realize it, but there are many people in the world that lick their fingers to wait that the right does a race war, so they can jump in and whoop the white people's ass.
That's right.
That's true.
Yeah, America splits it all. It's an international thing instantly. It's not just America versus America. No.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing. Okay. Let's go say game this stuff out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this is the old Sergeant told me this when I was like 20 years old, man. Old Sergeant. He said only 1/7 of the Army ever fights, right?
Yep.
The other 6 parts actually support it. You got to have food, you got to have water, you got to have clothing, you got to have ammo. All this stuff has to be there. Your army will not last 2 weeks without food.
Yeah.
Where do they get the
Sure
food
can.
from? You can
The
kill
army.
people.
Same
The
place
army.
you get it from.
The army crawls on its belly.
Crawls on his belly.
That's right.
Plus, there's something y'all not even speaking of. We can't even maintain our population in peace.
I'm talking about white people. I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about white people. How long they gonna fight without food?
Right.
Man, you already see how they savages went.
Honestly, I was talking about them.
Man, you want to see some savages?
How long do they fight without food?
Yeah, that's
not
true.
very long.
Yeah.
48 hours.
Maybe 5 days. Maybe 5 days.
Let me put it to you this way: you motherfuckers can't do it without toilet paper. Let alone.
What part of the population actually grows food in the United States?
Very small.
Listen,
Probably
5%.
2%.
2%, right? So if most of the white people are urban like everybody else, and they don't grow their own food, what do they survive on? And how do you get it to them?
Social services.
Huh? Say what?
Social services, the food stamp.
Can I actually talk to the people for a second to let them know? Number one, I wish I was the mayor of Baltimore when we had the riots. Because I'd have had SWAT on top of every fucking market within the city limits. And I'd have tear gassed the fuck out of you motherfuckers.
Cut the power off. Fuck that.
I'd have cut the power off. I would have cut the water off. I would have put trucks on every blockade coming in and out of Baltimore.
Yeah, 3 days it'd been over.
Yep.
3 days, I'd have broke you like a toothpick within 3 to 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
And see, the sad part about it, a lot of you motherfuckers are phony, tough, crazy, brave, because guess what?
Yeah.
Shit doesn't get real until motherfucking food gets fucking taken away.
Or
shit
you get
doesn't
busted
get
in
real.
your fucking head.
Oh yeah, because I'd have told the officers, I'd have said, first motherfucker go for that store, you hit him, you fucking go for that Barry Bonds and swing like you got no sense.
That's right. Yeah. Extreme force is authorized.
It does. All you need is rubber bullets. You don't even need shells. Nobody's gonna walk through rubber bullets. They get one of the rubber bullets, they're actually gonna back up and run the
As
other
a
way.
matter of fact, let them CS cans. Just throw them CS cans. Throw them CS cans.
You saying one multiple bullet? I'm talking about 3-round burst multiple rubber bullets. I'm not. I'm trying to make sure. Hit them dead in the ass.
I would have told you. I would have took that fucking beanbag shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
A fucking rubber fucking bullet, about fucking rubber bullets coming at you, 2,500 feet per second.
Yeah.
Hit you square in your fucking abdomen.
Don't kill nobody. Make sure that they live through it and that they learn their lesson. It make them look like when you're a little boy, when you hit the back of your fucking head and you're crying, but ain't no sound coming out. That type of shit.
Why do you think that one thing the Army does if they're gonna send you out is basically give you enough food? There's a reason for that.
Yep.
Okay, because after 3 days you're gonna quit without food,
and that's exactly how much they give you too.
They give you 3 days worth of food.
God damn
3 days worth of food. 3 days worth of food. I'm gonna tell you what.
Remember that shit.
I'm gonna tell you what. Rodney will tell you when you carry them fucking heavy bags. Them heavy bags are not full of food.
Nope.
Them heavy bags are extra boots, extra uniforms. Because guess what? Oh, you motherfuckers never had swamp feet before.
Shit, yeah, and your fucking cargo pockets. You had extra. You had 2 extra meals in your cargo pockets.
Yeah. And then guess what? If you're smart, you probably got an extra magazine or 2.
Yeah. Always
yeah.
that. Always
the majority of this population never gone more than a day or 2 without food, at best.
Man,
I'm gonna tell you. Well, I'm gonna tell you this one. You go 2 days without food, your ass start hallucinating.
Yep, that's true. I can tell you one thing. It's when I returned from Africa, I realized how privileged I was because there I must endure without electricity for weeks, and food is that easy too, if you don't know how to get it.
Right. I wish we could send some of these women out there so that they can see how privileged they are.
Trust me.
So would die. So would die. I can tell you now. So would die. The man over there wouldn't think even one day without. Okay, we must execute her. She's in
The scientists, speak up, man. Who are you?
Yo, I just wanted to. I've been watching the panel for a bit. I've been interested in like what people been saying and whatnot, and I just had like a simple question for the panel. Pretty much like what is like a protein spike? Because like I like study science and whatnot, and I me myself,
the spike protein is actually carries the H2 receptor. Okay, in other words, the little things, little crowns around the coronavirus, those are the spikes. Those are spike proteins. That's what actually opens this, cleaves the cell open, so they can inject their RNA.
It's like think of a mosquito. Think of a mosquito with that little mouth, and they go through your skin. That's the same thing that fucking shit does.
It pierces the skin, the membrane of the cell, and infects it and changes the programming of the cell.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the spike protein just opens it up. That's what it does.
So you saying like the cells that protect it already?
So what? Yeah, we can barely hear you, man.
We can't hear you, bro. It's like get your hand off the mic. Get close to the mic.
We can barely hear you.
No, I got my mouth near the mic, but I'm asking like when you just said like the cells attack the other cells, and like
no. In other words, what it does is open up the cells and inject RNA, so it actually those are instructions to produce something.
Blueprint.
More of itself. That's what
more of itself. It tells the cell to reproduce. It tells.
Hold on.
I just wanted to say, okay, you're studying science, but what we are telling you now is something you learn as a, I don't know, 13-year-old child in biology.
So I'm just double checking because, like, I've took vaccines before, and personally, I've had the shot and whatnot. But one thing, I like science a lot. But the thing is, I came to like realization that I might be taking something that is like reversing my immune system potentially.
Reversing? And how does it reverse your immune system? Actually,
because usually when you get like a virus, even though if you go, you talk to the people at the doctor's office, they don't tell you it's a microdose of it to just be able to fight it. Because nowadays they use it to fight peanut allergies. They give kids peanuts, small doses of peanuts. So when it comes to like, when they do actually come in contact with something that's like heavy,
you have an immune response. Yeah.
Yeah, you have like it stops the flare. So when we take these shots and we're supposed some people come in here and think like, oh, we're supposed to be 100% immune. When this per se virus comes around, you can still interact and get the virus, but it won't hit as harsh.
We never said that.
Yeah. That's what a vaccine does. It's supposed to give you a small dose or whatever it is, and it's called a small immune response.
A small dose or whatever the vaccine happens to be at the moment, because the vaccine can mutate. It could literally change.
No. The virus can, but a normal vaccine. A normal vaccine is a similar virus or whatever antigen it is. They kill it, so it's not active, so that your body can recognize the sequence of that particular virus.
It's an inactive weak version.
It's an inactive virus. It's an inactive version of whatever the virus is.
But you can still get a virus.
One time.
You can still get a variation of the virus if it mutates. I don't understand.
You can, but the thing is, that's the way a vaccine is supposed to work.
Yeah, we're talking about the other process, another process. But who was that? Was the scientist?
Yeah. No, it was me. BGS and Rodney had a question. What is the research, and how do you feel about the BCG vaccine? Helping people with COVID.
The VCG vaccine, which I don't think I've heard that one.
I don't think I've heard that one either.
What's the VCG vaccine?
BCG basically it was a vaccine for TB. They were using it. They were using it in Australia, kind of protect frontline workers until they roll out the current vaccine. But they're also saying that people that had the BCG vaccine
if I'm
had
not
like a
mistaken,
higher survival rate than the unvaccinated.
I'm sure if it actually works,
What's a bacillus? It contains bacillus.
TB, tuberculosis.
Okay,
it's the bacteria, right? Bacillus. TB is the bacteria, right?
I think this is this like a bacteriophage?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so. It's given it's not known in America because it's pretty much given in third world countries and some
right,
like UK, the islands, a couple places.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen this.
What's it called?
It's a BCG vaccine. BCG.
I'm gonna post the deal up with some information on it.
BCG, what the fuck? And this is for the virus?
It's for tuberculosis. It's for tuberculosis.
In other words, they're using all kinds of different things to see what works. They're throwing everything at it.
This was part of the process when we didn't know what the fuck we would work on it, so we used everything at our disposal to see if anything would be effective.
Right.
It showed a little bit of efficacy.
Yeah, but is it enough though?
Yeah, and everybody then sent their data to one central place. Everybody shared data so that everybody could be on the same sheet of music.
But I brought it up because you were saying like the low infection rates in Haiti. I know they do the BCG vaccine down there heavy in Haiti. So
But like we were saying, if you don't know that these people are infected or not infected, and you're just treating people, then you don't know what you got going on. So, and that's part of the problems in Haiti and some of the other places, that they don't even have adequate testing going on.
Okay.
They don't have the same access that like the United States and Israel and Great Britain and some of the other places have. That's why even like when Ebola breaks out, everybody sends their top people over there to try to fight it where it is before it gets anywhere else. So that is the usual way that we go and we study and we treat so that it doesn't spread all over the world. Well, that mechanism didn't work this time.
Would you guys know how a vaccine for a bacteria would cross over and show some kind of immunity for a virus?
The body's so complex. You just have to try it and see how it works. If it works, it works.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they already know. You can't predict it.
Yeah, but and it's two different infection processes. See, bacterial infection and viral infection are different.
Yeah, I know that. I was just asking like how it could.
And most Americans have already been vaccinated for TB.
Yeah, long time.
But they don't give it they don't give it in America, from my understanding. They stopped a long time.
BCG?
Yeah.
Oh no, I haven't heard of this being used in the United States, but TB vaccines, they're given,
that's one of the ones you have to have.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah. Oh, they give it all the time. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, when I came to this country, I was told they don't give it.
No,
you
have
TB
vaccine for TB.
You gotta get a TB shot.
Oh yeah,
they might have given BCG over here, but they
give you a TB shot.
Or they do something else.
Right.
Yeah, I guess they don't like the BCG. They say it's kind of like medieval, rough vaccine.
It's over 100 years old.
Yeah.
And the way you used to get like bacteriophage treatment is you basically go into some dirty water, like sewage water, and you would go and you would get the water and you strain it down and you would get bacteria from it. This bacteria was known to be able to treat certain illnesses. So
it's UK.
Okay.
And Russia actually was like one of the bigger countries that used it. And that's because they couldn't get better treatments.
Oh, okay.
I have a question for the panel. There's a question
Didn't this
Go ahead.
stuff come from like Wuhan?
Okay, we can't even hear what you said. Real quick.
Yeah, bro, you're
I was
breaking up.
asking.
Go, Snicky.
Okay, that's for BTS and Rodney.
Oh, Snake Man, go ahead, Snake Man.
Okay, can a virus infect a bacteria? There's a question I had
Yes,
when
it
I
can.
was in bio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it can. It does it all the time.
Okay. Because there's a question I had for a very long time, but my teacher never wanted to answer it.
Yeah, and in fact, sometimes you have viruses that actually hide in bacteria. You get infected. Scientists, you got a bad phone, man. You dropping all over the place.
Yeah, bro, your mic
Oh,
sounded like
Jesus
sounds like
Christ.
you put your phone in the microwave or some shit,
your
bro.
jitterbug breaking up, bro.
Nah, I sound like that nigga doing Morse code.
Yeah.
So what's the name? What's the name of the vaccine they give for TB in America? Do any of you know?
I don't know. I don't know what the specific one, but I know most Americans have had a TB shot.
Okay.
Tuberculosis. They started doing that in the 60s.
Tuberculosis shot.
Yeah, and you gotta have one for to work as a nurse. You gotta have one.
Yeah, because my TB test is always positive. You know.
Oh, well, you've been exposed.
Yeah.
What?
No,
So
because of
you
the BCG. Because of the BCG. So
Mm.
they do the chest X-ray. Secondary to rule it out.
Yeah, you do chest X-ray, but people who have been exposed here in this country, if you have a positive chest X-ray, you've been exposed. And
Not a positive chest X-ray. Positive. I have a positive skin test. Nothing on my chest X-ray.
Okay.
My chest X-ray is always negative.
Right.
But they freak out. They freak out when they see it.
Hell yeah, because it's hella infectious and you gotta lock everybody down.
Yeah.
TB ain't no joke, man.
Yeah, they typically people that have the BCG vaccine, they make them do the 8-month treatment of the TB treatment or whatever. But if it's not in the chest X-ray, you should be good. Most of the time.
Yeah, they'll clear you if your X-ray is clean.
Yeah, I think they stopped. They said they stopped. It is the BCG, but they stopped giving it because they've almost eradicated TB. But because there's some side effects.
Oh shit.
But like I said, Rodney, if you come in contact with like nurses and people like that, have to take it.
Yeah, we have to treat people. We can't take the risk. So that's why here's a paper on tuberculosis vaccine, a journey from BCG to the present. I'll post that too.
Yeah, because I know anybody probably over 40, 50 years old who had a TB test, had a TB shot. I know I had it.
Yeah,
but guess what? COVID actually kills most of the people over what, 50.
Yep.
So even with your vaccines, none of your tests would ever be positive? Like your skin test would ever be positive?
It can be. It can be.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, look, I've been around I can't even count how many people who have had TB, and usually there's a lot of nurses who react after a while.
Oh, okay.
We've been exposed.
Because we've been exposed too many times.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, is this like the casual patient? Sorry, but
no, not the casual patient. I mean, sometimes you got people come in, they have respiratory issues, and they think it's one thing, and then it turns out being something else, and that might be before you even took any precautions. So you may have come into contact.
And plus, you have a lot of immigrants that have come over.
Okay.
Right.
I'm thinking like, damn, this shit been over since fucking 1910.
Yeah, but
turns out it's still here.
You got people coming from other parts of the world, though.
Right. Yeah, we treat all kinds of people, man. I've treated people from Egypt, from fucking Russia, from all over the fucking place. Germany. If you got a treatment here, like I used to work in a bone marrow transplant, and we had people coming here from Germany and stuff with multiple myeloma, and we were treating them. But I had people from everywhere. And so you come across everything.
I forgot the African country, but there was like a breakout in the 90s. There was famine and TB that was like killing one of these. Hit this African country. I forgot the name of the country. I think it was Somalia, I believe. But yeah, it was pretty bad. TB is no joke.
Okay, they get a lot of what we get comes from Mexico.
Mexico, oh.
Yeah. Because they're
Is that
not
from
really.
like the water and stuff, or like how does it?
Some parts of the country are just not as
Yeah.
they're rural. It's rural areas,
Rural areas, yeah. And if they work, TB comes from a lot of different sources. They working dirty areas, working in used to come work in mines and stuff like that, or working in confined areas. There's a lot of different ways you can actually get TB. But the thing is, it comes from a lot of Latin American countries actually brought it over from where they actually came from.
Rodney, is there any going back once it gets rolling? The TB gets rolling in you. Is it pretty much?
Oh, you can be
deal?
treated now. No, you can be treated now. Yeah, there's treatments for it.
Yeah.
Even when you're coughing up blood in all those late stages.
It won't get that bad. I mean, I'll post the treatments.
TB is very slow, man. It's not. It's not. It won't kill you.
It ain't like Doc Holliday and shit,
No.
Yeah,
but I know
trust me, back in those days, you were gone.
Even Doc Holliday, he suffered from TB for like 10 years.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah.
10 years.
And they kept telling him to go for treatment, but he fucking wouldn't do it.
10 years.
Yeah. Doc Holliday was sick for a long time.
He was puking up chunks of his lungs.
Yeah.
Like what's that?
That's why he looks so.
That's just a left lung.
That's why he looked so anemic, man. He was so white looking and shit because he was in bad shape.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And he wouldn't get treatment, man.
Yeah, TB is very, very slow rolling, very hard to catch unless you're around somebody with it.
I'd rather just die quick, to be honest. Like, goddamn.
Shit, anything. Any respiratory situation like this, you'll want to.
Like, all right, but AIDS, bro. TB, fuck that. God.
Yeah, they used to call it coal miner's lung a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
What antibiotics do they use for this? Typically, Rodney, is it penicillin,
it's called rifampin. Rifampicin. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This would be gram positive or negative. Do you know?
What is this, man? Good grief.
I'll post up. I'll post up a paper.
Good grief,
I got one right in
man.
front of me right now because I see people get to talking shit, and I just have to get my little paper database, and I go.
I mean, now we're going into TB diagnosis. What, man?
All right, RBG. Yeah, that was all I wanted to add.
All right. I mean, you asked about it. It's relationship to COVID, and then we went way off to how you detect tuberculosis.
TB dissenters come up on the panel and shit. So
I posted up in the chat.
It's in the chat, yeah.
And in the back chat too.
But man, when is COVID gonna hit like that HIV level of lethality and shit? So
it's already past it, man.
Yeah.
Oh, because I'm waiting for these niggas to start dying so they can shut the fuck up.
Well, the thing is,
these niggas specifically talking to start dying. I'm talking about.
Oh God!
I want them niggas to catch.
Oh jeez!
I want them to catch.
See, you gotta understand something. Medical science is a motherfucker. I'm gonna tell you what. I'll tell you what. We used to make a dark joke, like I didn't know Jesus was an ER doctor, man. Because people would get shot and 3 weeks later you see them back out on the street doing the same dumb shit. Like medical science has improved that much where you'll have a high risk of you'll have higher shootings, but you'll have lower homicides. And I'm like, how the fuck? It's just that when you go to certain cities, you get a lot of practice to save lives, man. Yeah. I mean, guess what? I've learned this. Till something happens to your family or you don't think this shit is serious.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, fentanyl can't save you, nigga. And not being vaccinated.
Saying that.
Wait, hold on. That's reverse.
I'm talking.
Fentanyl. What do you? Oh, yeah.
Fentanyl doesn't save you. It just gives you an easy way out.
If you want to talk to
Rodney, because a lot of these.
If you want to talk to the chat, go type, man.
I'm not talking to anybody specifically in the chat, but I'm just saying all these niggas I'm talking in general. All these people that have come up here in the past, and what I'm saying is since you said the people that are not vaccinated, the doctors are just gonna give their dumb asses fentanyl and just push them to the side. Now I'm just saying that
It
shit
probably
ain't.
it won't be fentanyl. It'll be morphine. But here's the deal.
Like,
It won't be it won't be exactly like that. You'll be triaged. They'll see if they can treat you. But then in civilian triage, they treat the person who is the most serious.
Yeah.
But in military triage, they treat the person that they can fix real quickly and get back out on the motherfucking streets. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If we move to that, there's going to be a lot of people pushed off to the side with some feel good medicine that are going to be, moving on to the next level,
Palliative care at best. Yep.
Right.
Rodney, one thing I love about one guy talked about morality. I thought to myself, you are lucky that you live in such a democratic, free spirited country.
Hell yeah.
When you would live in, let us say, in my tribe, what we will do is, okay, everyone who doesn't get the vaccine, you can go to that island that is isolated with all the sick people, then we are rid of you.
Yeah, like Monkey Island. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they send all of the HIV infected chimps out there. Yeah. Yeah. Just like that. You got to go off and you got to be off on your own. But look, even animals do that. If there's a sick lioness or whatever, she's going to leave everybody else. She's not going to take resources from the group. She's just going to go off and die.
Yep.
Yeah. She's not going to, you got to see, people don't understand the brutality of shit because American culture has hid you from it. One, when you actually triage a motherfucker in a battle, guess what happens? You're gonna look for somebody who can't breathe before you look for somebody who's bleeding.
But not only that, once you bandage that motherfucker up, he gonna have to pick his rifle up and continue fighting. He ain't got there's no downtime and shit. It's not like, hey, now I get to go back and kick back and look at nurses' asses. It ain't like that.
No,
it is not like that.
You got motherfuckers who wrap themselves up and say, hey, I got to go back in the fight. See,
That's
was
right.
back. Remember back in the day when motherfuckers took 5 bullets to the body and said, yo, I want to go back to my unit. They're like, nigga, no.
Oh shit!
Yeah, they did because they were more worried about their friends than they were about their own safety.
Exactly.
Like, now the funny thing about that is that we may be beyond that type of thinking, and that's not necessarily a good thing. In order for these type of countries to work, people have to have a certain degree of selflessness. In order for hospitals to work, you have to have a certain degree of selflessness. You know what I mean? For fucking firefighters and police officers, there has to be a certain degree of selflessness. What if everybody just said, fuck it, tomorrow? What would this be like?
You close to that.
About
these man, it's about to be a wrap once these alphas and betas get here.
You ain't lying, boy. All of these feel good motherfuckers. Oh, you should just believe. I feel like this guy just spent all that time talking about how he felt.
I'm gonna tell you the difference between beliefs and felt and feelings. Okay, I believe that I just whooped your ass. Mm-hmm. I felt my right foot go to the left side of your ass. See, what happens is I've been by a certain code. The protector needs not listen to the protectee. Okay, for so long people have told me, hey, but what do you think we should do? We should defund the police. Go ahead. Like I said it before, go ahead and let the police take off for a week, and you motherfuckers will triple our pay.
Right. Same with nurses, man. I mean, it's like once it's gonna get down bad. I'm telling you. Right now, people don't listen to me. They walk by me in the fucking hallway, give me the finger and shit. You know, if I say wear a mask, all that, they turn their ass up to me. It's kind of rough, really.
They really do that to you?
Oh, fuck yeah, man. They don't give a fuck.
Really? In the hospital?
Man, look, and then there's people come and they'll be trying to visit their folks and, oh, well, here, take this in to them. No, I'm not taking shit in. Can't you read the rules? I mean, they're constantly trying to bend, break, go around, any kind of rules, man. So you get tired of telling people to do the right thing over and over and over and over and over, man.
And I'm telling you,
the bodies hit the floor.
I had one that didn't believe me, kept doing shit, and got it. And that mother came back and said, Rodney told me, and that shit almost killed me. I mean, and look, let me tell you, this person was huge. By the time they came back, all of that weight was gone.
Oh yeah.
And was in look, had lost tissue from them trying to get air into her lungs and whatnot. I mean, I'm talking about them having to reconstruct her lip, and
Damn.
shit like that, because when they put those things on you, man, if it you have to tape them around your ears and stuff like that. They can cut the circulation off on your ears. They can do from pressing on your lip and your nose. It can kill cut off circulation to certain areas like that. So shit like that happened. Not to mention the fact that she almost died. I mean, it was a bad situation. And I'm telling you, she told everybody when she came back, and this lady was unruly as fuck. I mean, when I tell you this was the most evil person I've ever met in existence towards people who were trying to help her until she got that shit.
Yeah, because the environment got something for that ass. And you want to be all evil and shit, I got something real despicable for your motherfucking ass.
Not just selection.
We're gonna go about 20 more minutes. Sand-Dog and Larry G, if you want to get in, you all better get in.
Each and every second of each and every day. But these people don't get it, man. They so worried about the side effects of the vaccine that they don't even pay attention to the side effects of the virus.
Motherfuckers out there looking for a med kit from Call of Duty and shit.
Like, what's the pros?
Ronnie, let me ask you: Ronnie, is barrel trauma kind of guaranteed if you're put on the vent?
Say again?
Is barrel trauma kind of guaranteed if you're put on the vent with COVID?
Yes.
How bad would that impact your personal life if you survive?
You have an 80% chance of not coming off the vent.
God damn.
Bro. That's why we don't like to put people on vents.
Yeah.
And the intubation process can be rough. It can be rough. And if you don't get it the first, few times, after that, swelling and stuff starts, getting in the way. You may not get in at all.
Hey, I did have a question for the panel, though. And it's about more than COVID, but all right. Basically, with CRISPR and all that, bioengineering, all that sort of thing is going to grow and it's going to explode. So one thought I'm having is this might kind of be the new normal. And not from COVID, even though that might be the new normal too in a way, but just pandemics in general.
Yeah, if they don't put in some kind of really strict protocols on this stuff, it will happen again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be worse, nigga.
And
they ain't gonna stop.
We got lucky this time.
Yes, we did.
They need to stop. They need to stop engineering this shit.
Well, and y'all don't realize that. How lucky.
Reason to do so, though.
Yeah,
so economically and militarily. But all right,
Well, the thing is, you can stop it from doing it, say, like in the United States and maybe the West, right? What about the other emerging countries doing the same thing? How do you stop them?
That's what I'm looking at.
Let me put it to you this way: is it cheaper to engineer a virus or a nuke?
There you go.
Yeah,
there it is. It's cheaper to fight a country like the United States with a biological program or a chemical program than it is to build aircraft carriers and all that other bullshit that we have.
The only problem is that sooner or later that's going to come back on you. That's
right.
Yep. I mean, how many times BGS a bomb maker loses fingers?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't get why people just don't use solar radiation, harness that, and make fucking weapons out of that.
What?
They did. It's called a nuke.
There you go. Or hydrogen.
Hydrogen. Like I'm gonna tell you really, they got hydrogen bombs that is hotter than the fucking surface of the sun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They already did that years ago.
I wonder if they have reduced the size of the Tsar Bomba.
No,
I wonder how big that will be today.
You know what? The Tsar Bomba. I'm gonna tell you, Rodney.
It doesn't have a practical use. That's something they never.
Right, because it was too big.
No,
I'm gonna tell you what it was.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? The Tsar Bomba was the first bomb that both the USSR, for all you motherfuckers that don't know history, that was pre-Russia, pre-modern Russia during the Cold War. That's the first time these motherfuckers said, "Look, we need to calm this shit down, or there ain't gonna be shit to rule. What's the folly of a king without a kingdom?"
Right. That's why they all backed off everything. They become more tactical instead of
They're
strategic.
tactical nukes, meaning they could shoot a nuke. They have nukes where, let's say you're in a row home, it will destroy everything in that row home, but the houses next to it are fine.
Yeah.
And they've gotten so good with that. Matter of fact, I've told you what my shit was. I'll send them boys after you, and them fucking drones with fentanyl.
Oh shit! Don't do that. Hey, did you see the cop man that was searching the car and he got exposed and fell out and almost killed him?
There's been a whole bunch of
that was some
like
scary shit.
You want my personal opinion about that?
What's that?
I don't know why cops are not approaching people without gloves.
Yeah, that's what I'm going. Why the fuck did he have no gloves on?
That tossed the bag in?
No,
No, not him.
No. He actually opened up the back to actually check for the powder, and his trainer didn't grab him in time. Why you open up there without a mask? Man?
Number one, you got these go hard, and he was a newbie, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a newbie. He was trained, but the thing is, he didn't touch it, but he actually got vapor. He inhaled it. That's what happened.
Number one, you don't know what the fuck you running into.
Right.
You can't. I had a chick in a fucking pizza shop. Just nod the fuck off, and she was a white chick, so you could see all the colors of the rainbow in her ass. She literally turned blue skinned.
Mm-hmm.
If the medics, because I didn't have any Narcan on me, because Narcan was being issued.
Yeah.
The medics, they hit her with Narcan, that shit would have killed her. And trust me, that's like that shit's like Jesus in a bottle with resurrection.
I fucking hell yeah, I've given that shit to people, man. And let me tell you, if they having some pain relief from that shit, but they got a little bit too much, and they're almost gone, man. You get that shit to them, they wake up like you would not believe.
They rise up like the fucking Undertaker, don't they?
Tell me about it. You talk about some bitch coming up, because whatever pain relief they were getting from that shit, it's gone. It neutralizes it.
Neutralizing the opiate.
Oh
and
my God.
They get mad with you because you take their highway.
Yeah, if you want to fight you when you just say their life and shit.
Exactly. and it's another video. I'm gonna send it to you, BGS, and I'm gonna tell you how dangerous police work can be, and it has gotten.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you this shit when people say, "Oh, your job's easy."
Mm-hmm.
No, there's a silent prayer I see the motherfuckers each and every day.
And this is him going. This is him going into it, right? He's not touching it.
Yeah,
he's not touching.
Shit, you got it. Sweet. Yeah, that was fucked up, man.
Yeah.
And where was this? And what state was? What city was he from?
San Diego.
San Diego. Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's how fast, y'all.
Look like somebody shot him.
He's taking a picture of it. He's taking a picture of it.
And that shit.
He just inhaled it.
Oh yeah, there was a case where a cop came home and touched his collar and then died from that shit.
Yeah, see how fast he dropped?
Yeah.
He's lucky that he's lucky it took effects then.
And he just smacked this shit against
they're looking. That's his body cam.
Yeah, it permeates the skin and gets into your blood. Yeah.
Hold on, that's fentanyl. That's fentanyl.
Fentanyl. Yeah.
That's the Narcan he's about to administer.
Yeah. So that is not a drug, that is death.
They had to put 3 in him. Bring him in. He was still out.
Yeah.
He had to go to
so
the
3?
And look at his face.
All for some vapors?
He has a whole new fucking respect for that shit now. Because I'm gonna tell you, man, I can't tell you how many times that I have to search people's stuff when we have admissions and shit. Search people's stuff, man. That shit, that right there scared the hell out of me. I was like, oh man, I never even thought about it.
They're getting ready to give him another one. They give him one, getting ready to give him another one.
So that was a lot, man. That was a lot.
Yeah.
Would Ramazan have been better in that situation, Rodney, or no?
No.
Narcan.
Narcan.
BGS, what scares me is
they bring another one. See,
so how many they give him? I thought it was this. I thought there was already 3.
No, he gave him 2. He only had 2, and then they had to get another one.
God damn,
and he's still out. He's still out. See, look at the rappers.
God damn. Dog, this is bad, man. I didn't even see this much, V.
And he's still out. He still had to go to the hospital.
Dude,
people,
and these are the same people that be like, fuck the police and these hazards, man. Before you even get to Rodney, it's usually a medic unit, a firefighter, or a goddamn cop who's got to combat this shit.
Yeah.
He didn't even touch it.
Yeah, they're gonna be using this in training for a long time.
For a long time. Don't go in it. Like if you don't have a mask on, don't go in it.
Yeah.
And check your email, BGS. I just sent you this shit.
And don't be willy-nilly touching on folks nowadays either, man. Especially some of these people out here hanging outside the fucking the goddamn what do they call them?
Clinics?
No, the fucking the little gas stations and shit, man. Some
Yeah.
people like begging for money and stuff. Don't be just willy-nilly touching some of these people either.
Dude, Roddy, you will laugh at me. One time I had a dude try to come at me. Man, I gave him the Captain America front kick of a lifetime.
I'm like, hell no, dog. I'm not fixing to shake your hand. What do you want?
Oh, goddamn.
Hey, BGS, was it you?
Did you see it? Did you see it, BGS?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Wild shit, isn't it?
And shit.
Wait till when all you motherfuckers talk about police, there's a reason why we still hold respect for motherfuckers, okay? When you look at this, when you look what that guy had to deal with, man, that was some dangerous shit, wasn't it, BGS? I don't know if you want to show everybody, but shit.
I like cool police.
I'll tell you this.
You like the ones with the cigars, liquor, and the niggas.
Shout out to the panel.
What's up, Captain? What's up, Captain Jack?
And my favorite sadist, BGS.
What'd you call him, Snake Man?
It's a scourge of ignorance.
Yeah.
The scourge of ignorance. Oh man, what's up? Hey, Captain Jack, meet me down by the railroad track.
With that info in my hand.
Oh, you go, Lord knows, you gonna be a shooting man.
But the whatchamacallit, when you I think that looking at things down the middle, and there was something that I saw when I fought in Iraq that American police go through.
Damn.
So we had an incident where a local whatever radical group blew up a gas station. Right? And we saw people die, practically get burnt alive. Right? Silence. And I went to the Iraqis and I said, if an American soldier is so much took a piece of candy from an ant in your village, they'll be protesting in front of the base.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, these dudes, we're trying to get information from you. These dudes blew up a gas station and killed 20 or 30 people, right? And everybody's silent. Again, what's the problem? We understand threats of harassment and all of this stuff. And I was like, I could park my tanks and we will live in your village, right? Just point these people out, right? So we can take them. We will live there. And they wouldn't do it. And what happens is that when you look at the breakdown of community, because the police are a community asset. And what happens is that in Black America, there's not much engagement with their local police precincts. So one, you don't know each other. Two, we had soldiers who went to Iraq for 1 year. So we had these open counseling sessions. And you had people who had no idea what Arabs were or couldn't even spell a word and left Iraq as a year despising them because of what they witnessed from them in the environment. And look, I know there's poverty and all of these things, but one of the things that we have to also be aware of as a community, if there is one, is the optics to other people. So you're not supposed to see babies in the trash. You're not supposed to see teenage kids killing each other. Yep. And if you could take the most optimistic motherfucker on the planet Earth, if you, for certain personalities, if you constantly expose them to that, the people that they have to deal with in that environment no longer are human to them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And this is again, this is what we don't see. And so for me, like, because I know BGS, I did a show talking about prostitution in East New York, Brooklyn. I know exactly where those factories are.
Great show.
Right? I know exactly where those factories are. And so again, this is the thing that, this is the thing that we have to, this is the thing that for us as a group of people that we have to respect, is that we, to some extent, would have to, and look, I know it's been tried before, and you had gynocratic elements that shut it down, right? Like, I think like 100 Black Men or something like that in Detroit, when the men decided to go out armed and take back the community.
I think it was like Project 300. What was it?
Yeah, Project 3. Yeah. So it was something, again, it was something along that line where, where the men attempted to do that. And so, like I said, and so what happens is, and it's not me pointing fingers at Black men and saying that we don't do it, because again, when we attempt to do these things, there are forces that stop us or will shut us down from doing it. But what I am telling you is that the optics are there, and that if you constantly expose people to this stuff, right, they're gonna end up with a negative outlook towards you. Like, even for me, when I was a kid, right, I remember riding the bus home from school, and kids I grew up with, man, they would just randomly just start beating up the bus driver, like, just for fun.
Damn. Okay.
Shit.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so that was a cool, again, that was a cool thing for them to do, right? Just a random
to show their machismo.
Correct. So
until the bus don't show up.
Yeah, correct. You know what I'm saying?
We had fine ass bus drivers. That didn't happen now.
Yeah. And my pops.
No, see, in Baltimore, the bus drivers will fight you back.
Yeah, well, in New York City they did too. My pops used to carry like a small machete, right? Because he was a train conductor. He was a train conductor for New York City Transit for years, right? And so again, so you would have these small groups of kids, like you said, to show their machismo and everything else. And the instant the cops will come and put the goddamn clamps on them, all of a sudden, in Black America, we crying, right? Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? But for the whole damn half of the academic school year, you had young kids beating up adults who are civil service workers, just simply trying to provide livings for their families.
Shit, they wouldn't want me to motherfucker be in charge, because I'm gonna tell you, we can stop a lot of this shit real easy. Like this shit that's going on in Chicago. I mean, if they really want to stop that shit, they can stop it. They just don't want to stop it.
No, because they make money from it.
Yeah. Because if you had a real ignorant son of a bitch come up in there and just say, all right, then, well, fuck it then. We're going to bring in the National Guard and whoever else want to come in, and stop this shit. Shut everybody down.
They ain't even got to do that. All they got to do is spread out the Section 8 bitches that are living there. Because
spread them out.
Yes, come on. They did that's how they got rid of the gangbangers in LA.
Yeah.
They just sent them 100 miles away. Sent the women 100 miles away. You want to have a place to live, you got to follow them.
Yep.
You know what?
That's show what they need to do. Send them out to the country.
You are absolutely right, because in a certain place in Arabia that I can't mention, they had a problem with gangs. And that's what they did. They blew up that area and scattered them all across the country.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn.
The thing is, and I learned that from a ex-gangbanger, right? He was just trying to intervene. He said it's not that hard. It was basically because they had to lay their head. Somebody has to pay some rent somewhere where they lay their head, right? And where they lay their head is with these chicks. These
right.
Section 8 chicks, right? Because they deal little drugs, they do whatever, right? The thing is, they provide the little underground money, but they live with the chicks. You want to get rid of them, get rid of the chicks.
What's up, Meech?
True.
That's borderline sad, to be honest.
What? No,
it's playing off the gynocracy. It's a smart move.
I know, it's just so pathetic. Like, you Mr. fucking Cookie Williams and shit, you get your ass beat just because your chick leave? Like, what kind of shit?
No, it's not that. No, the thing is that they don't have any legal money. Okay, it's not legal. They go through the women.
Them some subsidy motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, I know. It's just
them super. But hey, BGS, do you don't mind showing that video I sent you? Do you?
Huh?
Can
you don't mind showing that video I sent?
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's too bad.
Man, if it is bad, just delete the video.
It's actually a training video, so.
Okay.
Yeah, because even Officer Charles, like I had soldiers who, who left the army and became cops. So this is, when Facebook kind of like opened up in 2008 and people started reconnecting with people, and that's what I'm saying again, because my mother was once a clerical worker for NYPD, and when some of my ex,
are you gonna walk us through? Or do we need sound? Do we need sound?
I'll walk you through it. I mean, you don't need sound. I'll walk you through it.
Okay.
Number one, these two officers came for a domestic violence situation where they're trying to investigate. They're in investigative mode right now. Homeboy, you'll see him at the little dinner table. He's gonna get up. He's the suspect.
Okay.
He's asking, hey, can we speak to you? Of course, dude has his hands in his pockets, which is big no-no.
Yeah, no, see?
see, this is a little bit different than what I would do because
I'm triggered.
Number one, I'm gonna have speak to her. Number two, your boy there.
Gotta come out.
This is the thing. Wherever your body camera's pointing is usually your view. Okay. Number one, you're a little bit too free for my shit. Sit the fuck down, my nigga.
Mm-hmm.
And then look what he does. He closes it.
And you follow him on a balcony?
You follow him on a balcony, which means either you getting tossed out or he getting tossed out.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're fighting with the suspect. You see his homeboy on the couch? That's what he does. He's got a hot tag, and he's coming in there like Jim the Anvil Nahart trying to help Bret the Hitman Hart.
Shit, somebody going over.
By the way, while the officer's fighting with the original suspect grabs his gun out the holster and lets off a round. And his partner lets off several.
Wow, okay.
Bow, 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 like a fucking Waka Flocka beat.
Okay. That's why I asked you, do you need sound?
Oh, I want to hear it.
Damn.
All right, let me do it again.
Did he slumpy? Oh,
yeah. Hey, I'm unconcerned.
And then
because it didn't even have to go there.
Guess why? When people ask me, they send me these videos. They were like, "Was this a clean shot?" You're goddamn right. He took his fucking thing. Shout out to Tactical Carl.
Okay.
You got a husband and wife. On Instagram, he has a husband and wife tactical shooting. They're black.
Oh,
and
let me do it again.
And I've got to tell you one thing. When people say "fuck the police," guess what? This nigga. This is the reason why I look at Hispanics different than most people, because they know family and they believe in family a lot different than black people do.
There's body cam footage of the officer who's actually fighting with the guy for his gun. The thing is, as soon as he goes hands on, they attempt to put him in handcuffs. Things turn.
Pause it right here, BGS.
So they need to
pause it.
Okay.
Okay. Number one, what keeps a person standing up?
His feet.
His balance.
This is the reason why I always tell you: basic wrestling, basic boxing, basic ground fighting. He was on his feet too. I don't know why officers do this. Probably because a lot of officers are not trained wrestlers. I'm a Jordan Barrows the fuck out of you. Blast double. Get the fuck on the ground. Even when you on the ground, I can still pull my weapon, have my knee on his neck, on his chin. Guess what? It may not be, well, why do you have your knee on his neck or chin? Because his partner came out trying to assault me to get him to escape. And guess what? I would have had my weapon drawn, and see, it's a lot different than the George Floyd shit. Because right there, I'm trying to conduct an arrest, and this guy's coming out for his homeboy. I drew my weapon to subdue the suspect and his friend. But go ahead, play.
They need to detain him and get him under control. So as he's on the ground fighting with this guy, he started going for his gun. In the struggle for the gun, the suspect was able to press a round off. While they're fighting for the gun, the subject was able to get that round to fire.
Pause. This is the reason why I always tell multiple officers carry multiple knives.
Ooh.
Because number one, as soon as you go for my weapon, I'm going for your throat. I know people may say this.
You guys can carry knives? I didn't know that.
Yeah, several.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Shit, you should see some of the knives I carry. Cold Steel is my friend. Shout out to coldsteel.com.
I do.
Yeah, they reliable as fuck.
Yeah, I used to have an affinity for
See,
that
there's a
myself.
rule I tell every rookie, Rodney.
Mm-hmm.
The gun protects you, the knife protects the gun.
Yeah.
You carry one in your opposite side pocket, you carry one in your back pocket, and you carry one where nobody knows.
I'd have slashed that damn wrist. You grab my weapon, I'm gonna slash that wrist.
Oh, you go for his neck, because right now, when he grabbed that officer's weapon, that's considered deadly force.
Mm-hmm.
That is deadly force automatically. He put himself in a situation where he dies.
Get you one of them raptor blades, man.
But I was in a similar situation where it was me and one suspect, and he was bigger than me by 30 pounds. Luckily for me, I put him in a Kimura lock when he grabbed my gun, and I broke his arm. He grabbed my knife on the other side. I broke his other arm.
Luckily for him.
Well,
you didn't kill him.
Yeah, should have been. But anyway, play.
That's when the partner, as you can see, that gun is pointed towards Lord knows what. That partner was able to get on top of him and get that round off. These type of situations escalate extremely fast, and you have to be ready for that fight, that mindset, that warrior's mentality. And Stevenson's tactical training, this is what we try to teach you, because the fight is not going to go how you think it is. It might be up close and personal. August 15th, we will be in Gainesville, Florida, kicking off our intermediate pistol defense.
That's the husband and wife. And see, people, I want you to hear the sounds. This is something that I would tell you tactically what they didn't do. Number one, you go inside the house. If you need more,
so pay attention to the video.
Pause it for a second, BTS.
Police officer investigating something.
Yeah. Number one, I wish a lot of people stop acting like this Tombstone Courage. Tombstone Courage is the phony, tough, crazy, brave I spoke on earlier. If you need more units at the scene, call for more units at the scene.
Yeah. And clear the house, too.
Clear the fucking house. If you have a domestic, number one, you already know it's a violent scene. You don't go to no domestic by yourself. Have I had to go to domestics by myself? Yeah, but units are coming with me. There were times when I had to go in and the guy was mounted, which means his legs across her waist, around her waist, and he literally had both hands on her neck choking this chick. And once again, my inner fucking Isaiah Bradley came in and fucking front kicked this motherfucker in the face. And believe it or not, you don't know who in that house. You had two people upstairs watching TV, and they're like, "Oh, they downstairs fighting." This guy was about to kill his wife, choking her. Like, "Oh, she was acting weird." Bitch, get off her.
Oh, these niggas is so.
I tell you one thing: if you need to clear the house and get everybody seated, number one, the more people are walking around, the more you're making me nervous. I like to, number one, get your hands out your fucking pockets. It's not whatever everything else is. Hands kill you. Nothing else on the body does.
And hands lead.
Yes.
Hands lead.
Because
I was scared shitless that they didn't clear the fucking house. I mean, you look, there's a hole on the left hand side. That's a whole nother part of the house. They didn't even go into. They don't know who else is in that fucking house.
And I can tell you, these guys probably were not that experienced, because I could see by their behavior they were too reactive than proactive. I'm sorry. The more I show that I'm in control of the situation, the less you're gonna react. This is a fact known by criminals. When you look the part, people don't fuck with you.
Yeah.
I can tell you, BGS.
But here's the thing, too, though.
Subject. While talking to the subject, things can turn violent really quick. This is not a job where they can go, hey, well, this guy beat her up. I'm just going to leave and go get a warrant when the subject is right in front of you. Understand the job of law enforcement is to protect people. Protecting her from getting beat by her husband is a part of the job. So when you make contact, things might get violent, things might get serious. And this individual, pay attention. Everything is nice, calm, cool, and collective right now. But in a drop of a hat, things turn violent. Remember, guns is what's going to kill someone. Just because that guy is unarmed, don't mean that police officers unarmed.
Why is he that
Remember,
close,
the police are always
Pause it for a second. Pause it.
And what happens when you're
Number one, is every call a gun call?
No.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Because you bring the gun.
Okay. Oh, that's true.
Don't think that motherfucker is not brave enough to take that gun from you.
Yep.
You don't know, with the uprise of fucking mixed martial arts, you don't have the justification nor the referee. You're not sponsored by HBO, Showtime, or the UFC to go toe to toe with people. Our motto is our official motto, nigga, we don't fight fair.
That's good.
Like I tell you people, I will take that S-band tune out and swing it like an angry god. Like I broke people down like shotguns with that nightstick. Okay.
Well, you better than LAPD. The guns would have been drawn as soon as you start walking toward that door.
Yeah.
Because number one, he wouldn't have walked to that door because I'd have been like, sit your ass down.
Yeah.
Sit your ass down.
Get him off the phone too. What the fuck
Matter of fact, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to get to that.
Phone up,
Don't
nigga.
go to your phone because I don't know if you're calling reinforcements.
Yes, what the fuck is you calling, nigga? Sit down. Stop moving. Get your hand out your pocket.
This is another thing. Do you think they would have went through all that shit if they would have showed force?
Like it was Jackie. These niggas came in soft.
If you would have shown,
but why are they sending guys in without a senior officer on the scene too?
But guess what? Here's the problem: for all you broke guys who need a job with clean records, who really give a fuck about your community, why don't you join the police department?
I tried 3 times.
If you could fight, if you know how to speak to people
like this.
If you could fight, well, you can't see. This is the part, Truth. I could put you out there, you wouldn't even know what to do.
True. I gotta get training and certification.
Every
these niggas don't already have that.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. The trainers in the academy ask us what's new on the street.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. There's guys who come to defense tactics. And they love me coming to defense tactics because they be like, okay, Charles, what have you learned? What's effective and what's not effective? I said, I've never seen too many people stand up to a good, straight, right punch.
And the environment is constantly changing. It's just like nursing, man. Every fucking week we're having to learn new shit, and Charles is, I'm sure, learning shit on a daily basis.
And I'm going to tell you one thing I've learned. Number one, like Rodney said, you learn a shit. Like, guess what? I'm gonna come to Rodney, and one day I would love to have you and Shonda H, and we're gonna do a Black Male Expo for fucking health and fitness. Guess what? One day I might have to travel to you. You might have to travel to me. And we're gonna show motherfuckers how to fucking do something with a sucking chest wound, how to deal with somebody who needs a tourniquet, how to do shit that will save your fucking life. Bullets have no name, but continue, BGS.
All right.
Fighting one guy, it might be 2. Trying to get him in handcuffs is very, very, very important. As you see, his buddy walks over there getting in the mix. So now it's important for everybody to have whatever the situation is necessary. Pay attention, people.
Should have threw that motherfucker over the side.
No, I would have. I definitely would have. Now I want you to hear this real quick.
Oh, where did it go?
He had his
He had his gun.
I believe Clay Hart. I believe that the officer was shot.
Any high
Now
stress
pause
situation,
it.
getting those rounds
Yeah.
off.
Pause
is
it.
important.
Yeah, he can't
Right
stand
then,
it.
Still
right
has
then and there. I always say, act the part, be the part. As soon as that motherfucker got there, you kick or hit him as hard as you fucking. Number one, I'm tired of seeing officers. I've been there myself. My ex-girlfriend, I'll tell you a funny quick story. I'm working overtime on a Sunday because hey, they paying me $60 an hour. I'll take it. Like 55 or 60, but that doesn't matter. It was good money. I'm working it. I see 4 officers. I see my ex-girlfriend Cherie. And she's like, "Hey Charles, we weren't even together yet. We were still just really, really good friends." He was assaulting her sister, and of course, because she's from Park Heights, motherfucker. You fight one, you fight them all. So the officers, you have 4 officers trying to subdue this one guy, and I'm walking up the steps on the porch, and I'm like, "Move!" And I told the officers, "Move." And them officers went, they flew out the way. I did my best impersonation of Lee Kemp. Look him up, BGS. Lee Kemp. That's a bad motherfucker.
Okay.
He went up. He went down. Double leg takedown.
Okay.
He's on the ground. I'm like, y'all, all 4 of you couldn't do this, and they're looking at the amazement of like, how'd you get him down? I would have taught you if you motherfuckers would have just came to the classes and shut the fuck up. There is no fucking reason he should be on his feet at that. Everybody's his hands. Guess what? Take his feet from out of him. There's trips, there's throws, there's everything.
You know where them hands gonna go then? Them hands gonna try to catch him.
Yep. So there's no danger in the hands anymore, right?
Nope.
So number 2, never underestimate the crazy, the desperate, and the stupid. He's gonna go for the gun because most likely he was an Hispanic guy, so there's a good chance he's illegal.
Yeah. So he's in a desperate situation in his mind.
And why get that close? Because Hispanics also carry what? Knives.
They're known to carry knives.
They love to cut.
I would have never gotten that close.
Number one, you would have been prone out on the ground. And if you wanted to fucking, I tell people there's a reason why I carry my nightstick in my hand. Intimidation works for you. Intimidation works for me. I'd rather you fear that Coco Bola Espantoon than try to fight me. Because if I hit you with it, you'll be singing a high note like Patti LaBelle. But continue. And most likely the cop was probably shot. That's why he's probably crawling on the ground.
When he shot him, it was guttural too. You could hear him. He hit him too.
He probably hit him in his thigh because look, he's calling back. He's calling back.
Any high stress situation, getting those rounds off is important. He doesn't know if the subject still has the gun or what is going on. And make sure that your radio is on a lapel. You have a radio mic.
Number one. What he's talking about is the lapel, is that little loop. That little loop on your shirts for all you young people. Right. If you're gonna be a cop, make sure your radio is at a point where the suspect can't access to it.
Right.
Because the first thing they'll try to do is grab your radio, then your gun. Don't be afraid to call the signal 13 button. Make sure, and God knows, make sure that the fucking dispatcher knows your fucking location.
Before you go in there.
Yes.
You call it in before you go in there. You know, there's another one on there where a guy responded to a traffic situation, and the guy shot him, man. He was a veteran. He chased him around the car, shot him, even took fire from the officer, man. He was unafraid. And the officer was afraid, trying to call it in, and the guy shot him, and he's like, "Please, man, don't do this." He shot him and he executed him.
Damn.
And it was all on camera. And it's like, you know what? Nah.
Yep.
You know.
And yes, is Leroy Kip Jr. Leroy Kip Jr. Yes.
That was him?
No, I'm talking about the guy I told BGS to look up, Leroy Kip Jr.
Okay.
You want to talk about a black guy who was the baddest motherfucker on earth. He actually beat Dan Gable. That's how bad he was.
All right,
Police.
folks. All right, real quick, closing thoughts because it's really like 5.5 hours.
I'm good, man. It's been great, man. I'm glad we fought the good fight and shut down the lunacy again.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Hey, we need y'all to vax that thing up. Get to your nearest provider. Get that vaccine. Vax that thing up for you. For the ladies too. Back that thing up and vax that thing up. We want people to be safe out here.
And
So,
shout out to Nicole and little Nicole.
Yeah.
Little Nicole.
Yeah.
You know, the only baby I know who does nursery rhymes and binary.
Oh.
And my final thing to my brothers out there in this man of spirit space, to you niggas, read, niggas.
Please. Yes, indeed.
Man, you know that shit's illegal. What you talking about?
Read, nah,
Nobody
nigga.
read that here.
I admitted the Constitution, nigga. I just made it illegal, nigga. Nigga, 21st Amendment, nigga. Read, nigga. Niggas are allowed to read at any public libraries online.
I'm gonna say this: respect your nurses and medical professionals, your doctors, and your nurse tech.
Shit, because we tired.
Okay, I had a question
for the
panel.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I appreciate y'all even having me, man.
Well, you've been up here a while, man. You ain't said nothing. But go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't want to derail the conversation or anything, but it's about the virus and all. And so my thing is, if people are dying from it, okay, then people who have the vaccination are still dying from it, and so people who are vaccinated still are able to contract symptoms, and animals are able to also get it. Then that means you can't close the circuit. So that means that either
you're gonna have to live with it. The thing is, how many people die from it until you figure out how to get a hold of it? Because there's several ways to think could go. It could be 400 years, like say like some viruses, like smallpox and mumps and measles. It's like 400 years before you actually get a hold of it, right? They never had a vaccine for H1N1, for a long time, right? It just kind of went to a more benign form. So as I get a benign form, you figure out how to treat it, or you have to live with it. At some point, you're gonna have to learn how to live with it, and vaccination is part of living with it.
And the percentage of people who are actually being hospitalized, those people are unvaccinated people. They aren't vaccinated.
Yeah, that's
and those people are becoming the most ill from it. People who have been vaccinated, who have contracted the virus, they can be quarantined. They can pretty much remain at home, and their symptoms have been mitigated. And that's a much better situation than you being out there on your own and them coming up to the house and finding you in there dead because you thought you could, wait it out. And that's what was happening before.
I'm gonna tell you what. You're gonna go. You have lesser numbers of people dying from being vaccinated who catch the symptoms. Guess what? Being vaccinated does not give you, it doesn't give you Kryptonian level invulnerability. Okay, like even Superman's invulnerability is like an immune system. He has to build up to it. Yeah. For example, he got hit with Thor's hammer because he has a special vulnerability to magic. He was hit a couple of times, then guess what? He built up the immunity to it. So it's the same thing with your immune system. It builds up the immunity. So guess what happens when you give yourself, think about it as fitness, right? And I don't know who was asking the question. What's your name, bro?
Larry.
If you walked into a gym, could you automatically lift 315 pounds?
Yeah, that's true.
No.
Do you have to build up to it?
Right.
Notice your whole body system is key off of what? Building up. Like when a woman has a baby, she's building up the endorphins to take that. Because trust me, when Nicole was like, oh, it was painful. If Nicole didn't build that up after those 9 months, she could have died. Thank God she didn't. But you have to build up. Everything about your body is a build up. Even when you're a young child, you have to build up. That's why I'm always telling people about fitness. That's why I always tell people about eating right. When your body's in better shape, notice you heal faster. Think about it. I'm not even really supposed to be walking right now. The trainers are looking at me like, wow, yeah, it's painful as fuck. And that's why they didn't put me on duty and they're still doing tests why it swells so much. But you have to build up. And that's the problem with a lot of people. They're not using the precautions that a Nicole Ali, a Dr. Dunbar, a Rodney, and others are telling you. Literally, Rodney could go to a fucking college right now and be rich for giving you which y'all barely even support on fucking what I tell y'all about support your interests. This is what the fuck we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
When you have even with the shooting, how many cops you could tell you what to do and what not to do in those situations?
Yeah.
Rodney has given you pieces of his life for the last 2 years. 2 years
Mm-hmm.
that you can't get in the textbook.
Yeah, yeah. Put your link to your channel in the chat, Rodney.
Yeah, okay.
There's no point in arguing this shit.
Yeah,
because y'all don't want the virus. Y'all don't want the virus. Y'all keep saying that.
If you really want
that's the basic.
So Larry, what's your ultimate question? That you're trying
So I'm all for building your immune system. It just seems like the vaccination thing is going to replace it in some regard.
It's going to help. No, it's going to help it. It's all part of it.
Yeah, it doesn't do that, Larry. It just basically helps it out, but it's not gonna replace it, and it's not going to to hinder it working in any kind of way.
It's an instructions and a motivator.
You have better chances of not dying. That's the best you can say.
They're asking for you to put your link to your channel, Officer Charles, in the chat. A couple people asking for your channel.
Okay, let me copy.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, you guys need to just go ahead and go in and get this vaccine. Majority of people haven't died, and you guys are. Why are you guys talking about these alternative methods like staying in shape, taking this zinc, and all this other stuff, and all that's fine and dandy.
Yeah,
but the majority of you guys, I'm saying, but the majority of them don't even do that.
Yeah.
So how the fuck are you gonna be not taking a vaccine and doing all this extra shit that you can't even do in your regular life?
And ultimately, they want to get the biggest reason you're gonna have to take is they want to get this economy back on the road.
Right.
The only way they can do that is give you a vaccine to clear you to go back to your regular life.
Right.
So you're gonna have to take it anyway.
And I'll give you a little example, man. The governor, they were talking about postponing kids going back to school. Mm-hmm. He threw a fucking fit.
Yeah.
And it's on Twitter, where he was saying, that's preposterous. We're not gonna hold kids from going back to school. I mean, he fucking went off. And that just showed the motivations.
I mean, it's not up to him. It's up to the virus deaths and all that. If too many people catch it.
Let me ask you this, Larry. What's the biggest child care system in the United States?
Public school system.
Public school system. What happens if you can't send the kids back to school?
People can't go to work.
They can't go to work.
And what happens when people can't go to work?
What happens to your economy?
The suffering begins.
And then how you gonna take care of how those people are gonna eat and pay rent and all that kind of stuff?
Like, people don't understand. They will pay you extra money to send them motherfuckers back to school.
Yeah.
So it's
but niggas, BGS, he just expects a white daddy to pay for it. And
no, it's not that. He hasn't thought about it.
He just didn't know. And I'm gonna tell you,
everybody wants this thing to go away, but it's not going to go away.
No,
some of these niggas expecting on that white daddy check. Some of them are.
No, the white daddy's credit cards are all charged up.
Yeah,
right. You couldn't afford the first one, so
yeah. I'm gonna tell you what. You better take better health care of yourself. Buy some weights. Buy some resistance bands. Buy some zinc. Buy some colloidal silver. Buy some shit. Get your vaccinations. Keep yourself in physical form.
Now, some of the other things I think that's going to shut down, these gyms might shut down. Some of the other peripheral things may shut down, but not your major, systems. Those aren't going to go down, and we might lose some more restaurants and whatnot. Hopefully not. But you know what I'm saying.
What does it say on the screen, Larry? We're not going to lock our economy down. Our economy. They can only do it once. They're not going to do it again.
They were lucky the first time.
Yeah, real lucky because I don't think they didn't account for the blockage in what was it, the Suez?
Yeah.
They didn't account for that. So that was an additional strain to an already strained system. So that may be one of the factors on why we can't do it again. We may not even know how bad we're hurting.
When it's going to be when it gets bad, when you see something like this. That's in Gambia. Where you start seeing stuff like this, it's bad.
Oh shit. Yeah.
That's in Gambia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what the U.S. said.
No, that's not in the U.S. Just in Gambia.
I know that's where in Gambia, but is that where we heading?
Yeah, it's one possible future, as they say in Loki.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. Always look at different variables, but never shit on the absolute trust. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you, a lot of this stuff shows you the chinks in the armor of this mighty military that we have and this police state that we have. Okay.
Winston, if you work remotely and you self-isolate and you want to stay in the house, man, you sure can. The thing is, will your employer go for that? Because sooner or later they're gonna start putting pressure on your employer.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm gonna tell you one thing. Don't be surprised if Rodney gets shipped out to a damn police district or a police station.
Shit, yeah, I'm telling you how it was last time when I had to have papers and shit to move around and all of that. And I'm gonna tell you, when folks aren't sleeping and they're staying up all fucking night doing double shifts trying to take care of this shit.
Yeah,
that's when it's gonna get real. I mean, look, and inside the hospitals they have one floor that's like the couple of hospitals here I've been in, they have floors where the doctors sleep so they can work round the fucking clock. They only get hours of sleep. You can go up there for a few minutes and you pretty much hot rack with people. You sharing a fucking rack that somebody else was in, to go down and work the emergency rooms and shit and the ICUs. Now most people don't realize that type of shit happens. The lights stay off up there. They never come on because people are going there to go to sleep. They're trying to relax, and even when you sleep, when the times are like that, your mind is you're still working in your head. So that shit's bad. But I mean, that is a stress that you can't convey to somebody that has never worked in that type of environment. So we're there. It's not like we're gonna be there. We're there already. And people are getting tired. People are walking out of the nurses,
the medical field,
and doctors. They're walking out. They're like, "Fuck this! I'm not going through this again."
Yeah, and especially when you start seeing people die, man. Most people aren't prepared for this.
And this is a heavy death toll that we've never had in the United States ever.
I mean, go back and look at those doctors that were killing themselves after working like that.
Oh yeah, nurses and doctors commit suicide.
Yeah.
Like, trust me, you're gonna have a lot of doctors and nurses who are gonna need mental health, and y'all should respect the fact that you got a Nicole Ali, a Dr. Dunbar, and a Rodney. What y'all need to do is send them emails to keep them motivated spiritually. And whatever prayer or whatever libations you could do it. Cash apps
don't hurt either. So
cash apps don't hurt. They sure motivate.
And basically, Rodney needs how many more you need to get to 1,000, Rodney?
Let me see where I'm at right now. I am at.
I'm gonna tell you what, shit. These motherfuckers.
I'm at 687 right now.
Okay.
Damn.
And we still got what 239 watching. Y'all go over there and subscribe to Rodney's channel.
Y'all need to get him over.
You get off.
Hopefully he's over 1,000 subscribers or more.
We'll get him. Every little bit helps.
I said after 1,000, I'm gonna start doing panels and shit.
I tell you, it's gonna be worse than the Turing exams in Naruto, man. You're gonna have to fight for survival just to make
That's
it
what
to
I'm
the final.
saying. I got to get my tech skills up here. Get this shit together.
Yeah, go over and subscribe to Rodney. He's at 687. So I mean, Rodney's giving you basically free freaking advice for the last 2 weeks, man.
Yeah,
And
I ain't even been doing nothing on my channel. I just been coming here.
Yep. So go support him.
Hey, BGS, you ever thought about starting a finance channel, like a BGS for finance?
You know what? The only reason I don't is because if people lose money, they start to it makes them irritable.
Oh
So that's
my
all
God.
why I don't.
Hold you responsible and shit.
Man, BTS lost my bank, dog. I got killed it.
Yeah.
People are crazy as hell.
It's the
I'm
only
gonna tell
reason I
you.
don't.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. I always tell y'all to always support your interests because those are the only motherfuckers speaking up for you.
That's true.
Yeah, drop your link, Rodney, again. So they can go
Any
subscribe.
is there any news on the before we go? Any news on the Kevin Samuels Goldie Jones thing?
Goldie Jones.
I haven't heard anything from her. I think people started to get on her, so I haven't heard anything from it since. It's not going to
Okay.
go anywhere anyway because YouTube's making way too much money, and if she really had a case, she could have gone to YouTube directly and put a strike against his channel.
Who's that? Who's that?
The chick that had the whatchamacallit,
against Kevin.
Petition against Kevin.
Yeah, well, one was doing a petition, and then one is trying to get a class action lawsuit.
Yeah, suit.
Saying that that's the only way that she called out several of the Manosphere channels, man, said that that's the only way we're gonna stop them.
Yeah.
I'm like, who is this crazy ass woman, man?
Yeah, because it's because it's now starting to make an impact. You know, because we got you guys, we got the PhDs, now Kevin. All that stuff is all coming together, and basically now there's even in the academy, man. That, you know, as they said, Kevin Samuels is actually name starting to ring out.
Oh yeah,
You'd be surprised at the police department how many people. I have literally people in the police department who saw me on Kevin's panels and was like, "I didn't know you do Kevin Samuels." I had a lot of people, male and females, that say, "Yo, next time you speak to Kevin, tell him we here, but we love whatever he says."
Shit, that's what I'm saying, man. A lot of men are saying, "Man, look here, this like the chick was mad because she was dating a guy." And the guy said that he brought up Kevin Samuels. She said, "I hate fucking Kevin Samuels," you know, and how it went to the left. That's because he was trying to see where she stood on what he was saying, and she was totally against everything he was saying. So then he basically cut her off, but she made it seem like she cut him off. Nah, he was like, "Nah, that's all right. Well, I'll catch you on the next go round," and he just didn't call her back. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's like Skeletor. I wish BGS had like fucking memes up there. I shall get you for this, key man.
Everybody need to get that one. Just like a woman.
Just like a woman.
BGS, you need to get it too. Next time my boy come up on the panel, you need to hit that button every time. Just like a woman.
Just like a woman.
Yeah, I had to wind up blocking Brother Truth, man.
Good, man, because this shit is too much, man.
Goddamn, man. This fool 2 days in a fucking row. And then right after Smurgo, the fucking episode and epilogue era of Smurgo. After that shit.
Smurgo's been kind of quiet, man, since
because he got burnt. That's why he's still recovering from his fucking injuries. Nigga got flamed alive. I mean, I cremated the nigga. BGS murdered the nigga. I cremated him and shit.
What's Smurgo do? I thought he was cool.
Okay, no,
oh hell no.
He went too far.
Nah, he's broken. He ain't cool.
See, the problem with Smurgo is that he got too much in his fifis. Everybody keep talking about they're so manly about a certain situation, but when you G check them on some shit, they get mad and they get in their fifis. Like, look, nigga, you try to say that a motherfucker who's been a captain of the football team since grade school is a simp. You a motherfucking lie.
Just like a woman. Just like a woman.
But the thing
hate
is,
that shit,
he's
bro.
saying he got so much swag. He was saying he has so much swag. He's so manly, he's so good looking that he catches. Right? I said, okay, how many baby mamas have you screwed over the past few years? He said about 40. So basically, you're preying on baby mamas, which is low hanging
You
fruit.
need baby mamas, nigga. Like I can go get track stars. Like fucking go compete with that young nigga. Like,
In other words,
what?
everybody knows women, especially young women with children, are basically
It's easy
vulnerable.
prey.
It's easy prey,
Like
and
what the fuck?
you're bragging on that.
Like nigga, I could do that shit out of shape with a gut, dad bod.
Just like a simpleton.
Yeah, but that's because he wouldn't stop. I said, okay, man. I said,
Yeah,
okay,
that
you saying all this, I wouldn't marry him. But the thing is, guess what? You actually preying on low hanging fruit instead of going for women that can help you. How come you don't do that? And he had to get quiet. I said, man, I know I could. I said I was 15 years old, man. That's like when, in the 70s. I know I could get baby mothers. Okay, it's not hard.
They're looking
and,
for you. They're coming
and
to
you
you.
had
You don't even
They're
think I
coming
look
to
for
get you. They're coming to look for you. Yeah.
over
So
the
that's
years
all I'm
you
saying.
had over the months you
I,
had
I, I swear to
BBS.
God, that's gonna be the new. That's gonna be the new moniker of the manosphere.
Just like a woman.
Yeah.
I love it.
And
Even somewhat Mr. Fantastic, because he do be fostering this shit.
But
What you
Fantastic
mean?
come over here and he
What you
be
mean somewhat?
terrorizing people and shit.
Yeah.
And
He
then
That
he'll
doesn't
go
nigga,
back
he
and
he
he'll
doesn't
be
terrorize me.
well, he'll be a
he ain't
whole nother
terrorizing
guy. He'll
shit.
be cool on his show and on other people's show like Jessica and all that, man. He's cool as fuck. So I'm like, well, is
Yeah, he
this a
probably like Jessica, but
Fantastic?
he would never get an opportunity with those. I
Well,
already know.
even with what's the other one? The other ladies that that's on the habitual non-steppers.
Concrete Rose and
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
he's cool as fuck over there, and I'm like, I
Because
even agree with him.
you know why? Because a simp does what a simp does. Of course, he's gonna be cool around the female panels. He tried to call me about the fucking George Floyd case, talking about the guy was gonna get off. I
Oh,
said, "Nigga,
Well, yeah.
you really gonna
Well,
challenge me in that when he
well,
came to my
he
shit?"
bet us. Y'all remember he bet us on the
oh
channel.
yeah.
He bet us that he was going to get off,
Yeah,
and we said that he wasn't.
and it hasn't been
Oh
back.
yeah, and I told the nigga, "I'm waiting for my money, you bitch ass nigga."
Yeah.
Oh, I'm 6'5". I'm 6'5". I'll destroy you.
Hey,
Oh, nigga, I
BGS,
chop down trees.
Go ahead.
BGS, even all the way back to the nigga that was calling you fifth cousin. Do you remember that nigga like 3 years ago with the baseball cap and shit, with the big ass head, black ass nigga talking about fifth cousin, talking shit, talking
Oh
about
yeah.
UBI wasn't gonna happen,
Talking about
all
Rudy.
this
Talking about
bullshit.
Rudy.
Yeah, his
Okay.
stupid ass.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
even
done.
all the way back, this dumbass nigga. Oh Lord, nigga. I can't understand. I don't understand how the fuck these guys get so twisted. But
Because,
I think
because they have a microphone in front of them. That's all.
like how the fuck, but these niggas don't ever get corrected though. Like even
They
though
they
hella people dispute what you say.
they're correct. They're correct proof. Okay. They
They're
bounce it right
corrected.
off.
They just don't like to. They just don't like to admit to it.
Yeah. Yeah. And for everybody, I like Smurgo, man. Smurgo reminds me of my nephew. Same kind of tone, same kind of carriage. You know, so I like Smurgo. I didn't want to do that to Smurgo.
Oh yeah. By the
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
BGS, I can't wait till I know you got this video waiting in the wings.
What's that?
Creflo, steal your dollar.
Oh hell yeah!
I mean,
Who the fuck,
I'll do it for you guys, but
Yeah,
bro?
please.
Who the fuck is
okay,
Creflo, BGS? Who the
okay.
fuck is Creflo?
Creflo's a pastor, right? And I always say, well, I actually went off on because they mentioned him the last time, right? I said,
Mm.
who pays Creflo dollar? It ain't the men.
When
Basically,
did you say that?
I said that on my last stream right at the beginning. They asked me about Creflo dollar. I think it was Kenshawn asked me about Creflo dollar. I said, who pays him? I said, women pay him. It's a loyalty test. Okay, if you don't speak out against Kevin Sanders, we're actually gonna what cancel you and
Mm-hmm.
your money. Same thing.
Yep.
Was it Umar Johnson? It's a loyalty test.
I
You gonna
bet
stick
you they
with
took it to him too. I
yeah,
bet you they took it to him.
you
I
know
bet
they
you he
did.
didn't. Yeah. Yeah.
They did. That's the only reason he did it. Protect
And
his
you know
money.
what's fucked up?
What?
Fucking Umar was saying the same shit that Kevin says years ago.
Yeah. But who pays Umar?
But who pays who bars the bitches?
That shit sounds so soft, man.
Man.
The sisters, you cannot be destroying the sisters.
Man,
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, I come from that community, man. I know how things go down. That's why I'm not
Destroying the
I'm
sisters, even
not.
though he finessed
I'll tell you. I'll tell you
Hold
what.
on.
I'll
Go
tell you
ahead,
what,
man.
BGS. I'll tell you what, BGS. That's gonna make you laugh.
Uh,
Sometimes when I just I need my substance, I go to my homegirl Tanya's page. She married, but she got a fat old ass for 42.
okay.
And it's like, and it's funny. And she always laughs when I tell her I'm a catch. I said, yeah, I'm a catch. She's like, how? I bet you $500 right now. None of the clients you got in your beauty shop who come in here ever had a man like me. I'm like the genie talking to a lag. You ain't never had a friend like me. This one chick, she owns her own shop. She was buying hair from her. And she said, well, the guy I've been with, he was going through a divorce, living with his sister. I said, so, and then we talked, and I said, move it with me. I said, see, there you go. That's why that man is not on my level. He lived with his sister, and I live by myself. How do you think we are equal? Well, you never know. I said, this is the reason why y'all think niggas ain't shit. Is because y'all go down into the toilet and y'all go into the septic tank and pull these niggas out instead of being with the motherfuckers who actually the plumbers who get rid of shit.
All she got to do is say, yeah, I'm leaving Charles, and see how many of her friends start hitting on you.
I'll tell you what. Remember that time I went to the cigar party with the two chicks? You know what she said? Her friend said to her.
What?
She said, "If you don't want Charles, I take him." In front of her face. And she was like, "Shut the fuck up." I told her automatically. I said, "Guess what?" One chick tried to say, "Well, you're not in the best of shape." I said, "I'm probably better." I said, "I'm in better shape than you, and I'm definitely better shape than the man you with." I said, "Let me put it to you this way. You couldn't afford me."
Yeah, that's what I would tell her.
Yeah.
And I told her that. You couldn't afford me. Why? Because well, he's a chef. Well, if he was really that good of a chef, guess what? He wouldn't have to live with you.
You know what you should have said? You should have, just like you, trying to get a nigga to cook for you, huh? You know?
I said, first of all, you had to get a nigga that's below you to say you have a nigga. And that's the problem with you females. Y'all talking about there ain't no good. You always take the men's side. I should, because most of you women lie.
Yeah.
I said, here's the factor of a lie. Most of y'all are violent, most of y'all are out of shape, and then most of you, if you took away a pussy, we would even speak to you.
There you go.
True.
There you go.
In some cases, even with that shit, we still won't speak to your motherfucking ass. So
I said so. Y'all, I said so.
They're saying the nurses hate Kevin.
I know they do because he's telling the truth, man. He's telling the truth.
All nurses are freaks. I never met one nurse who's not a freak. All it is, nurses, lawyers, police officers. I've said it. Guess what? Some of these police officers, these female police officers, got more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna tell you too, ain't no other group of women like nurses that they pookies and ex felons and all kind of shit like that. I'm gonna tell you.
What is that? Why is that?
Man, I'm gonna tell you. I used to see them all the time reading these
a lot of them are not
romance novels and shit, and they read these novels about dudes in jail and shit. Okay. And they will marry these dudes. They will pay for everything for these dudes. But you can have a dude there with a job and doing good. No, they will go and marry this dude. I knew a chick that got rid of her 2 daughters to live with a dude, and asking me, why does he always do stuff at certain times? I said, because the nigga's institutionalized. Well, I mean, what part are you missing?
Yeah,
because BTS.
In other words, he won't leave him.
Exactly.
Okay.
But
somebody that had power over it, isn't that the point?
Yeah.
Well, but BGS, tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong with this one. If these women really wanted upstanding men like a Rodney and myself, who have careers and been at these careers for so long, here's another thing Rodney and myself share. we're veterans, so we get educational and housing benefits.
Mm-hmm.
You know the reason why these females are hunting us down? Because number one, they know that as my boy, shout out, I'm gonna bring his name up here, Jason Lee, my coworker,
Mm-hmm.
and I sent them I sent them your shit about the what was it who's the dude from Immature who married the 19-year-old
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
no,
Oh,
no.
they was
Marcus
all about
Houston.
that.
Marcus Houston.
He said, you know why a lot of females are because a lot of females don't want to be caught up like that because they would have to submit to that guy automatically. And that's the problem. Y'all pick these guys because y'all still don't want to submit. You still think you're better than niggas, but guess what?
Yeah.
You bitches are milk, we're cognac. We get better with age.
Yeah,
And we
a
can
lot,
do something.
Masculinity, it seems like.
a lot of black women are basically don't think they're good enough, so they marry down on purpose. They're afraid that you'll leave them.
And they have self-esteem issues. They all do.
They
And
do.
every man should be in shape enough, wealthy enough, and smart enough to let a bitch know I can leave you
Mm-hmm.
and get better. Like I've told a lot of chicks who, well, Charles, can you do this? And I had a chick one time tell me when we broke up
Mm-hmm.
and we were living together, she found where the fuck I was just to give me my son's pictures that I left.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, thank you, even though I don't want to see you. Oh, it's nice and cool in here. Yeah, it's called Central Air. What it do?
Oh shit.
I said, what? She was like, could I have slept with her that moment?
Yeah.
See, this is for truth. Sometimes you punish a bitch because you didn't give her the dick.
Yeah.
And then
That's why
And she'll wonder why. She will wonder why forever. Let me tell
That's why
you.
Russell Wilson made Sierra wait.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Take
times
the pussy off the table.
There's times I'll put, even with the chick I'm talking to now, there's times I might act like a horny toad because it's fun to talk shit. And there's sometimes I won't even talk about sex at all.
Mm-hmm.
Just to keep you wondering. Bitch, you ain't gonna figure me out. I'll make the riddle ask questions. God damn it.
All right, y'all. Close.
I'm out of here.
We have almost 6 hours.
I got to rest.
hey, tell Pookie we said hello, man.
I will, man. He done come up in here and ate up all the damn food here.
All you gotta do is get some whole wheat bread, some bologna, and some turkey, and some cheese.
He bypassed that shit. I'll be eating that shit. We bypassed that shit. I didn't know you wanted it, Dad. Whose plate did you think it was? It was 2 plates, motherfucker.
You ate both of them, nigga.
I didn't think you wanted it.
Sandwiches.
Yeah. Look at Truth laughing, boy.
Because he know he was in that situation too.
He would do it too. I ain't gonna laugh because I'd have done it too.
Hey, I went to Subway, nigga. I like them cold cuts.
Like shit, I'm about to go to this 24-hour Subway now.
Yeah, shit. I'm out of here, y'all. I got to go and dive in.
Appreciate you, Rodney.
Hey, anytime, man. If I see you up here and it's on that topic, I'm coming.
And before you leave, Rodney, 1, 2, 3.
Just like a woman.
All right, y'all.
Out, bitches.
All right, you niggas.
Educated
people. Hold up, BGS. Before you click off.
Yeah.
Just like a woman.
Peace. All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace.